Good morning and welcome to the home of champions, karting Genk in Belgium, for the final race day for the 2022 BNL Karting Series season. And the season duration, from the moment we started things off earlier on this year, has been just over 6 months. It's been around about 200 days, but in 49 days' time, the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals will head to Portimao in Portugal for the 5th year out of the 22 runnings so far. But we have 6 titles to decide. We have 5 tickets to give away for the grand finals. And over the course of the 2022 season, we've had over 340 drivers take to the tracks here in the BNL Karting Series season, not only just through the kickoff, but also through the first 2 out of 3 rounds. We're at our final round of the championship, and for those watching at home, thank you very much for joining us on the official Camp Company GmbH YouTube channel. There you can see the podium where we'll be celebrating our weekend winners, but also celebrating our champions for 2022. And it also sees the culmination of our 15th anniversary season here in 2022. Championship inaugurated back in 2008. So today we will have 12 races, which will decide our 6 respective titles. Now, this is where it gets interesting, folks, because yesterday we had the sunshine on our side. However, today the rain has been in quite clear abundance. The track has been saturated overnight and over the course of this morning. But we're hoping that the conditions will dry out over the course of the day, but that's dependent on the Belgian weather climate surrounding this 1,360 metre circuit. So yesterday we had 3 heats for the juniors. We also had the respective pre-finals and finals for the remainder of the classes. And actually, for the first time in a very long time, that we actually had less than 36 senior Rotax drivers on a race meeting, which meant that we had a pre-final and a final for them. For those watching at home, we hope you've enjoyed the show so far. There is plenty of racing still to come, but we do have qualification up first, which will mean that as a result of there being only 38 drivers in the junior Rotax class yesterday, only 2 drivers did not make it through after the ranking after the heats. And topping that was Matej Denkovic from Belgium. Tommy van der Stroys now enters the picture for maybe even the vice championship status like he did in the Euro Trophy 2 weeks ago at Wackersdorf. Austin Lee rounded out the top 3 ahead of current championship leader Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark. Scott Marsh, who was 3rd in the Euro Trophy this year, also is in the mix for the 2nd step on the championship podium. The only 2 drivers, unfortunately, did not make it through yesterday were Kieran Bartenstein and Puck Gubbles, with Daes van Wyk from in the 246 being the last of the classified drivers that made it through. Also, we had some great action, both the micros and the minis. The mini pre-final, I think, being one of the most exciting I've seen in a very, very long time indeed. But coming into Micromax, Denny Babacek from the Czech Republic took a maximum score of 50 points. Ryan Rivers was 2nd with 33 and the current points leader, because we're now going to take drop scores into consideration as of today. So Sven Lindemann took 2 third-place finishes, putting him 1 point ahead of his closest competitor, Vic van Kampenhout. And there is a significant gap that if, by my calculations, that if Sven Lindemann finishes ahead of Vic van Kampenhout, he takes the title today. And it might not be needed on the last race of the season itself. In Minimax, we also had some great battling, and Denny Babacek has done double duty. We're now going to get underway with our first qualifying session, and as I say that, we have got Micromax up first. So some standing water puddles, especially on the tram lines, as some of the drivers got an idea of the inclemental conditions here at Karting Genk. So expect the drivers to use unconventional racing lines, especially going through turn 2. But the timer is counting down. Each driver has 5 minutes of qualification this morning, which will set the grid for the pre-final. First one, which will get the action underway, will be after the lunch break, which will be at 12:15 local time here in Belgium. So all the drivers now I'm just keeping an eye, seeing if we've got some green flags waving at Marshall Post 4, which is just off turn 7. So the drivers just taking those initial steps to get the wet weather tyres purchasing against the tarmac. So now we're going to get an idea with just about 3.5 minutes to go, as the drivers will be up to full speed, dependent on the weather conditions they're dealing with at the moment. So Zen Lindemann will be at the front of the field. So the first respective lap times have come in from the drivers, because they come out of the grid and cross the start-finish line. So the first laps that have gone in, which are effectively a benchmark, but not reflective of the times that we're going to see later on. Maxime Becker is leading the leaderboard, 1:21.447. Denny Babacek in second position, 1:21.998. Very close there. I think that's James Van Der Poel going down the Yidderplan. There is a kart in front. I think that might be Max Gilman in the 69. He was pretty close, being within sort of 2/10 of one of the quickest laps around this circuit in this class. So halfway through the session, as the drivers make their way through turn 9, different racing lines being taken. The tighter line taken by Maxime Becker, the wider line taken by Denny Babacek. Hopefully very soon we'll have our first couple of drivers. So it will be the number 4 of Zen Lindemann, being followed by Great Britain's Jensen Chalk and the number 64 as they swing wide through turn 12. You don't want to swing too wide through that corner, otherwise you're going to end up in dirty mud. So, and now the time's really coming in. Denny Babacek goes to provisional pole with just under 2 minutes to go. 1:20.839. Maxime Becker's best effort so far, a 1:21.447. Further 0.3 back is Vic van Kampenhout from Belgium in the number 24. Jensen Chalk, Zen Lindemann, Jeff Verbeek, James Van Der Poel. Jeff Verbeek was 6th, Van Der Poel was 7th, but quickly got bumped down to 8th, courtesy of the number 93 of Jack Freeman, who still at this point is holding on to 3rd in the championship standings overall. Drivers might get probably 3 to 4 laps at a push, depending if they do have any dramas during qualification. The steady foot on the throttle pedal is going to help them no end. Also, some of the drivers actually leaning in the corners to assist with that particular side of the kart to bite the tyres down into the tarmac and get that traction. So if you're swinging wide into a corner, you've got to deal with oversteer or understeer, as Jensen Chalk, I think, just went through the dirt on the outskirts of turn number 12. And Maxime Becker goes top the timesheets, 1:20.812. Zen Lindemann improves again and goes the best part of nearly 6.5 tenths quicker than his previous lap. Puts in P3, 1:21.172. And it's the final 25 seconds. So this is going to be the last lap that these drivers are going to be able to have at full racing speed under these weather conditions. You can see the amount of understeer that Denny Babacek having to contend with going through into turn 6. So the timer has now hit 0. 5 minutes are up for the Micromax final qualifying session of the season. Lindemann, Babacek and Becker making their way down into turn 10 for the final time. Title line taken by the Jun, but then the launch that Denny Babacek gets through, and they're side by side through turn 11. Hang on, guys, we're not racing yet, it's qualifying, come on. But Lindemann's going to be the first one to cross the stripe and take the checkered flag, which will now wave. So Lindemann gets a good run coming out of turn 12. What's his lap time? doesn't improve. Becker doesn't improve. Babicek doesn't improve. Chalk puts in a personal best and stays 4th. Max Gilman in 8th. James van der Poel in 10th for the moment. Brian Rivers all the way down in 11th position. Vic van Kampenhout in 6th. Jeff Verbeek in 7th and the number 48 representing Belgium. So that concludes the session. Now, Maxime Becker did set pole yesterday, but was excluded post-qualifying. Started for the back end of the field. But only 27 thousandths separate the pair. So Maxime Becker from Germany in the number 55 takes pole position for the pre-final on the last day of the season by 27 thousandths from Zdeněk Babicek. Sven Lindemann, one race away from potentially wrapping up the title this weekend. He's in 3rd, ahead of Jensen Chalk and Michael Kumas from Belgium running out the top 5, covered by just over 7.5 tenths. Then it's Vic van Kampenhout, Jeff Verbeek. Then we've got Max Gilman and Jack Freeman running at the top 9, so all 3 Brits making it into the top 10. James van der Poel, Ryan Rivers and Seys Moyes running out the 12 strong. So all results called by myself are up here in the commentary position, just overlooking the main start-finish straight and turn number 11. Are provisional pending any sporting and technical matters that need to be resolved post-session. So that is qualifying for Micromax completed for the final morning of the season. And then next up, we're going to go to Minimax. So coming into this particular race weekend, well, Denny Babicek not only led Micromax yesterday after the day 1 results, but also won the day 1 result for Minimax with a total of 45 points. It's very, very close indeed between both Max Swiderski and Boris Maximov. Swiderski has got the advantage coming into this last race day of the season, and Swiderski took a total of 41 points. Jacob Ashcroft joining MDB Motorsport. I remember that kid when he was running in the Bambino Kart Club a few years ago, I think predominantly 2018 in Miami Bambino. Now racing in Europe and also around the United Kingdom. Good to see him and the family over the course of this weekend. He managed to place, what was it? It was a 4th and a 2nd yesterday. So 33 points after the day 1 result. Boris Maximov is going to have to fight for this 2nd title. He's already picked up the Euro Trophy this year, back at Marienborg in the 2nd weekend of July when he had a great battle with Tom Strehler from Latvia, who joined us as a guest entrant for Marienborg. And Tom Strehler, coming into this round, actually had 3 wins and a 3rd, putting him on 91 points. Mats van Rooyen rounds out the top 5. Van Rooyen battling away with Van Meeuwen for what looks to be more than likely 3rd in the championship standings. But Van Meeuwen at the moment is ahead, and this is taking into, well, I don't think is ahead actually. Well, is actually behind Van Rooyen based on countback, but it's not by much, just a couple of points, maybe 2 points separating them when it's taking drop scores into consideration. But by the calculations that I've actually made with regards to this weekend, so far Max Swiderski is actually ahead, including drop scores. Albert Friend, currently sitting, or was sitting 10th in the championship before coming into this round. Well, he's leaped up the order, probably into the top 6. He was 6th behind Mats van Rooyen. Philippe Reyes had 18 points ahead of Thomas van Vliet, Boris Verhaag and Glenn Schwillens, who took pole position in time qualifying yesterday but was found to have cut the track, and thereby that particular lap time was deleted and demoted the 166 down to 3rd on the grid. So their qualifying session will get underway in just about 5 minutes' time. There you can see a few of the people looking from the grandstand just off of the terrace. I see a few people there. Dan Holland's there from Dan Holland Racing. Team boss there. You've got Kai Hunter working with William Murtaugh this weekend, the 201. We have got something very We've got a lunchtime show for you folks at home, whereby you'll actually be able to have a look at the videos that have been posted on the BNL Karting Series YouTube channel, all the interviews that were conducted, apart from the one that you all saw last night with myself and Esmed Osman, the series organiser, having a chat over the season and looking ahead to 2023. Oh, right. There's... Well, that's a vantage point and a half, Edgar from GKS. He's the team boss for them. Health and safety, what's that? Right. Well, we at least we know that if the rain comes down, it's going to hit him first. Always a great atmosphere here at Karting Genk. It's been a pleasure being a part of this championship since October 2018, when a man by the name of Dave Ritson said to me earlier on that season, can you come and come to the BNL Karting Genk? There's no live stream, circuit commentary. And that particular weekend, I remember for a multitude of reasons, I got announced as a new commentator. And as they say, the rest is history. And that was the particular weekend where now a Tony Kart factory driver, then running for KR Sport, Mr. Joe Turney, took a title in senior road tax, and that was a weekend to remember. But it's been a pleasure being just a small cog in the team that is here at Karting Genk, that have the passion and the enthusiasm for the championship year in, year out, every time we go racing, from timekeeping to race control to stewards to organisation, pre-grid, race office, parc fermé. A lot of people are a big part of this team, and we all love this sport just as much as everyone that comes to every race circuit, goes out racing as part of the, part of a team, whether they're a team boss, going through data with drivers, being a driver, and so many other aspects to karting. It is a real pleasure, and I think I'm going to echo the sentiments of series organiser Esmed Osman when she said to me earlier on this week, it feels like 3 weeks ago that the season only just gotten started when we did the grand kickoff. And nothing could be further from the truth on that one. So the Minimax drivers are in the dummy grid. We're waiting for our man Theo Valette down in the dummy grid to wave the green flag when it hits 10:25. And funny enough, his son Dion just happens to be one of the cameramen we've got here as well, just by the grandstand. The wind looks to have picked up ever so slightly. So here we go, qualifying for the final time for Minimax for 2022. And there's going to be 21 drivers making their way out onto this circuit. So Mats van Rooyen decided to hit the start button first on the Rotax Max Evo engine and get out there very, very quickly indeed. Oh, right, we have got a brief yellow flag at Marshall Post 1 going into turns 1 and 2. So a couple of karts having a moment or two. I think it might have been Boris Verhagen and Van der Weken. And 133 in the 196 who very soon will be going through sector number 1. And there is Boris Maximov. Had a quick chat with him and his dad Serge this morning. He said, yeah, we had some good things happen yesterday and some not so good things. I said, but anything's possible, right? He said, yeah, exactly. I wished them both the very best of luck. Benchwell is making his way through into turn number 9, being followed by the 114. That's Ziga Francis. Adams Racing. Funny enough, Jacob Ashcroft is actually heading to the grand finals. His dad Barry, I regularly keep in touch, and Barry said, yeah, we've got unfinished business. Oh, right, someone's just gone off after turn number 12. That might have been Alexander Van Meeuwen, 127. But Mats van Rooyen has set the initial benchmark, 1 minute 18.002. With I can't see any rainfall, and the sun is trying to break through the clouds up above, but it's minimal at best. There's a lot of grey cloud around the circuit. Because we had the sunshine yesterday, it accelerated the evolution of the track with regards to the track evolution. We've got a very quickly emerging racing line. Some drivers trying to make their way through turn number 10, including Albert Friend in the 199. I had a chat with him and his dad George earlier on this week. And the interviews you'll be able to see at the lunchtime show during the lunch break, which will commence at around about 11:30 this morning. So 2 minutes and 10 seconds still to go. Mats van Rooyen continues to lead the way for pole position. Albert Friend in second. Jacob Ashcroft 2 1,000s behind his countryman in third place. Jent Timonen, Max Swiderski, Felipe Perez, Marlon Di Salvo, Lieke van Berkel, Alexander Van Meeuwen and Thomas van Vliet ran out the top 10, covered by 1.7 seconds. So the drivers will have this and another lap still to go. So 90 seconds still remaining on the clock. There is still time to get 2 laps in. Is anyone going to pit? Oh, well, that's a country mile. Mats van Rooyen, I think he might be in the Netherlands as opposed to being here in Belgium with the lap time he's just done. 1 minute 17.965. Only 9 tenths quicker than Albert Friend. Further 2 1,000s back is Jacob Ashcroft. But it is very interesting to see that Max Swiderski currently running P5. Boris Maximov down in 18th position. So Boris has got to pick up the pace. Van Rooyen does not improve on that lap time. All sideways from Swiderski coming out of the final corner. You can just see it's about measuring the understeer and just counteracting it. But Albert Friend gets to within 3 tenths. So the 199 from Great Britain is moving the pace upwards. He's found something there, I think, in terms of the grip on the circuit. Van Rooyen swings wide coming out of turn 6. Down onto the other line goes the 103 from the Netherlands. It's just done a 30.811 in sector 1. This is going to be the final lap that these drivers are going to have. So it's going to be difficult for someone to pit Mats van Rooyen in the dying stages. Oh, a little bit of a touch on the back bumper of Albert Friend, courtesy of Max Swiderski going into the approach into turn 9. I think there might have just been a little bit of an accident there. Friend goes back up the inside. And the 2 have another little touch coming through the exit of turn 10. Checkered flag waves to conclude the end of the session. And Van Rooyen crosses the line, does not improve, but still is the fastest driver out there. Next up is Bran van der Weyken. Boris Verhagen is a non-starter in qualifying. Jacob Ashcroft does not improve, neither does Albert Friend. They still remain third and second. Jent Timonen fourth. Denny Babacek goes 5th. Len Abbas. Well, it did change ever so briefly before Boris Maximov at the 130 from the Netherlands went up into P5, 84 thousandths slower than Jent Thimunen, who rounds out the top 4. Denny Babacek in 6th. And Max Sadursky, oh, he's got a fight on his hands for the pre-final. He finished in P10 in qualifying. So Mats van der Weyen takes pole position with a 1 minute 17.965. 2 Brits ran out the top 3 in the form of Albert Friend and Jacob Ashcroft. Top 3 covered by 9 tenths, less than 9 tenths. Jent Thimunen 4th ahead of Boris Maximov with Denny Babacek, Len Abbas, Marlon Di Salvo, Felipe Perez and Max Sadursky. Oh, there's the 185 of Lieke van Berkel, having to wait until everyone gets past. So good hold of the brakes from her. So Sadursky running at the top 10, covered by just over 1.3 seconds, as the sun is really trying to break through those clouds now. Thomas van Vliet in 11th, head of Carlos Nies. Lieke van Berkel, Alexander van Meeuwen down in 14th, head of Thomas Verheyen, Zege Fransens, Victor Reutz, Glenn Schwillens, Rory Armstrong, and Bran van der Weken from Belgium, running at the 20 strong. Non-starter from the 133 of Boris Verhaag. So, with no junior Rotax qualification after the ranking after the heats yesterday, we will now have our final senior Rotax qualifying session. And now taking drop scores into consideration, Kai Gilletz has a lead. So, Gilletz at the moment, according to my calculations, with regards to drop scores at the moment, because we take into consideration the fact that it's the best 10 out of 12 results over the season. So you can drop your 2 worst results and put the rest towards your championship scores. However, if you do have an exclusion, that has to count. You cannot take those away as a drop score. So the senior Rotax drivers, 32 of them, will be in the dummy grid waiting. So at the moment, with the way things stand, it's Rilets leading the way with Butcher in second and Liska Babičková in third place, based on the respective drop scores. So Rilets having 2 4-point finishes, which would have been around about, I think, 11th position by my count. So 2 11th-place finishes at Marienburg is the 2 scores that Rilets will be able to drop, and that gives him an advantage coming into the final day of the season, where he can actually wrap up the title on the pre-final just after the lunch break. But also, there's a lot of other drivers that are competing possibly for the top 5 in the championship, which will be the case of Paul Fekema, Jaden Thien. We've got no Rafael Renhofer, no Callum Bradshaw. Lewis Gilbert is about, 26 points off of maybe the top 5 or 6 in the championship, considering he has also qualified and he's been running on a Sodi kart chassis for preparation for the grand finals in Portimao. So the green flag waves for the final qualifying session for Senior Rotax for 2022. The timer has already started counting down. Some of the first drivers out there will include the 365 of Yori Schoens, the 374 of Kai Rilets, and the 348 of long-standing GKS Levens power driver and 2-time Senior Rotax champion in this series, Dylan LaHaye. can see these differing racing lines in the purchase for qualifying. We'll get the benchmarks in very, very soon as they'll cross the stripe and complete their outlap, which will effectively be a full time one around the 1,360 metre circuit. So Dylan LaHaye will set the benchmark for the 32 strong field. They're all currently out on the circuit as we speak. The last three drivers, Sean Butcher, Lachlan Robinson and Luciano Schneider, running at the 32 strong. LaHaye puts in a 1 minute 14.7. That's a 1 minute 15.0, followed by Fabian Mega. Job Briefeld, Lewis Gilbert, Gussie Van Gogh, Bruno de Broeke, Sam Van Thiel, Martin Gaiskens and Taze Downs ran at the top 10 thus far. Some drivers will use, despite the fact they're very, very slick at the moment, the curbing. Like we saw with the number 370. As Nikita Genza goes to the top of the time sheets, 1 minute 14.578 for the German. Sen Van Thiel that was bumping over the curbs, and you can see that even Dylan LaHaye, and there goes Lewis Gilbert just trying to control that snap-on understeer and through into turn 8, and you can see he's wrestling with the steering wheel as they're all and sundry behind him. So Sean Butcher and Lachlan Robinson, this could be the equaliser that Butcher needs in terms of the battle for the championship, because he's just gone P2, Robinson P3. Nikita Genza, Dylan LaHaye, Erhard Tucker, Aliska Babichkova, Kai Rilat, Petra Babichkova, and Slangen Karting's Scott Westhovens running at the top 10, covered by just over a second. Past the halfway point of the qualifying session, and LaHaye goes top, 1 minute 13.1, Rilat 1 minute 13.3. Lystra, 1 minute 14.2, puts in P3 at the moment. Gilbert up to 5th now, Mega up to 8th, Days Downs up to 13th. Paul Christian Hamburg now drops to 20th position as Francis Paul Fokema. That rounds out the top 6 on a 1 minute 14.509. Aliska Babichkova goes up into was in P2, but gets put down to 4th, courtesy of Kai Rilatz. And Nikita Genza, then that changes again because she's dropped 2 positions as Lystra goes 2nd, 71 thousandths slower than LaHaye. Jaden Thien now makes it 4th with Genza, Turka, Babichkova. We'll make that Butcher now into 4th. So he dumps Thien down to 5th, and we've got the 353. That is Scott Westhovens. Now he's right. I think there might be a problem with the carts. There will be a yellow flag. There it goes. Marshall post 2. Scott Westhoven stranded between turns 3 and 4, so that's going to compromise lap times. Luciano Schneider goes up into P31 as LaHaye and Rilat both improve. Rilat was 9 1,000 slower than LaHaye as we head into the final 60 seconds. And a big thank you, as always, to the team here at Team MKG, our marshalling crew, led by Rudy. 45 seconds on the clock remaining. Aliska Babichkova now sits in 9th. Her sister Petra had a nice little chat with them both this morning in the brasserie, saying, well, we'll see what happens today. Got 30 seconds on the clock to go. Lystra is the first one to nearly go down into the 1 minute 12s and is 6 1,000ths off of that. As far as Mega's all over the shot. He's gone to the left, he's gone to the right. So keep your bumper in place there, Sam Van Thiel. He nearly had a coming together with probably a Dams racing car. Didn't quite catch which one it was. He's got Bliefeld has got the 313 just behind. That's Jot van Wijk. Then the number 360, which is Rune Broeke. But Kai Rilat goes quicker than Dylan LaHaye on his final tour of the circuit. 1 minute 12.880. Gilbert 5th, Mega 9th, Jori Schoenstein in 21st, Sam Van Thiel 23rd, Gussie Van Gogh, Martin Gaiskens. They ran at the top 26. Janis Diek goes 11th quickest. Job Biefeld rounds out the top 15 as they are coming across the line. Aliska Babichkova unable to get any higher than 9th. This is Petra down in 13th position. Lachlan Robinson running out the top 14 currently. But the 3:02 has yet to cross the line. Ehad Turka 7th ahead of Nikita Genza. Dylan LaHaye gets, well, he's pipped by 5/1000ths to second position by Leistra, as pretty much everyone has crossed the stripe. So for the final race day of the season, having gotten 45 points yesterday, Kai Rielitz is in exactly the position he needs to be in. He's taken provisional pole for senior road tax with a 1 minute 12.880. So Rielitz takes pole position by 53,000ths ahead of fellow Belgian Luca Leistra, and it's a Belgian top three, a clean sweep, courtesy of Dylan LaHaye in the 3:48 with a 1 minute 12.938. Sean Butcher in fourth ahead of Lewis Gilbert, with Jaden Thiem, Ehad Turka, Nikita Genza, Eliska Babishkova and Farin Mega rounding out the top 10, covered by just under 8.5 of a second. Adam Valster, Janis Diak, Petra Babishkova, Lachlan Robinson, Job Briefveld, Alec Verbout, Paul Fokkema, Zekai Ozen, Vivian Horst and Jod van Wijk running at the top 20. They were all covered by just under 1.9 seconds at the end of this 5 minute qualifying session. Running at the 32 strong, Jod van Wijk, Sam Bergstein, Joris Schoens, Sem van Tiel, Daes Dams, Gustav van Gogh, Martin Geiskens, Scott Westhovens, Loris Goisman, Enzo van den Dickenberg. We've also got Paul Christian Hamburg, Rune de Broeke and Luciano Schneider rounding out the 32 strong. The entire field covered by 3.2 seconds. Hello everyone. Yes, finally, actually, someone points the camera at me for a change. Yeah, so this is where I normally am. Up here in the warmth, in the dry, depending on whether it's rain or shine. And just actually behind me is where timing is situated. So up in this building here, we've got quite a lot going on. So I've got 3 screens. And yeah, hang on, Dave Ritson, I'm coming to you. And Steffi, don't worry. You know what? The thing is, I'm about to say something, and I get something in my headphones, some cheeky little bugger, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Well, I mean, some of the people that we've actually got, we've got Ger, we've got in timing, who's being accompanied this weekend by Cindy and Gert. And we've got Steffi and Dave, who are running the live stream. We've then got Christine, who helps out with regards to a lot of other things as well, which will be, like, say, registration, things that people need to do as well. We have quite a lot of people in the scrutineering team. So we have Paul, who's chief scrutineer, part of the team. And we've also got Christian, Adri, Brigitte, Mario, Francois, Janine, Vera and Liam. Then we've all got everyone in Parc Fermé and at the info unit. So we've got Patsy down in the info unit. We've got Peter down in Parc Fermé. We've then got Ludo, Mathieu. And then also we've got our two camera guys here. So we've got Dion, who's just pointing the camera at me. And I'm just thinking, where is Philip hiding? I know he's somewhere on the circuit. But we have Dion and Philip. Dion's just nodding the camera up and down. So we've got 2 more qualifying sessions to conclude the season, as in qualifying, that is. And over the course of this season, a total of 50 drivers have entered any of the rounds over the course of the 2022 season. So micros 27, minis 46, juniors 77. Seniors were the most, 109 over the course of the year. DD2 50 and DD2 Masters 32. So after yesterday, the ranking after the heat saw that Glenn Van Parijs took day 1 result with a total of 45 points ahead of Chris Harnan. And there we go. There's Philip, waving to the crowd. That is definitely a cameraman's wigwam right there with a seating position. I'm just wondering, don't light a fire in there. If you did set a fire in there, that would definitely be a wigwam. We'd probably be sending smoke signals up to Spa-Francorchamps at this rate. But nevertheless, we do have a lot of fun behind the scenes. We're one big happy family, and it's good to be a part of that crew. So, coming into the DD2 Championship standings, now taking drop scores into account, Mark Kimber still leads, but not by much. About 16 points by my calculations. Matthias Jelle Jakobsen was very, very quick yesterday. The Dane train was running around the home of champions like nobody's business, but 2 front-fairing penalties dropped him down the order. But it still means that he has a chance, maybe, of getting into the top 4 in the championship. His closest competitor is going to be Maxim Didix, he's actually ahead based on 2 drop scores. But Mark Kimber has a 16-point lead by my calculations. But Glenn Van Parijs' worst scores this season, pre-final 2, he scored no points, and then final 2 on day 2 at Marienborg in the first weekend of July, only 6 points were scored, which was a 9th place finish. So the DD2 drivers, all 17 of them, make their way out of the dummy grid and onto this 1,360-metre circuit for their final qualifying session of the 2022 season. First driver to actually get out of the dummy grid looks to be Fabian Bock from Germany, and the 451 from Bike Motorsport. And also out early Glenn Van Parijs, Chris Harnen, Laurent Seifried, Anthony Millet. It's Hugo Schwarzer really having a moment going through turn 6. Into the Plan. So all 17 drivers now out on the circuit. As we've already counted down 1 minute of this circuit, or 1 minute of this session. One more to go, we'll have DD2 Masters out. So the first couple of lap times come in. Fabian Bock, 1 minute 13.848. Chris Harnen, 1 minute 13.722. And on cue, Glenn Van Parijs, 1 minute 12.742. That's nearly the best part of a second quicker than Harnen. Waiting for Mark Kimber in the number 410 from Strawberry Racing, representing Great Britain, to come through over the timing line, which he does now. And goes P2, 1 minute 13.231. Now, along with Kai Rillerts, Glenn Van Parijs has 3 titles so far to his credit, according to the Roll of Honour. 2 times a DD2 champion. 2020 and 2021, and 2017 or 2016, the year after Oliver Askew took the title. In seniors, Glenn won that particular year. Past the halfway point of this session. My goodness me, the pace that Glenn's got in the wet. He knows the circuit like the back of his hand. He lives here locally now. He's living in Hasselt. But is over 7.5 tenths of a second quicker than anybody else. And the person who's nearest to him is Germany's Laurent Seifried. 1 minute 13.090 for the driver racing with Dams, based out of Salzgitter in Germany. Matis Malinovskis, it just goes to show even the Latvians like the wet weather conditions. Goes P2, 4 tenths slower than Van Parijs, and also you add another Latvian to that mix, Patrick Snolls-Lokmelis in the 430, 14 thousandths slower. Now, if anyone might remember, back in 2019, when DD2 was still as competitive as it has been, as always, in the Rotax Racing family, we had that 3-way scrap between Zana Schublak, Greece's DJ Liverdis, and Sweden's David Remy. It came down to the final race of the season, and they swapped the lead over 10 times in the opening lap and a half. Van Parijs has just not gone better on that lap, but still consistently. Last 3 laps he's run ran about the mid 1 minute 12s, but his net best is a 1 minute 12.3. Into the final 45 seconds or so of this qualifying session. But in the meantime, Patrick Snolls-Lokmelis, the 430, has just gone quicker than anybody. Latvian from MRG Racing just puts in a 1 minute 12.269 as the timer is fast approaching 0. The driver's coming through turn 12 now. Will not have another chance because the checkered flag now waves, and it was Glenn Van Parijs that crossed the line first. He's going to end up in P2. Chris Harnen, 4th. Laurent Seifried, 6th. Fabian Bock and Anthony Millet ran out the top 10 thus far. Maxim Dirksen, 14th behind Jarro Dekkers. Ragnar Virus up to 12th, Matthias Jere Jakobsen. Maxim Dirks now was being dumped all the way down to 16th. As the last few drivers crossing the line, which will include Mark Kimber. And Kimber remains P3. So Patrick's Knowles Lochmellis takes pole for the pre-final. So Patrick's Knowles Lochmellis takes pole position in qualifying by 58 thousandths of a second ahead of Benoit Perez from Belgium, the two-time reigning and defending champion. Mark Kimber rounds out the top three. They were covered by 73 thousandths of a second after 5 minutes of qualifying. Chris Harnan second in the day result yesterday, fourth ahead of Matis Malinowskis. Lawrence Seyfried rounds out the top 6, covered by 8 tenths. And the first of the French trio here in DD2, Jules Cousin seventh, ahead of Estonia's Devin Sigardi. Fabian Bock and Anthony Millet ran at the top 10, covered by just over a second and a quarter. Kling Gerhardt, Yannick Jacobs, Ragnar Vidas, Matthias Jere Jacobsen, Jaro Derres, Maxim Drix and Hugo Schwarzer round out the 17 strong. So in about 6 minutes' time, we're going to have our final qualifying session of the 2022 BNL Karting Series season here at Karting Genk, the home of champions. There's just a couple of the team here from Team MKG, run by Rudy. Still remember the days when Jean Svennen used to run that crew. Man who's, but whenever he comes by, it's always nice to see him and catch up with him whenever he has the chance. But the team do a fantastic job here. Without the men and women in orange from Team MKG, we would not be racing. A big thank you to them as well over the course of the 2022 season. But looking back at yesterday with regards to DD2 Masters, Germany's Thomas Piet took the overall day one result with a comfortable double victory, maximum score of 50 points. But it's been very interesting in the dynamic for the championship this year, because Karl Klibor, whatever happens, is still a three-time champion, but he will not retain his title. He's aware of that, but there are two drivers fighting for said title, and that is France's Paul Louvaux, who was second. Could have been, maybe had a bit more advantage of another 4 points if he had not had a front-fairing penalty after the final yesterday. But the biggest drama was for Ian Getz, who came into this championship round ahead of Paul Louvaux based on dropped scores. But the incident between himself and Karl Klibor through turn number 9 on the last lap of the final yesterday, taking into consideration the drop scores, it now puts Paul Louvaux ahead. So Louvaux in both races has to finish ahead by my calculations. If he finishes ahead, so if Paul Louvaux finishes ahead of Ian Getz in every single race, and there you see, we've got some people taking part in another form of motorsport, that of small scale radio controlled cars. So I did actually hear them whizzing about the track yesterday, which was like thinking, what was that noise? So racing of all shapes and size here at Genk. Cindy from Time is just gonna, yeah, well, we did have the radio controlled cars being shown up. So we also have the corporate karting circuit, which is actually just off the outskirts of turn 8. So, and people, yeah, there we go. Kind of reminds me of when Formula One's live feed went onto the rental kart circuit at Spa-Francorchamps. I think it was last year when there was that massive deluge, and someone decided to do a pirouette and it got caught on Formula One's live world feed. So that's the corporate track. There is also this coming weekend. Oh, yeah, we've had a pirouette and it all synchronized spinning, folks, on the infield. Oh, I said something and it inadvertently happened. Is that called commentator's curse, folks? I don't know. Maybe. But next weekend we actually have on the Saturday the Karting Genk 6 hours. It's the penultimate round of the 2022 Karting Genk endurance season, where I will actually be, I'm actually staying over in Europe for a few days after this, and I'll be back here for that one. Of course, folks, there is the forthcoming Rotax Max Challenge Euro Golden Trophy between the 4th and the 6th of November, where we have nearly 150 entries so far. There are 3 grand finals tickets up for grabs for Mini, Junior and DD2. There are also prizes worth in the region of around about €20,000, which does include entries to the Euro Trophy and to the BNL Karting Series for next season. So we had 200 drivers last year at the Golden Trophy, where we had the likes of, I think Enzo Boll won that time. I think it was Reese Hunter that won the ticket, if I remember correctly, well, won the Golden Trophy. And then we had 2 drivers that took part in the Golden Trophy, Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands in DD2, and the returning Morgan Riche, who had lost a significant amount of weight and come back fighting. Not only did they go on to win the Golden Trophy last year, 2 weeks before the Grand Finals in Bahrain, they went on to the Persian Gulf and won the Grand Finals themselves. So DD2 Masters making their way out onto the circuit. This is the final qualifying session of the weekend and also the final one of the season. And over the course of the weekend, this will make it a total of 12 qualifying sessions, comprising of an hour, 3 heats, which is basically 24 minutes, then 11 pre-finals and 12 finals. So in total, over the course of the weekend, we've had nearly 7 hours, or will by the time we get to the end of the racing, around about sort of 5:05 this afternoon, we'll have had 7 hours of racing. There's Christoph Adams in the 555. Himself a three-time DD2 Masters BNL Karting Series champion, these days running under the Dutch flag. And the most successful qualifier for the Grand Finals. He is also a Grand Finals champion in his own right. Max Masters still is used over the parts of the globe, including South America. So Christoph is a DD2 Masters and Max Masters champion. But Paul Louveau is the one leading the way in qualifying. 1 minute 13.462. This man has got unfinished business at the Grand Finals. Quick all week in Bahrain, second only to Mogadishu, but could have been a great battle between the pair of them. Thomas Piet gets an absolute launch and rockets past Pritzai. Going down into turn 7 as we are just under 3 minutes left to go in this qualifying session. We've all making the best of it in the wet weather. And Thomas Piet, as he had a bit of a moment, he was not up to full speed coming out of turns 8 and 9. Now he's up to full speed going into turn 10. So Revolt leads the way by nearly 3/10 of a second. Piet wrestling behind the wheel of that IPK Prague, going through turn number 10 and 11. Revolt across the line. What's the time? 1 minute 13.053. But then Ian Gepps responds. Well, here we go. The battle's really starting to heat up now between these two. 5:02 from Shepherd's Racing Service goes quicker by 16 thousandths of a second. Christoph Adams qualified 5th yesterday. He's now up into 5th place with a 1 minute 13.772. Ian Gepps knows that he's got to bring the fight to Paul Louveau. Louveau had the perfect weekend in the office back at Manningborg in the first weekend of July. That was the 2nd and 3rd of July this year. And when we started racing yesterday, it had been just over 90 days since we were in the Muller region. But what a showing from Dominic Hummels. Now Hummels did get a 4th place finish yesterday. And he's just got past Carl Clebor. Clebor takes a little bit of a different line going through turn number 10. Paul Louveau now makes his way out of turn number 12. The 564 from France now crosses the line. What's the time going to be? 1 minute 12.918. Gepps now crosses the line. Responds and was slower. So Louveau has got himself into a pretty good spot when it comes to qualifying right now. Dominic Hummels does not improve. Thomas Piet hasn't managed to, well, he's at a 1:15.1 on his first lap, a 1:18.6, so he definitely had a drama. Louveau goes wide at turn 6, but then turns it in, straightens it up, boots the throttle, rear tyres, hit the tarmac, and just launching forward. And this time Louveau was quicker by nearly 2/10 ahead of Ian Gepps as the 564 makes his way into turn 10. It's going to be close. This could be the last effort from both Paul Louveau and Ian Gepps in the battle for pole position. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Checkered is out. Louveau comes out of the final corner. Does he improve again? Yes, he does. 1 minute 12.873. What does Ian Gepps have in the tank? He doesn't have enough. Louveau secures pole position for the last pre-final for DD2 Masters in 2022. Carl Clebor improves and jumps up to P3. So the outgoing champion, a solid effort for the 501. 1 minute 13.164. Dominic Hummels makes it 2 karts from SP Motorsport in the top 4, but it's Paul Louveau who takes the top spot in qualifying. So there are your results, folks. Paul Louveau takes pole position by just 0.164 of a second, but improved over his last 3 laps to put enough distance between himself and Ian Gepps to secure pole. Ian Gepps in second, Carl Clebot, the outgoing champion, in third place, with Dominic Hummels making it 2 SP Motorsport karts in the top 4. Christoph Adams once again qualifies P5 on day 2 of the final race weekend of the season, ahead of Prit Sai, top 6 covered by 0.634 seconds. Michael Becker in 7th, with Thomas Piet rounding out the 8 strong, covered by just over 1.1 seconds, the end of their 5-minute qualifying session. So now we have a little bit of a break. We are actually pretty much going to our official lunch break now until 12:15, where we kickstart the business end of not just this race weekend, but of the 2022 BNL Karting Series season. So whilst we're on the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen, there is a little bit of a lunchtime show where I caught up with some of the drivers, mechanics, the team bosses over just in the brasserie this past Friday afternoon. So have a sit down, enjoy the next 35 minutes as I speak to the likes of Sean Butcher, Kai Gillett, Owen Montfort from Montfort Motorsports, one of the team bosses, Sen Lindemann and his mechanic Rick Vesterlaken, along with also Albert Friend and his dad George. So let's have a look at who I interviewed and what questions I asked them and what they answered back. Well, it's the man that famously got his bike stolen by Jaden Thien at Marienborg. It's Mr. He stole my bike, Mr. Kai Gillett. Hi Kai, how you doing, buddy? Good to have you with us.
Thank you. Yeah, all good. Race week again.
Yeah. Final round of the championship. Not much in it between you and Sean. How are you feeling coming into the weekend? Because let's put it into a statistical context. You've won 3 titles so far. You followed in the footsteps of Mike Van Voort as a junior, winning it twice as a junior last year and the year before. And then you also won a championship previously. And that was, funnily enough, the fact that a certain Mr. Max Verstappen, who celebrates his 25th birthday today, won the same category. And you won Mini-Max back in 2017. He was the inaugural 2-time champion. And to follow in his footsteps to be a champion in the BNL Karting Series must fill you with a lot of pride.
Yeah, to be honest, if I look through my career, it has been amazing. A lot of ups and downs the whole season. Because it was first year of senior, so it was really tough. But in the end, we managed to end up second in the European Championship. It was really good for the first year. And yeah, this year now the BNL Marienborg was a bit tough.
Yeah.
But if you see Genk, we were unbeatable. Quali, we were pole, I think, if I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Won all the heats, won the pre-final, final. So that was really amazing. Now again on Genk, so we will see what we can do and hopefully we will win.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very close between the two. I mean, I did have a chat with Sean that I think every person, I mean, I'm in a privileged position that I get to see and call the action. But from a driver's perspective, it always fills you with that little bit more adrenaline, doesn't it? When you know that the title can come down to the final race of the final weekend of the season. That's something that excites drivers and also the people that are here at the track, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, that's true. But if you see, as a driver, you also need to be clean with each other and respect each other while racing.
Yeah.
So like you can defend hard, that's fine, that's normal racing. But like I think all the drivers respect each other really beautiful this year. So yeah, we will see, and hopefully it will be a clean and hard race.
Also, there is one particular individual who I said that you have followed in his footsteps because he became a 2-time European champion with JJ. You followed in his footsteps. And Mike is the only driver by my calculations that has picked up 4 titles in the BNL since its inception back in 2008. you are on the cusp. If you win this weekend, you will be alongside him with 4 titles. That has a pretty surreal feeling about it, does it? That you would be one of the most successful champions over multiple classes. Not just one, but 3.
Yeah.
And also with the fact that you've had, I mean, I've commentated on Europe. I mean, I first met you in the BNL karting series back, 4 years ago. And I still remember you being a little pipsqueak, and now he's nearly taller than me. But to see how impressive your form was, and also having Sodi support from Baton Pignolet and the team in France, we saw you make your senior road tax debut at the Golden Trophy. You got some hard knocks. You got you had a steep learning curve, and you learnt a lot. But it was good that it was at your home track. I've been really impressed by you this season. I really, really have, and that comes from here. Just the fact that you got in, head down, went for it. I mean, that means a lot to a lot of us here. And when you've been recently on a particular program, your name was actually mentioned, saying about who are the young Belgian talents. Your name came up, and I was not at all surprised because I've seen you develop. How much hard work are you putting in now? Because you've only just recently turned 16, and you're one of the fastest people out there. How do you do it?
To be honest, I don't know. In 2019, I joined JJ Racing.
Yeah.
It was in Le Mans. As I said, me and Mike are always good friends, and we're still good friends. And we also could find each other really good on the track. We were literally like the same. People said, you're driving the same lap times and everything. So that was like quite from, how is that possible?
Yeah.
I still talk to him a lot on social media and also in real life. And also, I also train a lot now. Now I go a lot to the gym to train. But if you see this year, for me it has been an amazing year as a first year as a senior. But also, I'm happy that Sodi supported me this year, to the whole family. I think it was one of the best choices that I made this year to go to Sodi. If you see the first race in Campilos this year, P4, everything was so close to each other. We were only from 1,000 or hundreds from each other from the time, so that was really good. That was also the first race with Sodi, so we had to choose from and also learn from how do we do this or that. So that brought us a lot forward. And then immediately the race after, we won the Dutch Winter Cup Challenge. And since then everything went good. We won a lot. I think we also showed that Sodi is also in Rotax in the front. So that's also good. That it's not only OTK, but also this year Sodi. Then I'm also happy for them that now that we also showed from Sodi can be also in the front.
I think also with the fact that Sodi Kart is actually one of the partners for this year's Grand Finals, for which you have already qualified for the Red Devils, so congratulations first of all. I think also the fact that the amount of hard work that has happened with you and your mechanic Rick, I also have to congratulate you on the immense spiral upwards of your social media platforms, which has been fantastic and great to see that there are so many people supporting you out there. What can we expect over the next 2 days? Be honest.
To be honest, Lucas Wunderlich, he's doing my social media. He's also making videos and pictures for me. It really blowed up the last few months. It's nice also to have like social media, so people also know a lot from he's doing this and that. So I'm like racing driver, but also a lot on social media. We have some still nice ideas and also some nice news to say. So we will see.
Well, Kai, I can only wish you all the very, very best of luck, and I look forward to seeing you and Sean battling cleanly and fairly out here at the Home of Champions. And I look forward to wherever you end up at the end of this championship. I have to say it's been an absolute privilege over the last 4 seasons watching you grow into a class driver, and I mean that sincerely, from man to man and friend to friend as well, because we've got, you know, I've got to know you, your mum and dad over the past 3-4 years. I still remember one particular time, your mum decided to bring me the biggest like cake, and I did not eat it all. I have to be honest. But the thing is that when you, as a commentator, you do get spoiled. But I do have to say, like, whatever happens after this weekend, I'm really looking forward to seeing how you get on in the grand finals, because I will be watching.
Yeah, I can't wait to race. Also to Sean, it has been a hard year with him, but a fair year. And I was also looking last year forward to drive with him, because me and Sean were good friends. And for me, we are still good friends and we talk still. So I am looking forward, and hopefully we will win, but more than our best we can do.
Kai, good success, huh?
Thank you.
So joining me now is a man that's looking to go for 3 in a row, the three-peat, Mr. Sean Butcher, our 2-time reigning senior road tax champion. Good to see you, mate. Firstly, congratulations on the European Championship a couple of weeks ago in Wackersdorf. This season's been a really good one for you. You know, you've had some hard scraps, but how are you feeling coming into the final round of the BNL?
Yeah, I think it's going to be competitive as always, but we'll see what happens really. Like, I think we're forecasting some rain, so it'll be interesting to see who's doing what and how everything plays out.
And over the last couple of seasons, you know, no one's really been, you know, a lot of people have tried to steal your crown, but you've come through. I mean, Lachlan Robinson, your teammate at KR Sport, gave you a good run last year. What does it mean to you personally to compete in a championship like this?
It means a lot. Like, everything you do, you got to put yourself 110% towards. So, yeah, it's rude not to try, isn't it?
And of course, Sean, your dad Glenn always messages me, like, whenever you've had a good weekend or whenever there's been kind words. How much of a support is your dad been? Because I've never seen him at a race weekend whenever you've been competing, because I think he'd probably stress too much, wouldn't he?
To be honest, it's more him stressing me too much, but like, I can't thank him enough for everything he's done, as well as my mum. Like, yeah, they've got me here where I am today, and I'll never forget that.
Now, you're one of a handful of drivers that are competing here this weekend. Obviously, the person you're going into battle with this weekend for the title, who won it twice as a junior over the last 2 years. A rookie season for, I think, a lot of people were quite unexpected by, with Kai Rillertz, who's gone into the Sodi Cup, did the Golden Trophy last year, got a bit of a rude awakening, but he has been very, very competitive this year, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely been the one to watch out for. It puts a little bit of a showdown as well, doesn't it?
I like. Don't you like it when, just like I do, when titles go down to the wire, and when it's like it comes down to that final race on Sunday afternoon, it is basically going to be put up or shut up, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Let's hope it goes all the way down to the wire, not end early.
I think also, you know, the team behind the scenes at KR, like Ash and Jordan, have been a real big supporter. Obviously, Jay Southern, you can't miss that man, your mechanic in the paddock, who was quite recently in LA the other week and ended up finding for 2 weekends on the trot. He's had rain, he's going to have a third one on the road, but nevertheless, he does a great job behind the tools, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. You got to put in the work, whether it's in rain or sun. And yeah, all them boys do a great job.
Final question, Sean. Wet or dry?
I think the racing will be better if it's dry, but I do love a wet Genk, so I guess we'll see.
Sean, all the very best of luck this weekend.
Thank you, Alex.
So next up, we've got our points leader in Micromax, Zen Lindevan, and we've got Rick Vesterlaken, his mechanic alongside. Zen, how are you feeling coming into the last race of the season?
So it was really close, but...
Nederlands, hè?
Je kan in Nederlands zeggen.
Ja, speaking Dutch, and Rick will Rick will translate.
Wat vond je ervan tot de race hier?
Wel goed gewoon.
Was het niet spannend? Of was het makkelijk?
De eerste race was wel een beetje spannend.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very difficult at the beginning, but he won most of the races, so he's happy about that, I think.
And Rick, a question to you as his mechanic. I think, seeing things on social media like the taxi reel that we saw early on before the weekend, it's quite, even as a mechanic, everyone in this paddock has a sense of humour, don't they?
I hope so. I mean, it's part of the sport, I think, but you have to take it a little bit less serious sometimes, and that's a thing that we do every time we walk through the paddock. And maybe it gives us some luck. So
it was one of the funniest reels I've actually seen in the weekend so far. But if you'd like to ask Zen, championship is coming down to the wire this weekend. How confident is he feeling? Because he was dominant here at Genk in April this year. How's he feeling coming into the final race weekend?
Hoe voel jij je? Moet je het naar Alex vertalen?
Goed.
En heb je er vertrouwen in dat je het gaat
Yes.
winnen?
So basically,
he's very confident.
He's very confident. He likes to do his talking on the track, folks. He's done a really good job. So, Zen, feel success, huh? And Rick, really one final question for you. Well, actually, I need to ask you two another question after this. But as a mechanic, there's a lot of hard work. It's not just the team, but it's also being on the tools, getting his kart ready. How easy is it work to Zen as a driver when he gives you feedback that you're able to translate that into sort of like saying, I need to change this or I need to adjust this? How easy is the communication between driver and mechanic?
Yeah, I think the communication is good, and he also gives a shout when the kart is not that fine or he loses on certain corners here. But so that's fine for us, and sometimes he's a little bit like, I don't know what I'm feeling, but most of the time that's all right. Yeah.
Okay, final question. Rick and Zen, wet or dry?
Wet.
Okay.
Dry.
Two complete. But Zen, Rick, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Well, our last interview, what's been a very busy Friday afternoon. Good to have two-time reigning and defending DD2 champion, and also a man that has, for the last couple of seasons, been in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux Championship. Glenn van Parijs. Glenn, good to have you with me. Firstly, last round of the season, how are you feeling?
Well, feeling pretty good. Genk is second home. I've moved here a year ago, I think.
Yeah.
Circuit is a 5-minute drive for me, so yeah, it always feels like coming home here. We had a good first round here at Genk. Marienburg was difficult for me. I didn't really have too much time to prep it, so yeah, all the guys around me are karting all the time, and for me this is my third time this weekend, this season. So no excuses whatsoever, but yeah, love to be here, and today was great, but let's see tomorrow.
I mean, coming into this round of the championship, obviously based on not just the overall championship, but based on current drop scores, you're within 25 points of Mark, but he's already qualified for the grand finals,
Exactly.
which for another year puts you in a very good place for getting another ticket for the grand finals.
To be honest, that's the only situation I know. The leader, that's the only place we are looking at. To be honest, I want to become a champion again, but we've got to be realistic. I know he has his ticket, but I don't even know who's third in the championship, because when you start counting, it gets in your head and then you're not racing. So we just go for the best result, and at the end of the weekend, we'll see if we manage to do that.
I think that's one of the things I'm going to have to worry about this weekend, of keeping a tab on who's done what. But also another year in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. I still remember the interview we did with Ben in the tent when his radio sounded off, and he asked you the question, so why are we here at the BNL karting series? And you said that karting is part of what you do. The G-forces that you go through the corners around here at Genk, are perfect for something like when you're going to a Porsche Carrera Cup car where you're dealing with more intense G-forces. It's quite a good training tool as well, isn't it? A lot of drivers nowadays keep themselves not just razor sharp, but physically fit by going karting, don't they?
Exactly. It's two things. It's so pure. You can just come here with your kart and drive all day, which is impossible when you're going higher up in classes, especially in cars. And then there's the physical part of it. When I haven't raced karts in a couple of months, like in a few months, I really feel my body is hurting everywhere, and that's a big wake up call for me. Like, hey man, just get out there, go karting, and it's the best prep for whichever category you're racing in if you go up to cars. So yeah, the purity of it, and then the physical aspect.
I think it's also nice that because it's not just Glenn that's been competing in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux this year. Stain Louet, Beau's dad, has also been running in the Pro-Am class, and he's had some pretty good results this year.
Yeah.
It's great to see two of the members of the BNL karting series community running in the same championship, isn't it?
Yeah, he was my teammate actually, so
Yeah.
we're not racing same classes, and I've been guiding him around and then doing some coaching for him. And to be honest, I still want to get him into a kart because he hasn't done it yet. And he's talking about his son, but he needs to experience it first, and then he'll probably realize how pure it is and that it's really like the basis of all next steps. Not that he's not doing well without having the basis.
No,
but
exactly.
It's a great thing to do and to experience.
I think also if Beau was out on the track at the same time, I think he could probably pick up a few tricks as well whilst he's at it, just to learn the circuit and get used to the track evolution. I mean, that was something, because for those wondering, I mean, I have finally, after, 4 years from making my European commentary debut for the Euro Trophy back in 2018, the day after the Euro Trophy this year, I actually got to drive this circuit in a proper kart.
The E20.
The E20. And I'll be completely honest with you, I have full admiration and respect for every single braking point, every single apex. I now have a better understanding of this track than what I did, say, 6 months ago.
Yeah.
I mean, just give the folks out there at home, you know, they're saying, oh yeah, just turn left or right.
Well, it looks easy.
It looks easy, but it ain't.
No, it's not at all.
I mean, what are your favourite parts of the circuit here at Genk? I mean, for me, to be in the E20 and coming out of turn 6 and going down the Europolan and actually passing traffic was ridiculous. It was like, I saw it out the corner of my eye and I just thought, how fast am I going? You know, like you're doing like 100, 110 clicks breaking into turn 7. I mean, that is one of the show points of this circuit.
It is, yeah. I think the whole track, that like they really thought about it, and that's the reason they have these international events all the time, and it's a really great track. For me, I personally have one favorite, and that's the one left-hander after the cafeteria corner. Yeah. Because there's the famous bump.
Yes.
They've tried to work out the bump, and it's still there, and I think they're just at peace with it because there's a certain way of taking it, and when you manage it, and when you have enough track experience, you'll nail it. And I really like that one.
It has caught out some drivers over the past 4 years.
Exactly, and world championships have been won in this corner,
Yes.
and yeah, it's my favorite one.
But of course, this year is the 15th anniversary season. You know, we started back in 2008. DD2, Christoph Hulbers was the first driver to win the title. Then we had a flurry of Belgians, one who's now adopted a Slovenian nationality, Zandrua, you have been mentioned. Matthias de Tige, Sean Babington, the only driver from the UAE, Kevin Luddy, Barry Pullinger's won a title in this, and then I still remember the battles between you and Zander Schribblack.
Yeah, of course. I remember them as well, no worries.
I mean, there's no hard feelings on it.
No,
I mean, one of the things that I like about the fact that, you know, you've gone onto Porsche Carrera Cup, but you still brought the roots back, and Zander's now running in a BMW around Zolder and Spa-Francorchamps, and it's great to see drivers like Zander who are incredibly talented, very skillful behind the wheel, but it's great to see that how many people have gone on from this. You know, Beitske Visser, Oliver Askew, Rinus van Kamtat, aka Rinus VK, for those that can't say his surname. Lee Diffie on the Indy. I think Lee Diffie was one of the worst. No, it's Paul Tracy was the one that literally did Rinus's surname a very, very bad misjustice. Of course, Max Verstappen celebrating his 25th birthday today in Singapore, on the verge of securing a second successive Formula One world title. Glenn Van Berlo, GT Open in
Yep.
European Le Mans Series. But there's another thing that I need to sort of mention here. I've already mentioned this once because there are two drivers. They just so happen to be Belgian that are on the verge. If it takes place this weekend, Glenn, both you and Kai Gilletz could join Mike van Vugt as a 4-time champion.
Oh, really? Okay. I didn't realize.
No. This is what my job is, like getting all these
Okay,
stats. It's quite weird when you look at it. When you took your first title the year after Oliver won it in 2015 when he was battling Renus. You won it in 2016. Then we've had Dylan LaHaye, Joe Turney doing the whitewash in 2018. And then Dylan won it again 2019. Clayton Ravenscroft got the ticket because it was too close to Sarno.
Yeah, that's
I remember that year. And then Sean Butcher's trying to go for a third successive title, but he's got to contend with Kai.
Yeah.
It's really interesting how we've got so many drivers that have come through this championship. It just really shows that the BNL is truly what it says it is. It's an international racing series.
Exactly. Yeah. Completely agree with that. Yeah. Especially you named all the drivers, and there's no way around. Like you have to confirm what you're saying. Yeah.
I think, you know, the BNL has always been a friendly atmosphere, great racing, you know, double headers in a race weekend. But, you know, there's always the team behind the scenes. I mean, what would you like to say on the 15th anniversary season to all the team here at the BNL karting series?
Well, I've seen a lot of organizers come and go, and they were all great people, all different people, and it's great to see that all those people are still passing by, which means a lot. Like it was a great team, and they'd love to come back just to say hi, and it's great to see those people. Just an amazing organization. Hi. I'd like to thank them, and I'm coming back every year, which means something as well. I love the atmosphere, the competition that there is. It's not far from home, so you'll see me around for the next couple of years as well.
Well, Glenn, I'm going to say this in your own language. Veel success.
Thank you all.
Thank you to Glenn Van Parijs. And that rounds out the interviews here at the BNL Karting Series season finale for 2022. So joining me now is a man that's looking to go for 3 in a row, the three-peat, Mr. Sean Butcher, our 2-time reigning senior road tax champion. Good to see you, mate. Firstly, congratulations on the European Championship a couple of weeks ago in Wackersdorf. This season's been a really good one for you. You know, you've had some hard scraps, but how are you feeling coming into the final round of the BNL?
Yeah, I think it's going to be competitive as always, but we'll see what happens really. Like, I think we're forecasting some rain, so it'll be interesting to see who's doing what and how everything plays out.
And over the last couple of seasons, you know, no one's really been, you know, a lot of people have tried to steal your crown, but you've come through. I mean, Lachlan Robinson, your teammate at KR Sport, gave you a good run last year. What does it mean to you personally to compete in a championship like this?
It means a lot. Like, everything you do, you got to put yourself 110% towards. So, yeah, it's rude not to try, isn't it?
And of course, Sean, your dad Glenn always messages me like whenever you've had a good weekend or whenever there's been kind words. How much of a support has your dad been? Because I've never seen him at a race weekend whenever you've been competing, because I think he'd probably stress too much, wouldn't he?
To be honest, it's more him stressing me too much, but like I can't thank him enough for everything he's done, as well as my mum. Like, yeah, they've got me here where I am today, and I'll never forget that.
Now, you're one of a handful of drivers that are competing here this weekend. Obviously, the person you're going into battle with this weekend for the title, who won it twice as a junior over the last 2 years. A rookie season for, I think a lot of people were quite unexpected by, with Kai Gilletz, who's gone into the Sodi Kart, did the Golden Trophy last year, got a bit of a rude awakening, but he has been very, very competitive this year, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely been the one to watch out for. It puts a little bit of a showdown as well, doesn't it?
I like. Don't you like it when, just like I do, when titles go down to the wire, and when it's like it comes down to that final race on Sunday afternoon, it is basically going to be put up or shut up, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Let's hope it goes all the way down to the wire, not end early.
I think also, you know, the team behind the scenes at KR, like Ash and Jordan, have been a real big supporter. Obviously, Jay Southern, you can't miss that man, your mechanic in the paddock, who was quite recently in LA the other week and ended up finding for 2 weekends on the trot. He's had rain. He's going to have a third one on the road, but nevertheless, he does a great job behind the tools, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. You got to put in the work, whether it's in rain or sun. And yeah, all them boys do a great job.
Final question, Sean. Wet or dry?
I think the racing will be better if it's dry, but I do love a wet Genk, so I guess we'll see.
Sean, all the very best of luck this weekend.
Thank you, Alex.
Okay, so good to see some other fellow Brits alongside me, and we have Albie, friend, and his dad George. Now, firstly, Albie, I wanted to congratulate you on your recent win, which also got you a ticket to the Grand Final, so well done at the Grand Festival in Kirpen.
Thank you.
So, and it wasn't just you that won a ticket as well, it was two Brits, because we had Jacob Ashcroft there as well. Must have been a good feeling to sort of sweep the tickets from under everyone's noses, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a fun weekend and it was just, I enjoyed it.
Now, you've been racing a lot over Europe, and obviously this dad and lad are both with SFR Motorsport, who are back over here with quite a few drivers this weekend. What does it mean for you to be able to race over here apart from just in the UK, Albie?
I like it over here. The tracks are really fun. I really enjoy it.
Right, okay, pass the mic over to your dad because I need to ask some bits from him. George, me and Albie, we've known each other for a couple of years now. To see how this young lad has progressed over the last couple of years, I don't think you could be any more prouder if you tried.
No, he's doing really well. He's developing well. Obviously, we're trying to give him as many experiences as we can. He's still young. Racing in the minis, he's one of the youngest drivers this weekend.
Oh, I do have to, because this young man celebrated his 10th birthday earlier on this week.
Yeah,
just 10.
Just 10. So, he's come a long way and he's really improved in the last 18 months. I think obviously racing in the UK against the tough competition you have every weekend there has really benefited him. But then mixing it with the European events we've done and the World Finals last year in Bahrain.
Yes.
Massively, you could see the improvements it did. But, he sacrifices a lot, misses out on a lot, but then gets a lot of good experiences doing the racing as well. And it's working out.
From a father's perspective, whenever he goes through into those tram lines and those lights go out, what are your initial first thoughts? Because I know you're going to be keeping a keen eye on what he's doing.
Usually with Albie, it's don't get a tramline penalty. He loves to get a tramline penalty. I think it's because of his Honda heritage and the standing starts.
Yes.
We still find the rolling starts a little bit tricky. I love the racing. I genuinely don't get worried about the racing. I absolutely hate qualifying. That's when I get nervous. I don't get nervous with the racing at all because that's when he does his stuff. But the qualifying, I hate it.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is that because actually this past weekend, he was in action at Wilton Mill and I was in the commentary box and you were back to standing starts and now it's back all over again. So, Albie, I need to ask you a question. What do you prefer most? Standing starts or rolling starts?
The standing starts are maybe a bit easier.
Yeah.
But I do prefer the rolling starts because it's faster and more fun.
What has been the biggest learning that you've had to do in going from Honda Cadets, which you've been racing in quite a lot in the UK this year, to coming up, switching between the two? Because that's not easy. Where you go from like a Honda Cadet one weekend, like say at Wilton Mill last weekend, and now here back to karting Genk, and you're back in the tram lines. How easy is it for you to switch your mindset to go, right, I'm not in a Honda, I'm in this class this weekend? Is it easy, or does it take you a couple of tries to sort of like think, well, I'll do some practice runs through the tram lines? What works for you?
It's the starts are, you don't really get mixed up. It's more just the grip level in Europe is much there's so much more grip in in like Europe compared to England.
And you know, you've had some really, really good successes, like obviously with the Grand Festival, but then you know you are learning as well. So do you find it very easy? So if, like, say if there's an incident or there's a mistake that you've made, that you recognise it and you sort of like think, right, for the next race, I'm not going to do that. You learn from it. You sort of wash it under the carpet and go, right, I need to reset. Is that something you do if that happens during a race?
Yeah, I do it sometimes, but most of the time I don't really share it to anyone else, but I think about it myself. Yeah.
Right, okay. George, we'll come back to you. As a dad, you know, you said that, you know, Albie is away from school a lot. You know, his group of friends that he's met over the journey. You know, what are some of the other parents within his circle of friends over at school in the UK? What do they say when, like, you guys come back and say, yeah, we've just won the grand final in Germany? You know, how impressed are they, or do they really sort of like ask you guys questions about what happens?
Well, I think now it's live streamed, so a lot of his mates and the family and friends, they can all watch it. So that's brilliant. When we're over here doing our thing, they can watch him race. So they share in the experience like by that. But the weird thing about motorsport is unless you've done it, it's quite hard to understand it.
Yeah.
It's a unique experience. It's not like playing football or rugby. You have to really, really live motorsport.
Yeah.
So they're very supportive, and they follow Albie and they back him, and they're all enthusiastic about it. But I think it's hard. It's always hard for the kids that go off and are in and out of school a little bit more than others, and that's part of the sacrifices they make. But all the friends and family, they love it. They love watching him, and it's great that you can do it now through all the live streaming things that go on.
And really, before I ask my final question to you both, the experience you guys have had here in the BNL, just tell us from, you know, because we're celebrating our 15th anniversary this year in 2022. You know, he's done a fantastic job all year round. I've been really proud of this young man. Like, he's battled hard with some of the best. You know, there's quite a few drivers out there that he has sent it up the inside without any fear. What has been yours and Albie's thoughts about the BNL being a part of the championship this season?
Well, firstly, it's a very friendly race series, and I really love the format with the two races on the 2 days, because you can have, in Marienburg, we didn't have a very good qualifying. We came back well through the races. So Saturday was good, but the Sunday was really good, and it was its own race event. So that format in the BNL is really nice. It's very inclusive. The organisers are great, and the competition's tough as well. So it's really good. It's a really good series to be part of.
Brilliant. I really like that. So, final question, Albie, you're first. Wet or dry?
Dry.
George?
Dry.
Good. Guys, thank you very much for your time. And Albie, give him hell out there.
Het staat nou hier tussenop. Bye bye. See you later. Een beetje, maar de wind is iets gedraaid.
Welcome back, everyone, and to the afternoon action here at the BNL Karting Series season finale for 2022. And we have 12 more races out of the 27 that have taken place over the course of the race weekend to go before we decide our 2022 champions, and also 5 lucky drivers will be representing not just themselves but their nations at the forthcoming Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Portimao in Portugal between the 19th and the 26th of November this year, which takes place in starts in about 49 days' time, or 7 weeks after this weekend. So we've already had qualifying completed for 5 of the 6 classes, as the junior pre-final grid was decided by the ranking after the heats, where 36 of the 38 drivers went through, and under the current sporting regulations there were not enough drivers to facilitate the need for a second chance heat this morning. And with regards to the ranking after the heats yesterday, the respective points would be tallied up as a double score for the junior Rotax drivers. So it's the pre-final for Micromax Day 2. Let's have a look at your starting grid. Maxim Becker from Germany will start on pole position, and alongside the number 55 will be the number 30 of Denny Babacek from the Czech Republic. Zen Lindemann is on the verge of becoming the new Micromax champion here in the BNL Karting Series. He will have Jensen Chalk in the number 64 alongside. It's a all Belgian, row number 3 with the number 11 of Mikael Kumas, and number 24 of Vic van Kampenhout. Jeff Verbeek and Max Gilman round out row number 4 with Jack Freeman and James van der Poel rounding out the top 10. Ryan Rivers and Sees Moyes rounding out the 12-strong grid. So at the moment, Zen Lindemann has a 39-point advantage, taking into consideration drop scores. So the pre-finals from the pre-final and the final from yesterday, Zen can count as a drop score. Vic van Kampenhout, it will be the final on day 2 at Marienborg, and the pre-final yesterday that he can use as his 2 drop scores. So for the championship standings, it's the best 10 out of 12 races over the course of the 3-round calendar, where we have effectively a double-header weekend every weekend. So drivers go out for qualifying on Saturday and Sunday and have a pre-final and a final. Right, a little bit of a moment. That was the number 48, that is Jeff Beek, and I wasn't too sure which was the other driver. He's just going through turn 5 and 6 at the moment. So just had a little bit of a drama on the official formation lap. So hopefully Jeff can catch on up to those in front, as the front row now starts to control the pace for the rolling start. Might have been with a possible incident with Jack Freeman, I think. 93, but the drivers now getting themselves set and ready. Red lights ignited on the starting gantry ahead of 13 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. And Kampenhout needs to do all he can to deny Zen Lindemann to pick up the title with one race of the season remaining, as the drivers now slowly crawl their way through turn number 12. It's Becker on pole, Babicek alongside. Right then, for the first time today, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. We are underway. Good start from the front row as Jensen Chalk trying to see if he can make a move early doors on Denny Babicek going through into turns 1 and 2. As we've had the number 6 of James van der Poel have a spin at turn 2, but manages to get back underway. Lindemann at the moment running in 4th place. Just behind him is Max Gilman, who was looking for a unique racing line going through turn 5. Gilman gets a little bit tail happy and is trying to put down the power through turn 6. Babicek now trying to get through on Becker, and the number 30 bumps over the curbs through into turn 7, manages to get through and take the lead. Jensen Chalk waiting the wings. Babicek runs a little bit wide. Becker gets through on turn 8. Now Jensen Chalk looking for a move up the inside, and he could get 2 for the price of 1, could the number 64, but this time it does not happen, as both drivers get past him. Great traction for the rear end on both Chalk and also Lindemann. Nice move by Vic van Kampenhout round the outside of Jack Freeman through turn number 10, and that's followed by Max Gilman in the number 69 who goes through on the inside through turn number 11. So lap number 1 completed, and Denny Babicek pipping Maxime Becker to the lead of the race by just 14 thousandths after the opening lap. Now Lindemann trying to put some pressure on the 2 in front. He's got Pumas is just behind. Side by side between Max Gilman and Vic van Kampenhout, and now Jack Freeman trying to make it 3 wide down the Ytterpollaan. Bit of a slipstream fest going on there as they head into turn 7 for the second time. But Denny Babicek has pulled out a lead over Jensen Chalk, who rounds out the top 2. As we have had a little bit of a drama, that is Jack Freeman and Max Gilman that have just come together on the top part of turn number 9. The fact that the rain has not returned, there's still some water left on the residual water left on the circuit. The standing water puddles seem to have dissipated, but Babicek leading away by the best part of nearly 1.3 seconds. Zen Lindemann now makes his way up into 3rd place, ahead of Maxime Becker from Germany. Vic van Kampenhout has 10 minutes plus an additional lap to try and get himself as far up the order as possible. Field once again makes its way through turn number 7 into turn 8. So both Freeman and Gilman trying to close in on the 2 in front, which would be Stays Moyes in the Maranello chassis on the number 34 entry, and James van der Poel on the Soli kart. And look at the run that Jack Freeman's got on James van der Poel coming out of turn number 11. Number 93 from Great Britain goes up the inside through the final corner. The pair are nearly side by side coming out of turn 12. Max Gilman's making it a diagonal. And then it's line astern. Freeman pulls out of the toe from van der Poel. Gilman goes through. And they are 3 wide coming out of turn 2. Gilman's got the inside line, switches up and gets the pair of them through turn 2. So a great little close quarter dice between these 3, as they were literally, they're in a diagonal, then in a straight line, and then it was 3 wide coming out of turn 2. Nice control by all 3 youngsters. There's Ryan Rivers, currently rounding out the top 6 positions. But 5 minutes are completed, 8 to go, plus an additional lap. Just keeping an eye on who's put in the fastest lap of the race so far. Well, it is, of course, the current race leader, Denny Babacek. 1 minute 16.047. And a good battle here between Ryan Rivers and Mikael Kumas. So Rivers has now got himself up to 5th place. That's 11 points. So the battle for 3rd in the championship could also come down to the wire in the last race of the season. Now we are about to, we're not that far away, about half a minute away from the halfway point of the race, but Denny Babacek has got a comfortable lead. And it's a country mile. He might be halfway home at this rate. The youngster in the number 30. As Jensen Chalk still holding on to 2nd position. Last time around was just under half a second in front of Jensen Chalk, or just half a second behind Jensen Chalk. So Chalk and Lindemann rounding out the top 3. Ryan Rivers looking around the outside of Maxime Becker through turn 12, and they nearly touch. That's going to open the door for Mikael Kumas in the number 11 in 6th place. Becker still keeps ahead for the moment. So we're past the halfway point of the race itself. Babacek now has a lead of nearly 3.3 seconds. Jensen Chalk rounds out the top 2. Lindemann about half a second still adrift from the number 64 from Great Britain. All of them have put in their personal best lap times. Babacek has got absolute waft and then some, as now there goes the move. That's Ryan Rivers up into 4th place, past Maxime Becker. And that was a nice move going through into turn number 6. We've still got Mikael Kumas not too far behind in 6th position, but now they both drift wide. It's both Rivers and Becker through turn number 8. So they've got to correct the understeer, but sometimes if you overcorrect, that's going to step the back end out to the left-hand side, especially if you're going through a right-hander. There is some track evolution coming. It's still at that point where wet tyres are probably the better order of the day, but there is a dry line starting to show, particularly coming out of turn 11 and down to turn 12. Now the start-finish straight is looking a little bit drier than it has been all day so far, with just under 4 seconds between the top 2. Denny Babacek is really putting himself into just making a 1-round appearance, but he could put himself maybe into the top 5 in the standings come the end of the race weekend. Now Lindemann gunning for 2nd position. He wants to make sure that the title is out of reach for Vic van Kampenhout, because he's only got 4 3/4 minutes to go. I know that both his mechanic Vic Westerlaken and his dad Nick are just watching with eagle eyes right now, just making sure that they've probably got fingers, arms, legs, toes crossed, goodness knows whatever else, just hoping and praying that they get to the end of this race and there's no dramas. But this is a calm and composed drive from the number 4 from the Netherlands. running on the Birol ART chassis. Doesn't need to force the issue with Jensen Chalk. Chalk gets the better run coming out of turn number 12. So we head into the final 4 minutes of this last pre-final of the Micromax season. And now there's the move. That's a great one. Well teed up by Zen Lindemann. Loves racing in the wet, does the youngster. And it was a perfectly timed move up the inside of Jensen Chalk to now really put his stamp down on saying, I came into this race weekend as the favourite and I've pretty much done what I've needed to do. Jeff Verbeek and Seys Moyes have swapped positions in the meantime. So the number 34 from the Netherlands up to 8th place ahead of the Belgian in the number 48. So heading into the final 3 minutes of the race plus an additional lap. Denny Babacek still running comfortably in the high 1 minute 14s and leads by just under 4.1 seconds. Well, he crosses the line to complete lap number 8. Gap between him and what will now be new second place driver Zen Lindemann is nearly 4.8 seconds as Max Gilman now has got past Jeff Verbeek, and also Jack Freeman's trying to get through going into turn number 12. Battle here between the number 34 and the 24. That's Seys Moyes slipstreaming, and I think Vic van Kampenhout realises, well, I'm going to fight till the bitter end. I think he might already know that the title is far out of his reach. He's going to go back up the inside through turn number 3. They nearly come together through to the exit of turn 3 and on the run to turn 4. Great little exchange between the two drivers there. Van Kampenhout leaning forward in the car to try and get some aerodynamics working. Not as easy as if, say, aerodynamics are already there on, say, a GT car or a single-seater. In karting, you're very exposed to the elements that surround you. And Denny Babacek is lapping in the 1 minute 14.2s. He's just completed another lap as we go into double digits. But then Lindemann responds and puts in the fastest lap of the race so far, 1 minute 13.624, and that gap has gone down to 4.3 seconds. So Zen Lindemann took 4/10 out of Denny Babacek that time around. Jensen Chalk rounds out the top 3. Ryan Rivers up into 4th place now. So we're going to have this and 2 additional laps as Max Gilman makes a move on Vic van Kampenhout. That will be for 8th position. So 45 seconds on the clock plus an additional lap. Denny Babacek pretty much has clocked out and gone away from the rest of the field. He's making his way out of the final corner. So 2 more laps to go in the Micromax pre-final. As Denny Babacek now goes on to lap number 11 out of 12. Max Gilman, oh right, Maxime Becker has just pulled into the pit lane as the timer is about to hit 0, so the German out, possibly with a technical issue. So, timer has hit 0. This and another lap will secure a new name to hit the Roll of Honour list. As Jack Freeman trying his best to get past Vic van Kampenhout. That is for position. Oh, that's a beautiful move there from Jack Freeman. Can he get it done? No, he can't, because Van Kampenhout keeps it pinned to the outside. Going through turn number 5, but then through turn 6. Freeman lines it up, hits the throttle, and it catapults him forward. So the last lap board is out. There is your race leader. Zdeněk Babacek from the Czech Republic has won all things yesterday. 2 wins in the pre-final and the final respectively. And he's on a total of 75 points, but he's doing double duty this weekend. There he goes into turn number 6 for the final time, down the Europalaan. And a great scrap happening between Jack Verbeek and Vic van Kampenhout. Now this is for position, this is for 9th on the road. So I'm keeping an eye on our competitors around the field. Our leader now making his way through into turn number 10 for the final time. But my main focus, apart from Denny Babacek coming here and putting the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons, is the driver that currently sits in 2nd position. So ladies and gentlemen, out of the final corner, Denny Babacek wins the race. But now, here we go. It's a new champion in 2022 by my calculations by 51 points. Zen Lindemann has provisionally wrapped up the BNL Karting Series 2022 Micromax title with 1 race to go. So Zen Lindemann takes the title with 1 more race to go, and he joins Tom Pappenberg, Max Sederski, Tommy van der Sluys, Tom Bracken, Dewey de Decker, Luca Schoonmakers, Thomas Martins, Luca Leistra, Noah Voigen, Rens van Pelt back in 2012, Dylan Buys, Charles Opdebeek and Gino Wetzels as previous champions. So well done to him. But Denny Babacek takes the victory, Zen Lindemann takes 2nd and becomes the 2022 BNL Karting Series Micromax champion. Jensen Chalk rounds out the top 3. Ryan Rivers in 4th, Mikael Kumas in 5th, Seis Muis, Max Gilman, Jack Freeman, Vic van Kampenhout, Jeff Verbeek and James van der Poel round up the 11 strong that make it to the end of the 12-lap race, with Maxime Becker retiring on lap 9. So for those watching at home, thank you for staying with us, and hopefully we'll have you with us for the rest of the day. There is the grandstand just by the terrace on the brasserie. That's the wonderful bit about karting. There's an atmosphere, you know, people are talking, having general conversations, sharing a drink or two, particularly in the evenings. It's also a good vantage point for some of the members of the team. So from Micromax, we now turn our attention to Minimax, and qualifying earlier on today saw our two main championship protagonists qualify, well, Boris Maximov and Max Sadersky qualify 5th and 10th respectively this morning. Now, bringing drop scores into the mix, it looks like that Max Sadersky has a slight advantage. So depending on how the pre-final goes, it may be a case that we might not find out who our champion will be until the final later on this afternoon, which will take place at around about 3:10 local time. Oh, and we do have to say a particular thank you to the man who's front and centre on the table in the middle. That is the backer, the man known as Carl Glebor. And there's Fred from GKS having a bit of a laugh with some of the guys. I think Stan Peck's I spot there too from SP Motorsport. And there, over there, well, we've got a radio-controlled car having a little bit of a spin, lighting up the rear tyres, a big puff of smoke from the back as it lights up the rears. And Edgar from GKS still using that vantage spot on the top of that crate, transport crate. Let's have a look at your starting grid for the pre-final for Minimax, with the title set to go down to the wire later on this afternoon. So, on pole position will be Mats van Rooyen from the Netherlands, Albert Friend alongside him on the front row, Jacob Ashcroft and Jent Pimoonen round out row number 2. Boris Maximov looking for a second title in 2022, will have Denny Babacek alongside on row 3. Len Abbas and Malin de Salvo making the all German at row number 4. With an all Dutch row 5 with Felipe Reyes joined by championship protagonist Max Sadersky. Thomas van Vliet and Carlos Nees ran out the top 12 ahead of Nico van Berkel and Alexander van Leeuwen. I haven't seen Thomas Verheyen, who's due to start 15th and partnered with Ziger Franssens on row 8, actually making it out of the dummy grid, with Rory Armstrong, who had engine troubles. Oh, right, there is a cart, and that has gone off of the Europalan. It could be Thomas Verheyen, I believe, trying to push pull it. Well, that's a Maranello chassis, I believe, judging by the livery. Rory Armstrong due to start 17th, Brand van der Weken, Victor Reutz and Glenn Schwillens running at the top of the 20 strong. That cart, I don't think, is going anywhere. If a marshal comes along, well, the drivers managed to get it onto the tarmac, and that's in a very precarious position because there's now yellow flags. Oh, and we've had another off, and that is courtesy of Ziger Franssens in the 114, and Ziger will not be taking part in the pre-final, I'm afraid. So that was actually the 106, that's Carlos Knees, who actually went off. So there will be so Carlos Knees due to start 12th, was actually slowing down quite considerably. He's waiting to slot in position. And that's caused a little bit of an issue on the formation. He's managed to slow down. Everyone had to scrabble left and right. And the red flag has been called. The red flag has been called as a result of that. So the drivers will now have to start on the race, on the starting grid. So it looks like Zega Franssons has made his way to the back of the field. So what they're doing is just checking what the starting order should be. So no Thomas Verheyen. So they're going to get the carts in the relevant order. I think it might be Alexander Vermeulen actually getting out of his cart in the 127. So, a full restart required for the Minimax pre-final. Let's take you through your starting grid. It's Mats van Rooyen and Albert Friend on the front row. Jacob Ashcroft and Jente Moonen, row 2. Boris Maximov and Denny Babacek on row 3. Len Abbas and Malon Di Salvo, row 4, with Felipe Reyes and Max Sadurski rounding out the top 10. Oh, and the 182 has gone for a spin. Well done, Thomas van Vliet, and well held. Was due to start 11th alongside Carlos Nees, who had the spin on the Europalan just a few moments ago. They're due to start on row 6. Lieke van Berkel and Alexander van Meeuwen ran out the top 7 rows ahead of Thomas Verheyen, who's due to start 15th, but I haven't seen him on the grid. Zeger Fransensen 16th, ahead of Rory Armstrong, with Bran van der Weken, Victor Reutz and Glenn Schwillens bringing up the rear of the 20-strong field. "13 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. Red lights on the starting gantry. The title will go down to the wire in the final later on this afternoon as we are under starters' orders." After yesterday, it's advantage Max Sadurski, with Boris Maximov having a little bit of work to do. With Maximov starting in 5th, Sadurski starting in 10th. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We are underway first time. Van Rooyen gets the best start. Albert Friend loses 1 position. I think that's to Jacob Ashcroft, who's already trying to go for the lead before they even get through to turn 2. It's 3 abreast at certain points, especially down towards the bottom of the top 5, and it nearly makes a bit of a melee as Boris Maximov ends up being forced out a little bit wide. Sadurski goes up the inside of the 130. He manages to keep his cool, and a dive and a half there up the inside of Albert Friend. 3 wide at the back end of the field coming out of turn number 6, including Alexander van Meeuwen. But I think that might have been Jente Moonen that sent it from absolutely nowhere. Probably from the Netherlands rather than in the locality here in Belgium, as Boris Maximov makes his way past Denny Babacek. And it's a scramble behind them. Rory Armstrong looks to have got a bit more waft behind him after the engine troubles in qualifying. Now has made up several positions. At the moment, it's Jacob Ashcroft leading the pre-final at the moment as we complete lap number 1. Mats van Rooyen running out the top 2. Then it's Jente Moonen in 3rd. Albert Friend rounds out the top 4. It's side by side a little bit further down the order as Glenn Schwillens was side by side with Felipe Reyes. That's the battle for 13th position. Armstrong's made up another place, this time past Germany's Len Abbas, so Armstrong up into 11th position now, gunning for the top 10. That was a little bit of a touch from behind with Carlos Nees on the back of possibly Lieke van Berkel in the 185. Nees slots in behind the Dutch driver going through into turn 7. Then Abbas, yes, has lost out to Rory Armstrong, who was very, very sideways coming through turn number 8, but kept a hold of it. So the drivers making their way through turns 10 and 11. Alexander van Meeuwen is a little bit further back, and he's just run a little bit wide. Van Meeuwen nearly comes into strife, courtesy of Thomas van Vliet, who span on the outlap. There's now Jente Moonen up the inside of Mats van Rooyen, trying to go through to take 2nd position, going through into turn 2. And the 110 from Belgium now makes it through. Albert Friend from Great Britain now in 4th. 5th, it's Malon Di Salvo from Germany, the 115. Max Sadurski now finds himself, what's more important, ahead of Boris Maximov. And that's 6th and 7th, respectively. So with just over 10 minutes to go, the fight is very much on at the front end of the field, despite the fact that Jacob Ashcroft has got nearly a 1.9 second advantage after what's going to be, very shortly, 3 laps of racing. The track is evolving. The dry line is starting to emerge. So Van Rooyen back up into 2nd position. Moonen just behind, gets the massive amount of slipstream, and Moonen alongside Van Rooyen on the run down to turns 1 and 2. Albert Friend also gets a hefty little draft there and looks to go up the inside of the 103, and they nearly tangle going into turn 2. Jacob Ashcroft has just absolutely put the hammer down. He's checked out well and truly. A 1 minute 3.312. That was over 1.3 seconds than Mats Van Rooyen, as Maximov now overtakes the 1:15 of Marlon Di Salvo. Swiderski also making some inroads in the meantime. So they are now respectively. So Swiderski is in 5th. Maximov now in 6th place. Ashcroft has just got the racehorse blinkers on right now. He's concentrating on his own race and saying to these other youngsters out here, I'm not here just to make up the numbers. And his lead is now, get this, nearly 4 seconds after 4 laps. Jens Moonen back up ahead of Mats Van Rooyen. Alexander Van Meeuwen's having a race not to remember here, I'm afraid. Down in 17th for the 127. Came into this championship round in 3rd place overall, well, 3rd or 4th place overall, and there has been a change between Denny Babacek and the 112, doing double duty as the youngster. Ahead of him has gone Glenn Schvillens. That's a change now for 8th place. So just over 5 minutes completed of this penultimate mini-max race of the 2022 season. And Ashcroft is just calmly pulling away. He's already into the 1 minute 2.7s. He's improved again by nearly half a second. 1 minute 2.286. The times are rapidly tumbling. We're nearly at that crossover point here at Genk. And Ashcroft's lead now stretches out to 4.5 seconds. Boris Maximov has got his way past Albert Friend. Swiderski now up into 4th place. So a lot of the drivers making their way through into turn 10. There's the 115 now. That is Marlon Di Salvo ahead of Denny Babacek. Carlos Nees is trying to get through too. Babacek up the inside through turn 12, makes a nice move. Carlos Nees in the slipstream. Adjustment on the radiator flap from Marlon Di Salvo, and all of a sudden Carlos Nees has launched himself ahead through the slipstream. And there is Swiderski and Jens Moonen. This is going through turn 5. That's rather hairy, but Swiderski makes the move through and takes 3rd position. Great commitment from the youngster from the Netherlands, who also, through his father's side of the family, through Piotr, has also Polish heritage. And there's another change a little bit further up the order. That is Marlon Di Salvo losing a position. That was from Lieke van Berkel in the number 185. Rory Armstrong's now closing in on Denny Babacek as well. So Armstrong's been on the move. Marlon Di Salvo loses 2 for the price of 1. Down 2 places goes the German driver, who then pulls straight into the pits. So Di Salvo out. Less than 5.5 minutes to go. And now Swiderski, he's not settling for second. He wants to give himself the biggest advantage possible going into the last round of the season. And what's more, keep your eyes on the 130. Boris Maximov is not done fighting yet. Eight minutes down, 5 to go, plus an additional lap, and now Mats Van Rooyen is coming under pressure. Swiderski looking to get through. Swiderski knows that if he gets second, it's not about having the victory, because Jacob Ashcroft can't be caught no matter how hard you try. with 4 3/4 minutes to go plus an additional lap. Now there's a change. Maximov up the inside of Jent Timonen. That's now 4th for the Dutch driver. And there is your race leader, Jacob Ashcroft, based out of Western-super-Mare. Great to catch up with his dad Barry the other day. Just under 6 seconds as the race lead. Now Denny Babacek, tangles and hits the side of Glenn Schwillens, and that catches out Carlos Nees. Oh my goodness, it was 1 into 1 and then the domino effect happened. And that's allowed the likes of Felipe Reyes and Lieke van Berkel to move up the order as a result of that altercation through turn 2. Now, with Maximov ahead of Jent Timonen, we have actually got a yellow flag. There is someone beached on the outside of turn 6 on the Europolan. Marshal post 3 waving the yellow flag, and that is because Carlos Nees didn't get any further forward. He got as far as turn 6 and the right front is pointing inwards. Now Albert Friend trying to go up the inside of Jent Timonen, going through into turns 1 and 2. The Brit makes it through. Moon is going to try and thread the eye of the needle through turn 2 and makes it stick on the 199 from Great Britain. A great little exchange from these two youngsters. Albert Friend celebrated his 10th birthday earlier on this week. For him and his dad George packing the bags to come over to here to Genk. So Marlon De Salvo out. Carlos Nees out. The only German driver still in this race, Len Abbas in the number 161. Who rounds out the top 12. Just over 2.5 minutes remain in this penultimate Minimax race of the season, and Jacob Ashcroft has put on an absolute showcase here at the home of champions. 6.1 seconds is the youngsters' race lead ahead of one of the 2 championship protagonists, Max Swiderski, in second. Mats van Rooyen still at the moment hanging on to, well, not hanging on to P3. I think Van Rooyen wants that second place back. He's not let Max Swiderski out of his sight. And Maximov is quite a distance behind them, probably about a third, or maybe even a quarter of the Europolan's total length is the distance between Van Rooyen and Maximov. And looking at the lap times, well, Swiderski's run a little bit slower than Van Rooyen, about a 10th on the previous lap. So Swiderski now having to start to defend, and we've just had a penalty issued to the 1-1-2. 5-second time penalty for Denny Babacek for the turn 2 altercation. As now Swiderski loses out second position to Mats van Rooyen. Swiderski now in the tow, looks over his right shoulder. Looks to pull out of that slipstream, possibly going into turn 2. Waits for the kink, can't get through because Van Rooyen parks it on the apex. So with a lead of nearly 6.7 seconds, Ashcroft has run away by a country mile, but then there's all those squabbling behind. Jent Timonen and Albert Friend still battling over P5. So now the two championship protagonists are within earshot of each other. Whilst Van Rooyen and Swiderski have been battling away. Nice little move there by Victor Reutz I've just seen, probably on Len Abbas. And here goes Swiderski up the inside of Mats van Rooyen before they even hit. Oh, and Rory Armstrong's got a noisy exhaust, so he's pulling into the pits, so the Brit retires, I'm afraid. But Swiderski now has put Van Rooyen between himself and Maximov. And Maximov is now with them. Albert Friend had to do some quick steering wheel adjustment there. Cat-like reflexes from the 199, trying to send it up the inside. Maximov trying to get past Van Rooyen through turn 7. timer has hit 0. And now it's all kicking off. Jent Moonen looking up the inside of Boris Maximov. Through into turn 9. Then the switchback comes from Albert Friend. Coming out of turn 9. One more lap to go after this one. Jent Moonen pulls past Albert Friend going into the right-hander at turn 10. Now Moonen trying to get past Maximov. This is a run down to turn 12. Maximov goes defensive. Friend sends it up the inside of Moonen. The 110 runs onto the curbing coming out of turn number 10. Final lap underway. And now Maximov slingshots past and tries to get through in the kink at turn 1 on Mats van Rooyen to get through in for 3rd position. But that's not going to happen. Could get a run down into turn 7 on the braking zone, but Albert Friend is there waiting in the wings. Through into turn 6. Maximov goes for the move, and Friend nearly makes it 3 wide coming out of turn number 6. Into turn 7, Maximov does not go late on the brakes, but Friend nearly makes the move. Switchback attempt from the 199 through turn 7 and 8, but the 130 holds station. But in the meantime, our race leader, who we haven't really seen that much, only for a couple of parts, comes out of the final corner. Jacob Ashcroft is going to take the race victory, and it's by a massive margin. Now the rundown to see who's going to get 2nd position. Max Swiderski comes out of the final corner. He takes P2. Maximov goes for a drag race with Mats van Rooyen and pips him by 8/1000ths of a second for P3. That was a fast and furious Toretto versus Spilner drag race to the checkered. So 3rd and 4th separated by a whisker, with Albert Friend rounding out the top 5, but Jacob Ashcroft winning by nearly 9.7 seconds after 14 laps. So Swiderski has the advantage going into the final race of the championship season later on this afternoon at 3:10, with Boris Maximov rounding out the top 3. Mats van Rooyen, Albert Friend, Jent Moonen ran at the top 6. Denny Babacek will get a 5-second time penalty applied post-race, which will probably drop him back down behind Felipe Reis and Glenn Schwillens. So Felipe Reis will take 7th, Glenn Schwillens will take 8th, Denny Babacek will take 9th. Alexander Van Meeuwen will run at the top 10 ahead of Lieke van Berkel, Thomas van Vliet, Len Abbas, Victor Reutz, Bran van der Weken, Zeger Franssens and Thomas Verheyen rounding out the 17 that finished all the laps. 3 laps to go. Rory Armstrong pulled in with a noisy exhaust, with Carlos Nees, as you can see the cart now being pulled away by one of the team at Team MKG. Damage to the right front steering, and Marlon Di Salvo with a technical issue, I presume, on lap number 6.
Die hebben allebei hetzelfde doel. Dat is dan natuurlijk ook even kijken, want ze blijft hier en
Now we go to the last pre-final of the season for Junior Rotax. Here is your starting grid. So 36 drivers out of the 38 made it through to the pre-final today, and Mateo Radenkovic and Tommy van der Stroys will line up on the front row. Austin Lee and championship leader Mikkel Pedersen round out row 2. Scott Marsh and Jasper Leenitz round out row 3 with Vic Stevens, Mika van der Pavert, Enzo Bol and Lawrence Herboz rounding out the top 10. Grit Knoren, Mitchell van Dijk, Sim van Vliet, Casper Schurmans, Julian Kloosman, Olivier Jonkers, Dion van Verven, Ryan Bourguignon, Benjamin van Hees and Ralph van der Pavert round out the top 20. Completing the 36 strong, it's Maximilian Schreier, Armand Hamilton, Frederik Zebis Christensen, Casbos House, Ruben Verheyen, Luca Prima, Thijs Stevens, Boluet, Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Max Cuthbert, Lewis Detling, Archie Buttle, Sebastian Koch, William Murtaugh, Kian de Brandt and Thies van Wijk running at the 36 strong. So this is their first 13-minute plus an additional lap. So the drivers start weaving from side to side ahead of their rolling start. Red lights on the starting gantry once again. 13 minutes of this the time set on the timer. And our race director is basically saying, right, you need to get into formation now. Line up side by side. You're the ones controlling the pace. If there are two full starts, then it's an automatic red flag, and the front row will get a talking to. Out of the final corner, revs rise into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time, we're underway. Good start by Radenkovic, who cuts across. Austin Lee, who then stays in second, but Van der Stroy is trying to hang it around the outside, and Austin Lee has touched the back bumper of Radenkovic, and it's caused all havoc behind. Two drivers on the grass. Multiple drivers on the grass, and there's more incidents behind through turn 3. Two incidents within 3 corners, and at the back end of it all, that is the 224 of Boluet from Belgium. And Austin Lee took a little bit of a touch on the back bumper, and there's more dramas, this time for the 239. That's Kian de Brandt on the Kart Republic chassis from Belgium. Everyone was jockeying for position going through into the kink into turn 1 and then turn 2. And that has put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons, because Austin Lee, I think, took a couple of hits as well, and some drivers were unsighted. And Austin Lee is, well, he's outside of the top 20. Make that the top 25, because Radenkovic leads. Van der Stroy is kept out of trouble too. Enzo Bol, who started 9th, has catapulted up the order like a cat on a roof and up to P3. He's being followed by Vic Stevens. Mikkel Pedersen currently sitting in 5th place ahead of Scott Marsh, and there's been more drama this time between Radenkovic and Van der Stroy. Enzo Bol, after a lap and a half, has gone from 9th place on the grid to lead the way. Van der Stroy in 2nd, Radenkovic in 4th. Stevens in 3rd place, looking for a move up the inside of the 254 through turn number 9. And Pedersen looks for a move up the inside on Radenkovic, because he knows he's got to stay ahead of the person behind him. If Mikkel Pedersen is 26 points or above ahead of Scott Marsh, he picks up the title with 1 race remaining. 10 minutes and 55 seconds still to go on the clock. And oh, there's been a moment there for Enzo Bol. What on earth has happened there? He was wide coming out of turn number 3. And he's now down to, well, he's behind. It's all kicking off behind as well. Max Cuthbert in the middle of all of that. As drivers going rally crossing. And also the 207 was off the track coming, and that was Sebastian Koch. It's 3 wide coming out of turn 6. Down the Europolan, and someone switches. That's the 268 that went to the inside. That was Ralph van der Pavert. And Enzo Bol goes defensive on Scott Marsh. Van der Soys is really pushing along Vic Stevens. Now launches it up the inside of turn number 12 to take the race lead. Lap 3 in the books. We're not out of the woods yet, folks, because Vic Stevens just got an absolute monster tow down the start-finish straight and closed in. Radenkovic still holding station in 3rd place. Mikkel Pedersen at the moment sitting in 4th position. Scott Marsh currently in 6th place. Now Jasper Leenitz looking for a move. That's going to be on Krik Knoren in the 212. And the number 277 makes it through, but Scott Marsh has just lost a little bit of pace in comparison. Oh, Lawrence Herabeau's got his elbows out. Then there's also Mika van der Pavert. There's Casper Schormans. It's 3 wide coming out of turn 9. It's only going to end in tears, boys. Van der Pavert and Schormans. Schormans has nowhere to go. Bumps over the curbs onto the runoff area inadvertently. He's had to avoid to keep himself out of trouble. And there's a send and a half up the inside switchback. That is from the 282. Or is that the 292? That's Benjamin Van Hees with an absolute monster switchback up the inside of 2 other drivers. One of which was the 273 of Julian Klausmann. And Mikkel Pedersen has now found himself up into 3rd place. That gives him enough. Casper Schormann's going into battle. That is with the I think that might have been it's the 214 of Mitchell van Dijk. Benjamin Van Hees decides to send it up the inside. And that was through turn 7. Maximilian Schreier getting a bit too close with the wheels on Thijs van Dijk. With 8 minutes and 15 seconds still to go. Up the inside. Mitchell van Dijk loses 2 positions and gets clattered into by Benjamin Van Hees and the CRG chassis going through turn number 11. I think they've left their manners at the breakfast table, these kids. And now we've got yellows out at Marshall Post 2, and there is a Sodi kart stranded. Right. First full course caution of the weekend, and there's more dramas. Stevens off, and the championship leader off as well into turn 6. And it's a full course yellow. They have to slow to half racing speed, and all of a sudden, Stevens and Pedersen came together. Whoa! And Pedersen trying to get that Sodi kart moving again. If the Marshal touches that kart, it's game over for this race, and we go down to the wire for the championship. Now, Scott Marsh has already got a ticket. He qualified by finishing 3rd in the Euro Trophy 2 weeks ago in Germany. So we have a first full course caution. So I'm now going to find out where Scott Marsh is. Right, he's currently in 4th position. And now I've just seen that Scott Marsh has just received the 5-second time penalty, according to the Digi flag on the start-finish straight. And Mikkel Pedersen is on the track. So this actually gives a little bit of a help to Mikkel Pedersen, who is down in 33rd position. Boluet was out on the first lap. Tonis Johannes Tomingus and Ralph van der Pavert out on lap 4. There's also another penalty coming the way of the 253. I've just spotted. And that is Maximilian Schreier from Karchmi. The full course yellow is still being implemented as we speak. So we might be going around for another lap as we hit 5 minutes on the timer remaining. Okay, the reason being is that the cart has been moved to safety. The driver is being assisted by medical team as we speak. I think that might be Ralph van der Pavert that's just been... just so glad to see him okay. He will be checked over. So once it's been declared by our race director that we are safe to go racing. So now with everyone lined up in a 33 long junior Rotax train, they're making their way through turns 3, 4 and 5. Van der Stroys is definitely, well, he's at the sharp end of the field. And when he decides to go, or when we give him the green flag to go racing, he's got to time it right. He's got to make sure he gets the jump over Radenkovic. So we're heading into the final 3 minutes as the driver's starting to weave from side to side. So 2 minutes and 25 seconds left to go in this penultimate junior Rotax race of the season. The drivers, all 33 that are still running. No Ralph van der Pavert, no Tunis Johannes Dominguez, and no Balouet. Right then, green flag about to wave. Drivers need to slow. It's going to be a single file start. Revs rise, and Tommy van der Stroys gets the jump that he needed to. Saw the green flag and instantly responded. Caught Radenkovic napping. And there's a slow-moving driver. It's a Dams racing car at the back end of the field. But a great getaway from Tommy van der Stroys. He really has timed it well. And how's about this for a development? This could put Tommy van der Stroys into the title picture for the actual championship. As they make their way through turn number 6. 1 minute and 35 seconds still to go on the clock. Everyone's scrambling for traction. Pedersen has got a mountain to climb and then some. And then, the 214... trying to go 3 wide, and they're all sort of bouncing off each other like pinballs and an arcade machine. As Leynertz has won the left rear wheel up into the air. There was a lot of standing water on the curbs on the outskirts of turn number 9, so they've got to be very careful indeed. Through they go once again. Oh, well, it's getting 2-3 abreast. It's getting a bit too close for comfort. As there is an absolute swarm with Max Cuthbert in the middle going through into turn 12. 60 seconds on the clock to go, and someone's gone off and hit the barriers. And that is the 245 that has gone off. And that was Ruben Verheyen. Took out 2 of the foam bollards that went into the pit lane. And now we've got more carts off, and someone's gone backwards. And that is, I can't make out the number. That might be the 244. That is Armand Hamilton from Australia. And someone else has also become a victim as a result of it, who might have instigated a bit of Tommy van der Stroys. I think Mikkel Pedersen is now, I'm wondering how far has Mikkel Pedersen gone up the order. He's up to 25th. He's not in the points quite yet. We've got this plus an additional lap still to go. Well, how quickly can Tommy van der Stroys... Oh, and we've got a kart on upside down. A kart upside down, and that is off of the Europolan. Timer has hit 0. So the drivers making their way through the circuit. And Van der Stroys has a nearly 1 3/4 second advantage. There are yellow flags being waved, and not at all surprised round at turn number 9. Van der Stroys has a comfortable lead ahead of Matej Radenkovic. Scott Marshy might be in fourth. He's going to have a 5-second time penalty added post-race. Battle between Mika van der Pavert and Lawrence Herabols in the 298. But we're going to wave the checkered now. Tommy van der Stroys brings himself into the title picture. Matej Radenkovic in second. So runs the line for third. It's Scott Marsh, who will get a 5-second penalty post-race. As Enzo Bold pips Kasper Schulmans for P4. Lawrence Herabols in sixth ahead of Mika van der Pavert, Julian Klausman, Grit Knorr and Austin Lee running at the top 10. Jasper Leenitz 11th, ahead of Dion van Vodven, Dies van Wyk, Lewis Detling, Dave Stevens, Frederick Zevis Christensen, Max Cuthbert, Sian van Vliet. Mikkel Pedersen got to 19th, so does not score in this race. And then we have Benjamin Van Hees, Maximilian Schreier, Will Murtaugh, Vic Stevens, Kaz Boshaus, Brian Bourguignon, Archie Bustle, Ruben Verheyen, and Olivier Jonkers running at the 28 that finished the race. Mitchell van Dijk, Armand Hamilton, Luca Prima, Sebastian Koch, Kian de Brandt, Ralph van der Pavert, Tonis Johannes Dominguez and Boluet retirements from the race. is underway as we speak. So we will have a slight delay. So hopefully we'll get the senior Rotax drivers underway as soon as we can. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take you through our grid for the Senior Rotax last pre-final of the season. Kai Gillet's will start from pole position, and it's an all-Belgian front row with Luca Leistra alongside. Dylan LaHaye, the man trying to go for 3 Senior Rotax titles in a row. Sean Butcher will be on row 2. Lewis Gilbert and Jaden Thien will start row 3. Erhard Turker, Nikita Genza, row 4. Eliska Babichkova and Farin Mega round out the top 10, with Adam Valster, Janesh Diak, Petra Babichkova, Lachlan Robinson, Job Breedveld, Alec Verbout, Paul Fokkeman, Zekai Ozen, Devian Horst, Jot van Wijk ran out the top 20. Sam Bergstein, Jori Schoen, Sam Van Til, Days Dams, Gusse van Gogh, Scott Westhovens, Loris Koisman, Enzo van der Dickenberg and Martin Geiskens ran out the top 29, with the 312 getting a 3-place penalty post-qualifying due to a front fairing. Rune de Broeke and Luciano Schneider ran out the top of the 32-strong grid. So if Kai Gillet's is 26 points ahead of his nearest competitors, he will wrap up what will be his 4th BNL Karting Series crown. He took the title as a Minimax driver back in 2017 behind Mike Van Voot, and then won 2 junior titles on a bounce in 2020 and 2021. It's been an impressive season as a rookie in this division. He was only just 16 years of age. So now, with the fact that the track has evolved to a significant point, we are going to get some flat-out racing. Senior Rotax champions previously, well, Dylan LaHaye actually is a 3-time BNL Karting Series Senior Rotax champion. Likes of Jordi Collin, Eddie Tonvliet, Philip Morin, Oliver Askew, Glenn Van Parijs and Joe Turney. Just some of the names that have been on the rostrum, top step of the rostrum, including the current reigning and defending champion, Sean Butcher. Butcher knows he's got a mountain to climb, but what can he bring to the party this afternoon? Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We're underway. Good stop by Rilletts as he pulls away from Leistra. Butcher trying to go around the outside of Leistra to get second, and he has to use the runoff area. They can use that on the first lap, but now Butcher puts himself into second position. Jaden Thien has got himself into the mix and goes up the inside of Dylan LaHaye through turn number 5. So they all trying to make their way through turn 6. There's a little bit of pushing and shoving. 3 wide coming out of turn number 6, and that included in the middle of all that GKS is Martin Geiskens. So the drivers now making their way through turn 10 for the first time. And how big is the lead from Gillet's? Well, Butcher is going to try and close him down. He's got Leistra behind him as Butcher. So he's the British meat and a Belgian sandwich as they come across to complete the opening lap. And Gillet's lead is nearly half a second. Leistra was looking to nose up the inside of Butcher going through into turn 2, but the 322 from Boovin Power thought better of it. Jaden Thien up into 4th, Dylan LaHaye in 5th, Lewis Gilbert in 6th. It's been a difficult start for the Babichkova sisters as there goes Leistra up the inside, switch back from Butcher, going through turn 6. And was there a little bit of a near-on touch between the two in 2nd and 3rd position? They both got away with it if that happened. Lachlan Robinson's made up a couple of positions. He just got past Paul Fokkeman in the meantime. He started down in 14th position to the Emirati-based driver. Someone hitting the water patch coming out of turn 9. That was Nikita Genza. Eliska Babichkova in 12th. Petra Babikova in 16th. As now the field comes across the line, and Gillet's has now extended his lead. It's nigh on doubled. It's 9/10 of a second. Butcher still trying to keep in touch, and he knew this morning, he knew actually coming into this weekend that it was going to be a tall order because Rille swept the board here on home soil at Genk, not too far from where he lives in Tremelo. As there is a squabble a little bit further back, about 4 or 5 carts trying to go in through turn 7, and they're all battling for real estate. They all still get through. Rilletz now is starting to pull a little bit of gap. Jaden Themes has put in the fastest lap of the race. Jaden Thiem now looking up the inside of Butcher. And now he has a little bit of a tangle. LaHaye goes up his inside through turn 2, but Jaden Thiem instantly responds on the exit of turn 4. Neatly done by the number 303 from Stusteren in the Netherlands. And Lewis Gilbert having a good run, currently sitting in 8th position at the moment. Wasn't a great day yesterday for the Scotsman. Sam Bergstein gets passed by Devian Rust for position. And that was for round about the bottom part of the top 20. Old Bergstein goes sideways through turn 7, looking up the inside of Devian Rust, and it sort of compromises everyone behind. There was 3 wide for the GKS boys coming through into turn 7 and 8. There's Scott Westhovens in the 353. He manages to get through. And that was on the 360. Rooney de Broeke. 9 minutes and 8 seconds plus an additional lap. As drivers are switching positions. I think Luciano Schneider might have gotten past Enzo van der Dickenberg going through into turn 12. As now Westhovens is very much in the thick of the action. And Dickenberg trying to get through as well on the Sodi Kart chassis, but then the 370 of Sem van Til gets past. 4-cart train a little bit further back, which in the middle of it has Lachlan Robinson, who's got Jop Briefeld in front of him. The Opsters are watching, the fan club that the young Dutchman has. In front of that is Janis Diak. Nikita Genza drops down to 15th position. But Kai Rilletz now has extended his lead. Sean Butcher now up into 2nd position. Lachlan Robinson, 2nd in last year's championship. After his 2nd season in Europe. He now has, that was Nikita Genza, I think, has just gotten through in the 378. And Zekai Ozen in the 325 just behind 302 from the United Arab Emirates. Seven minutes and 45 seconds still to go. Rilletz just pulling away, keeping a significant distance. Butcher knows he's got to just keep on pushing. This is going to be his last chance to deny Rilletz the title with a race to go, but that is far from looking easy. And now Butcher has lost out again. This time Meister's got past him using the slipstream through turn number 2. So Butcher knows that that title that he has secured for the last 2 seasons is fast running away. He goes up the inside through on Lystra through turn 6. The pair side by side. Butcher back down into 3rd position, but then launches it up the inside of the Belgian from Boovin Power through into turn number 7. Now adding to that train is the 303 of Jaden Thiem. The 376 now of Foreign Mega makes his way past Dylan LaHaye for 5th position. The gap between 1st and 2nd after 6 laps of racing was just a fraction over a second in the favour of 1K. Rilletz is now Jaden Thiem, sends it up the inside of Luca Lystra through turn 12. Lystra's in the slipstream of the Dutchman across the start-finish line. This is also a rookie season, and now Thiem launches it up the inside of Butcher. Could Butcher lose 2 places? He's going to try hang on to it. He nearly goes into the back bumper of Jaden Thiem, and now he's going to lose 3rd. I think the title's out of reach now because he's just lost 4 positions in the last 3 corners. He lost out to Jaden Thiem. He lost out to Luca Lystra, and then to Foreign Mega, and now he's side by side pretty much with Dylan LaHaye, and LaHaye will never give up that easily. Erhard Turker nearly goes into the back bumper of the 348. And now that puts Sean Butcher down in 5th position. He had a fourth in the pre-final yesterday. But the Brit, well, by way of Australia, residing in London these days with his dad Glenn, who I know is watching, had a catch up with in the lunch break. He said it's going to be a tough one. You're right about that, Glenn, because now Gilles has pulled away. He is clear with 5.5 minutes to go. 2.2 seconds is the difference between him and Jaden Thien. And they battled against each other as juniors at the grand finals last season, with Thien coming out on top, finishing second, and Gilles in third. And now Lystra sends one up the inside through turn 6 on Thien, now taking second position. Butcher now up into fourth place. So Butcher's pushing every single inch, every single millimetre he can to eke out the most out of that Cosmic chassis and the Rotax Max Evo engine on his right-hand side. But La Haye is starting to try and close. So is Ehad Turka. Lewis Gilbert has been passed by Paul Fokema in the meantime for 8th place. So the Scotsman has got to try and do what he can to move up the order. It's been a tough one for the Scotsman, who we've seen in previous years running very high with KR Sport as a junior, particularly when he raced against Mike Van Vugt. 4 minutes and 15 still on the clock to go. Lachlan Robinson now ahead of Janis Diak for 12th position. Zekai Olsen battling away with Petra Babičková. Eliska Babičková now currently sitting in what is 10th position. And now La Haye, steamrolls up the inside, pushes Farin Mega wide, and then all of a sudden Ehad Turka manages to get through on the German, and now he's sideways. He now gets through. La Haye gets pounced upon, but then Farin Mega has the ultimate undercut and gets through on the Belgian, and now on the German. There's sideways and then some. That was Petra Babičková going sideways and then some through turn number 12. And then Jaden Thien has been passed by Sean Butcher. Lystra is away and clear in second place. But at the moment, no one can touch the driver at the front of the field. The number 374 of Kai Gilles from Belgium. He was dominant in Europe over the last 2 seasons as a junior, and as a senior he made his debut at this very circuit just under a year ago at the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Golden Trophy and Impress. This season he switched to Sodi karts and the backing of the team in France, headed up by Bertrand Pignolet as the CEO, and now he's 2 minutes and 50 seconds plus an additional lap, make that 4 minutes away from making a part of BNL Karting Series history and writing his name in a history book. The 374 calmly, coolly pilots the Sodi kart through turn number 6, and everyone is battling over the straps behind. Fokema up the inside, and there was Babičková. Eliska Babičková is right with them, but then all of a sudden the pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, comes through and takes away a position from the young Czech driver. Now she's got Anna Valstov, her close company, in the 310. Still more positions being exchanged up and down the order. But Gilles calmly looking ahead. Looking over his right shoulder, Luca Lystra in second, Butcher in third. Now Gilbert looking to make a move on both Paul Fokema and Dylan La Haye as we head into the last 90 seconds. Plus an additional lap. That's 2.5 minutes of racing. Give or take, that's about 3 laps. Fokema goes on the defensive on La Haye, who in turn does the same with Gilbert, going down the Europalan and into turn number 7. They are still battling way up and down the order. Sean Butcher can see Luca Lystra trying to pull away, but Sean Butcher has tried to put in a faster lap than those in front. Eliska Babičková holds the fastest lap. She's currently down in 11th position with a 54.683 second lap time. 45 seconds remain on the clock. Race leader now through turn number 6. We're on to lap number 14 of the race, so we'll have this, and more than likely, depending on how quickly Gilles gets through, turn number 10. The wind is starting to pick up. The circuit is a hell of a lot drier than it was this morning when we got here. A lot of the teams got here at around about 7:30 in the morning as LaHaye and Gilbert go into battle. There is Adam Valster and the person that's closed up in on them, Lachlan Robinson, now up into P11, gunning for the top 10. 10 seconds to go. 2 more laps remain of the Senior Road Tax penultimate race of the season, as Valster, Gilbert and Robinson go into battle. Rielert's already making his way through into turn number 4 as the timer strikes 0. Valster's been passed, Valster still being hustled along by Robinson, who's looking for his way past to get into the top 10. Jaden Thien and Farin Mega exchanging blows. That's for 4th and 5th, and they've got Erhard Turker not too far behind. But our race leader now making his way into turn 9. Great send by Lachlan Robinson on Adam Valser through turn 7. The 302 from KR Sport makes it through into the top 10 after a notable wait and strategize opportunity, and that's exactly what he's done. And at the front of the field, Erhard Turkey gets past Farin Mega. But we are 1 lap away from a historic defining moment in the history of the BNL karting series back in 2008 as Kai Gilles heads his way into turns 1 and 2 for the final time. Butcher still in 3rd position. He knows it's very much a tall order. There's a whole gaggle going down into turn 12 as Farin Mega makes his bid to try and get back past Erhard Turker. But Kai Gilles down the Europalan for the final time in this race. Lap 16 out of 16. And we are just 4 more corners away. This young man started early in the series, and he picked up his first title in 2017 as a Minimax driver. He then went on to follow in the footsteps of one Mike Van Vugt in 2020 and 2021, and in 2022, out of the final corner, Kai Gilles, by a 41-point advantage, becomes your new Senior Rotax BNL Karting Series champion. 4 titles, making a piece of racing history at his home circuit, and of course, he now becomes another champion to add to the roll of honour. It's been a difficult rookie season, but he's proved without a shadow of the doubt that he has been one to watch this year. And now it sinks in. Now he celebrates. And you have to say, Luca Lystra, 2nd position, a 2-time champion, was hoping for the 3rd, but Sean Butcher has fought Kai Gilles every single step of the way. But now we look through the results, and now he starts to celebrate, and I know that his mum and dad, Christy and Aita, will be welcoming him with open arms as he peels into pit lane. Kai Gilles not only wins the penultimate race of the season, becomes your new 2022 BNL Karting Series Senior Rotax champion, winning by 2.362 seconds. Luca Lystra takes 2nd ahead of outgoing champion Sean Butcher, with Jaden Thien and Erhard Turker running out the top 5. Farin Mega, Paul Fokema, Dylan LaHaye, Lewis Gilbert, Lachlan Robinson rounding out the top 10. Adam Valster, Janis Stiak, Jop Breedveld, Eliska Babiškova, Thijs Daams, Petra Babiškova, Devian Horst and Jori Schoens ran at the top 18. The 32 strong were completed by Nikita Genzer, Gussie van Gorp, Sam Bergstein, Jort van Wijk, Alec Verbout, Paul Christian Hamburg, Sem van Thiel, Scott Westhovens, Martin Geiskens, Rune de Bruyke, Enzo van den Nickenberg, Loris Koismans. Then we got Zek Ayozen and Luciano Schneider. And as soon as we completed our Senior Rotax pre-final, let's have a look at your starting grid for the penultimate race of the DD2 season for DD2. So Patrick Snolls-Lockmellis will start on pole position, and alongside him will be championship protagonist Glenn van Parijs from Belgium, looking to also make it 4 titles. I thought this might be a history-making moment. Well, we've had one already. Can we do the double here at the home of champions? Mark Kimber, the championship leader, based on drop scores, has a 16-point advantage coming into the penultimate race of the weekend and the season. He's joined by Chris Harnan on row 2. Matis Malinovskis and Lawrence Seyfried, row 3. Jules Cousin and Devin Sagardi, row 4. Fabien Bock and Anthony Millet ran out the top 10 with Kilian Gerhardt, Yannick Jacobs, Ragnar Virus, Matthias Jere Jakobsen, Jaro Dekkers, Maxim Drix and Hugo Schwarzer running out the 17-strong grid. So we now have the opportunity to provide everybody with a show to bring us the opportunity to see what transpires. This title could also go down to the wire. But it's always dependent on what happens between the two main protagonists. Glenn van Parijs, a winner of the Senior Rotax title in 2016. And then for the last 2 seasons, he replaced the previous 2-time champion in 2018 and 2019, Xander Schriblak. Van Parijs has also been dovetailing this with driver coaching and also racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, and also I have to give a shout out to Bolowet Stad Steen, who's also been running in the Pro-Am class this year. Now the mind games start, folks, because we're under starters' orders. The red light's on the gantry for the penultimate time for DD2 this season. So what is going to transpire over the next 14 minutes? We're about to find out, because the drivers come out of turn number 12 into the tramline. Stay crawl. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We're underway. Great start by Lockmellis and a good start by Kimber as well. Van Parijs is going to try and hang it around the outside. That's going to be on Malinovskis. And that's going through turn 2, and he manages to slot through back into 3rd place through turn 3. Chris Harnan gets past the number 414 from Latvia up into 4th place. So Kimber has to try and push, and Glenn has to follow suit. The back end of the order looks like Hugo Schwarzer, and I think maybe, looks more than likely, the number 491 of Ragnar Virus. Long Seyfried trying to get past Malinovskis. Now here comes the move. Van Parijs up the inside of Kimber through turn number 10. So now it's a dogfight. The battle lines might have been drawn, but someone's going to win the war this weekend. Kimber's already qualified for the grand finals, but Glenn wants to defend his title and pick up that ticket as well. Now Van Parijs trying to get on with things. He's trying to get on with the business at hand, which is to try and close on in. And he's got through. That was a brilliant move. 2 great moves in 2 on the same lap. 1 through turn 3, 1 through turn 7. He knows this place like the back of his hand as Van Parijs, and he's exploiting that knowledge to the full. Now Kimber goes up the inside of Lockmellis. Kimber's not going to take this line down at all. And Lockmellis was trying to think of an opportunity, or see if there was an opportunity to get past Kimber on that particular occasion, but had to back out of it. That put him into the path of one Chris Harnan. And now Chris Harnan finds his way past the Latvian from MRG Racing on the Virulart chassis. So Harnan now up into what is going to be third place. But Van Perez is trying to open up a gap. And it's starting to happen. He adjusts something on just the radiator on the left-hand side. Kimber's got the flap wide open on the rad. 3 minutes down, 10 to go. Seyfried and Broad in a battle, but we've had a little bit of a moment, and that is for, oh dear, Matis Malinovskis has been in the walls again. That's the third race in a row for the Latvian in the 414. And I think that was the 416, was it possibly? That would be Anthony Millet. It's not been a good weekend for the 416 from France either. Jules Cousin behind his teammate at Dams Racing. Salzgitter's very own Laurent Seyfried make their way through turns 11. Now head down into turn number 12. Van Perez is trying to do what he can to close that gap to Kimber. It's also dependent on those behind. Now Chris Harnan was 10th coming into this race weekend. And now he finds himself probably at the bottom end of the... He's in contention for the top 5 in the championship. Matthias Jette Jakobsen, in the meantime, has made some strides forward. The day now up from what was 14th after qualifying. Now has made his way up into 11th and is closing in on Jaro Dekkers. But I think he might have already gotten past him. Under 8.5 minutes to go, and there are still battles up and down the order. Devin Sigardi, Matis Malinovskis and Anthony Millet are out after their altercation at turn 2 on the previous lap. So we're on to lap number 6 of this race. 8 minutes and 10 seconds still remain. And Perez has got a 4/10 of a second advantage over Mark Kimber. But Kimber is being pressurised by the man behind, the number 407. And here goes Chris Harnan. He's looking for the move up the inside through turn 7. Now, has he got the job done is the more important thing. He has. Right, he's got past Kimber. So, by my calculations, that brings the point gap between, at this moment, Glenn Van Perez is 7 points behind Mark Kimber, based on drop scores, because we're in the 11th race out of 12. Best 10 finishes are put towards your championship scores. So that puts Van Perez on 180, Kimber on 187. It was not an easy second race weekend for Glenn Van Perez because he didn't have the best run, and it was on the Sunday that was more prevalent. Pre-final 2 he didn't score, and the final on day 2 he finished, I think it was 10th place, which would have netted him 6 points. But he's doing what he needs to do. The track evolving, he's out in front and can push to his heart's content. Patrick Snolls-Lockmellis, in the meantime, might need to keep an eye on him if he starts to catch Mark Kimber. And what's more, Lockmellis was quicker. And he was quicker by a substantial margin on the previous tour. The best part of nearly 4.5 tenths of a second. Seyfried and Jules Cousin still in 4th and 5th respectively, as we're past the halfway point. So down to 15 drivers we go. So bearing in mind, before this round even started, Mark Kimber had a 51-point advantage coming into the final round of the championship. And thereby it gave him the opportunity to extend the lead. that Van Parijs has fought back. Kimber, a second in the pre-final yesterday and retired yesterday afternoon. So Van Parijs has clawed quite a significant amount of points. That's 25 points. Half that gap. So half that gap was taken away before we got into today's racing. What's even more interesting is the way that Chris Harnon's been racing here this weekend. And I still remember when he was a youngster running in the BNL karting series in micros and minis. Now, to see him just state into a DD2 driver is quite a nice thing to see. And he's brought the fire with him. Seems like the engine on the SP Motorsport Kart Republic chassis has definitely got some waft, and he's been showing it. And now he's pulling away from Kimber. Lochmelis is trying to close on in. Chris Harnon has now set... Oh, now this is interesting. Harnon is quicker by about half a tenth than Van Parijs. Lochmelis has just put in a personal best, 54.543. Now Ragnar Veres is looking to make up a couple of positions because the way that Chris Harnon is driving at the moment... Now Harnon has had... he's got, in terms of drop scores, he's effectively within striking distance of third in the championship with the likes of Matthias Jette Jakobsen, who now rounds out the top 10, is also in that mix, along with Ragnar Veres, who was third in the title champion, third in the season last year. And Lochmelis did a personal best, but was still slower than Kimber. He's now got to try and find some pace from somewhere, whether it's more in the twistier stuff, but Kimber will do as much as he needs to. He takes a look over his right shoulder to see where Lochmelis is in terms of proximity. But Van Parijs is doing what he must. So 3 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And Glenn Van Parijs still leads the way by just over 4/10 of a second. Chris Harnon, Mark Kimber, Patrick Snolls, Lochmelis, and Lawrence Seyfried ran out the top 5. Chris Harnon posting another fastest lap of the race. And the 4:06 of Jaro Dekkers has just copped a penalty. 3 seconds for 2 wheels out of the tram line, so slightly broke the formation on the start phase. Good work by Devin Segardi, who's keeping himself ahead of Kilian Gerhardt in the number 425 Gerhardt. Coming into this, well, currently at the moment, is showing his 7th in the championship. Oh, right, okay. We've had another penalty. This time it goes to Jules Cousin, running behind Lawrence Seyfried. Gets a 5-second time penalty. I would imagine that's probably for using the runoff area. As Kilian Gerhardt does the old Nigel Mansell dummy, but then nearly, gets past Devin Segardi, nearly manages to throw it up the inside of Fabian Bock through turn 3, but the German very wise to that move. A minute and a half on the clock remains, and Glenn Van Parijs has started off Sunday in the right way possible. Pole position earlier on today. He leads still. Chris Harnon in second. Chris knows that his fight is not for the championship title. Would like to get a win on the bounce, but then also it could affect the man in front of him. He might have a little bit of an inkling of that, but if Glenn's got the pace, which he clearly has, and they're equal on pace, so Chris Harnon not able to make so much of an indent. And then Mark Kimber puts in his best effort and puts the top 3 within 8/10 of a second. Oh, and the Diddick stance moves come out again. Well done, Maxime. That was a great little move there. That was on Yannick Jakobs from Kraft Motorsport from Germany. So that was a sweet little move there, good sir. That puts him up into 11th position. And that probably puts him in the hunt for 4th in the championship. Just under 30 seconds remain as Glenn Van Parijs exits out of turn number 11. He said that there's a particular bump that people have found to get, well, as unsettled drivers in the years past. He says, I've gone around this track so much, I know exactly where it is and know how to work my way through it, and that's a great thing. Okay, we're on the penultimate lap of the race, lap number 15 out of 16. Maxime Drix with his Art Deco helmet, still keeping himself ahead in what is 11th position, ahead of Yannick Jacobs, as the leaders make their way down the Europelaan for the 15th and penultimate time of this race. Oh, Chris Harnon's looking a little bit closer. Now, Glenn Van Parijs, for the next lap, is going to have to park the kart on every single apex. Not give Chris Harnon the opportunity to send one through, because if that does, that could put his title charge at risk. Out of the final corner, last lap board is out. 1,360 metres remain in the pre-final. Gap was just under a tenth and a half. Harnon looked to send it, thought better of it, waited. Now through into turn 3. Van Parijs just parking it on the apex, just like I said he would. Through into turn 5. Harnon nearly nosed up the inside through turn 6. That's going to allow Kimber. Oh, dearie me. Mark Kimber's all over the back bumper of Chris Harnon like a rash going through into turn 7. But the Dutchman holds station. This is allowing Patrick Knowles-Lockmellis a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, maybe for 3rd. And now Van Parijs has cantered away into turn 10 for the final time. One more corner remains, and the title goes down to the wire. Glenn Van Parijs, out of the final corner, is going to win, having led from lights out to checkered flag, and he knows the number 1 says it all. He went, that's it, we're going to the wire, boys. And that was a warning shot over the bow of the Nassau panel of 1 Mark Kimber. So Glenn Van Parijs, after 16 laps, started from 2nd on the road and won it by just under a second. Chris Harnon in 2nd position. Mark Kimber, he's got to do it all in the final race of the season. That mechanical DNF yesterday evening did not help the Brits. Patrick Knowles-Lockmellis in 4th. Lawrence Eifried in 5th, ahead of Jules Cousin. Also Matthias Jere Jacobsen, Kilian Gerhardt, Devin Segardi and Maxime Drix ran out the top 10. Yannick Jacobs would end up 11th, ahead of Fabian Bock with Ragnar Veres, Hugo Schwarzer and Jaro Dekkers being the last of the classified finishers, with Matis Malinovskis and Anthony Millet, after their altercation on lap 3, retiring.
journey, gents. Bye bye. See you later.
So we go to our last pre-final of the 2022 BNL Karting Series season. Here's the grid for the DD2 pre-final on day 2 and the final race day of the season. Right, Paul Louveau and Ian Gepps, the two championship protagonists, are on the front row with Louveau on pole position. Carl Klebor, the outgoing champion, will start from the inside of row number 2 on P3 as Dominic Earls, his SP Motorsport teammate, joins him on row 2. Christoph Adams and Prit Sai representing the Netherlands and Estonia on row number 3 with, it's an all-German row 4 with Michael Becker and Thomas Piet rounding out the grid. So after yesterday's drama in the final, where Carl Klebor had Ian Gepps right up his inside and then over the front of him as they go onto their formation lap, it has changed the championship dynamic. Paul Louveau was last year's Euro Trophy champion, but opted to run in the BNL Karting Series alongside the National Series, the karting run over in France. And now this gives the advantage to Paul Louveau. Now, based on drop scores taken into consideration, that's the two weakest results that the drivers have had. Paul Louveau might have more to take away from drop scores, but has had better results. 4 wins at Marienborg and repeated the feat that Ian Gepps did here at this circuit back in April. And now the battle lines once again have been drawn. 2 titles have pretty much been wrapped up, with the rest still to be decided, and will go down to the last race of the season. Red lights on the starting gantry. Here we go. The DD2 Masters pre-final on the final race day of the season is about to get underway. Not this time. First full start of the race meeting. Well, we got up until that point. So they're going to go round for another tour once again. So based on calculations, Paul Louvaux, with drop scores taken into consideration, is 3 points ahead of the man that's going to line up alongside him on the front row. So the only driver in BNL karting series history from France that has picked up a title by my research is Louvaux's countryman, and in this class, Rudy Champion, who nearly became a 2-time champion last year, but last year on the final race of the season got excluded, and thereby handing the title to the man that starts P3, Carl Clibor. So the amber flashing lights for indicating a full start have been extinguished. The red lights back on their own on the starting gantry. 13 minutes plus an additional lap on the timer remains. Into turn number 12, the drivers call at a snail's pace. Louvaux on pole on the left-hand side of your screens. Ian Gepps alongside on the front row. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? This time we're lights out and underway. Let's see who gets the whole shot going into turns 1 and 2. Gepps tries to hang it around the outside. Carl Clibor on the inside almost makes it 3 abreast coming through turn 2. And Louvaux is already at the front. That's exactly the start that the Frenchman needed. So now Ian Gepps finds himself down into what is effectively 4th position. And that's going to give Paul Louvaux the advantage he needs. But we still have 12.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Thomas Piet now trying to close on in on Christoph Adams and looks for the switch back down into turn 10. And the 550 on the Praga chassis goes through on the Sodi car. The 555. Oh, new race helmet being, well, different race helmet. It's like saying it's a wardrobe change for Christoph Adams. Well, the bright yellow one yesterday, now the dark and intense one for today's serious competition. So Louvaux leading the way ahead of Carl Clibor, with Dominic Hummels rounding out the top 3. Michael Becker down at the tail end of the order. Pritzai rounding out the top 5 thus far. Christoph Adams finds himself in 7th position at the moment, which will pick him up 9 points. But Louvaux starting to pull away. And this is the gap that he needs, because it now puts it in the favour of him with a 15-point advantage based on current drop scores. And Paul Louvaux, all season so far, has not placed outside of the top 3 once. That's incredible consistency for the Frenchman. And there's Thomas Piet looking up the inside of Pritzai. That was through turn 7. And the German did get through. So Pritzai moves down into 6th place. But Louveau now starting to build a lead. We're close to finishing the first 3 minutes of this race. But Ian Gepps needs to get a move on right now, and the reason being is that he will be at a disadvantage, because if Paul Louveau does finish ahead of Ian Gepps, he takes 2 respective Rotax championships in as many seasons, and both of which I've commentated on. But Louveau now has a lead of over 0.8 of a second. And now, well, Ian Gepps has just found himself in 5th position because Thomas Piet has been flying up the order like a good one. I've seen Thomas Piet in action before, predominantly in the Rotax Max Challenge Germany that I was the commentator on for a couple of seasons in 2020 and 2021. And when he is on point, Thomas Piet will fly up the order. So now Ian Gepps finds himself, and it's slipping a little bit further away from Gepps, but he doesn't want to wish anyone any bad luck at all. He'd rather fight tooth and nail. And now Thomas Piet going up the inside. That's Dominic Hummels. Oh, some great moves from Thomas Piet in the first just over 5 minutes of the race itself. And now he's got to start reeling in. Carl Clebor. But Paul Louveau has just been keeping his head down and waiting to see what happens. But he's more concentrated on running his own race. That's what's very, very much the importance here. So we're just about 30 seconds away from the halfway point of this race. And Louveau has extended a gap over Carl Clebor to just about 1.1 seconds. Thomas Piet on lap number 4 put in the fastest lap of anybody of this race. 54.590. But now Ian Gepps is starting to fight, and now he sends it like Daniel Ricciardo from absolutely nowhere. Ian Gepps launches it up the inside of Dominic Hummels to now take what is 4th place. I think it's been a weekend for Christoph Adams to forget, because he's actually down in 8th position. He had technical dramas yesterday in the first race and actually parked it with about half the race completed, and he's quite a way behind Pritzai in 7th position. But Louveau is calmly, concisely getting on with the business at hand, to lead and pull away and not to look back, run his own race, know exactly what he needs to do to secure this title. Eight minutes down, 5 to go. And Nouveau is going the right way. Ian Gepps went backwards, but has started to try and make a move forwards. He wants to keep this title open so that he has a chance in the final race of the season to put it all on the line. But Nouveau is not taking any chances. His lead now is 1.5 seconds as Karl Klebor being hustled by Thomas Piet from Germany in the 550 Praga. So Christoph Adams on lap number 7 has pulled the Sodi Kart 555 into the pits and has retired. So 7 of the 8 drivers still remain on the circuit as Klebor starting to pull away a little bit from Thomas Piet. So it's KR versus Praga. With just under 4 minutes to go. Paul Nouveau has got a lead now. It's extended to 1.6 seconds. And this is going to be a very relieving sight for the Frenchman to see. And he carried that momentum through from Marienburg, where he won 4 wins in a row. He had a second and 3 thirds here at Karting Genk back in April. And he's picked up so far a third, a second, and he's on course for his 5th victory of the championship season. But Karl Klebor is keeping Thomas Piet at bay with 2 minutes and 40 still to go. Klebor's going to be is going to fight right up until the bitter end, and apart from that, he's a damn fine baker as well as a racer, and it's good to have him as part of the atmosphere here at this championship. But also, what's more, the way things are going, this could put him in an opportunity to maybe go for the overall championship podium, despite what happens here this weekend. Nouveau fires it out of turn 11 and runs quickly down to turn 12. Now, the gap last time around was just under 1.6 seconds. Has it extended? Yes, it has. It's nearly 1.8 seconds as Piet again, he fires it up the inside of Klebor going through into turn 1. Klebor was wise to the move. He knows this track very, very well indeed. Nouveau, as I said earlier, is doing exactly what he needs to do. Stay calm, run your own race, and if you're at the front, you lead by example. Hit every braking point, hit every apex. We're going to go on to we're going to complete lap 13. We're going to have 3 laps to go, including this one, as the timer hits 60 seconds remaining. He increases his lead over Karl Klebor to just under 2 seconds. Thomas Piet still rounds out the top 3 with Ian Gepps completing the top 4 positions. And at the moment, this is giving Paul Nouveau a 15-point advantage based on the drop scores already taken into consideration. So Ian Gepps will need to win the final race of the championship season, and Paul Nouveau will have to finish 16 points behind. But it may go, if it does go to a tie break, it's going to be close, because the thing is, Nouveau would win the title on countback. Now Ian Getz is trying to do his level best as Thomas Pitt has also got past Carl Clebor in the meantime. Pitt runs a little bit wide into turn 2. Ian Getz is now trying to get past Carl Clebor, but that's going to be easier said than done. Michael Becker now finds himself up into P5. But now the timer has expired. This time around, Paul Louveau will get the last lap board. And that means we are one race away from finding out who will be our 2022 DD2 Masters champion. Louveau has an extensive lead, and now Ian Getz fires a shot up the inside of Carl Clebor to now take second position, or take third position. But our race leader now makes his way through turn 8 for the final time as Clebor looking to try and see if he can get through on Ian Getz. He's not going to do the same mistake that the 502 did yesterday evening. But Louveau, 2 more corners out of turn 11. The 564 running on the Red Speed chassis from France. Last year's Euro Trophy champion out of the final corner. Paul Louveau, 1 step away from a title in the BNL karting series in 2022. Thomas Piet in second. Ian Getz keeps the title hopes alive for one more race, rounding out the top 3. Carl Clebor in 4th position, with Michael Becker trying to solidify his 3rd place in the championship standings by taking 5th. Dominic Hummels in 6th, with Pritzai rounding out the 7 strong that finished the race, covered by just under 10.3 seconds. And Christoph Adams retiring on lap number 7. So the green flag waves on the start-finish line, and our Micromax drivers head into their last race of the 2022 BNL Karting Series season. Well, the title has already been wrapped up, but here is your starting grid. Denny Babacek looking to make it a 4th straight victory in a row. Starts from pole position alongside a newly crowned 2022 BNL Karting Series Micromax champion. Sven Lindemann from the Netherlands joins him on the front row. Jensen Schork and Ryan Rivers round out the top 2 rows on the grid, with Mikael Kumas and Max Gilman rounding out the top 3 rows. Sees Moyes and Vic van Kampenhout, who is battling away, I think more than likely, for second in the championship, starts from 8th. He'll be in front of James van der Poel and Jack Freeman, who's closely being followed by Ryan Rivers in the battle for 3rd in the championship standings. They ran at the top 10, with Jeff Verbeek and Maxim Becker rounding out the top 12 drivers. And that concludes our grid. So, post-race penalties, we had 4 drivers with front-fairing penalties. Mikael Kumas was one of them. Also, the number 34 of Seis Moyes took a 5-second time penalty. So did the number 48 of Jeff Verbeek and the number 93 of Jack Freeman. So the drivers now making us wait until they get across to turn number 12. And then we will get underway with our final race of their championship seasons. Over the course of it, Sven Lindemann took 3 race victories and a second back at the opening round at Karting Genk. He swept the board at Marienborg, but has taken 2 thirds and a second that has helped him to the championship title. So Sven Lindemann is the only driver this season that has had a clean sweep of the weekend. Denny Babacek on pole position. Looks to make that happen here at the final round of the season. As Rivers and Lindemann now get into line astern position. So, for one last time, into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? We are lights out and underway. Here we go. Babacek gets a great start. Leading the field into turns 1 and 2. Jensen Schork now up into second, with Rivers trying to go up the outside of Lindemann going into turns 3 and 4. But Lindemann now pressurising Jensen Schork for second position, because Schork was positioned right behind Babacek. And there goes Lindemann for the move up the inside of turn 6, but the pair are side by side. Schork manages to pull in front of the number 4. That's a little bit behind. Ryan Rivers has just been passed. Right. And that is by... Hang on, is that Maxim Becker? Yeah, that is the number 55. Had a pretty lightning start there. Drivers looking up the inside through turn number 10. He's got the number 69 of Max Gilman trying to close in on him. Vic van Kampenhout now up into 7th place. Babacek leads the field over the line to complete lap number 1. And has a lead of just over 7.5 tenths of a second. Sven Lindemann on cue, goes up the inside through turns 1 and 2 on Jensen Chalk, but Maxim Becker from the back end of the grid has made it up into P4. The German absolutely flying. Now he's gunning for the driver in front. Ryan Rivers rounds out the top 5 ahead of Max Gilman, who completes the top 6 thus far. Now, Becker makes the move up the inside of Jensen Chalk to take away 3rd position. And Denny Babacek leading. Well, his lead has been truncated somewhat by Sven Lindemann by the best part of just over 4 tenths of a second. Maxime Becker, in the meantime, has got the fastest lap of the race, so 1 minute 2.359, as he closes in on the number 4, Sven Lindemann. And now, here goes Becker for the move up the inside of Lindemann. That's through turn 7. So Maxime Becker trying to make his way up the order as quickly as possible. This is allowing Denny Babacek to get away. Lindemann not letting number 55 get out of his sight. Well, the way things stands, where Vic van Kampenhout is now currently sitting in 6th position. If he finishes there, he is going to wrap up the vice championship status. Jack Freeman at the moment has made some steady progress and has got himself up into 8th place, ahead of Mikael Kumas. Ryan Rivers still rounding out the top 5 as the battle for 2nd position wages on, as Denny Babacek continues to pull away. So now it's a bit of a dogfight between Lindemann and Becker. Lindemann doesn't have any pressures on his shoulders anymore because of taking the title with 1 round to spare. And Lindemann's drive this year has been exemplary. Once again, he just like Paul Louveau, has not placed out of the top 3 once this season. Has been a shining light, an example at the front of the field with his racecraft, and he's a young, Zen's a young man. Let's just talk. Let's his racing on the track do the talking, but a very, very wonderful young kid, and I'm sure we'll see him for many a year to come in the racing world. And now he's closing in on Maxime Becker as we've got just under 8 minutes remaining on the clock, and Lindemann goes through, gets a little bit of a tap from behind courtesy of Becker, who now goes into the slipstream. And there is Ryan Rivers, I just believe. I've just seen get past Jensen Chalk for position. So Ryan Rivers now up into was 4th place. Jack Freeman at the moment still holding station in 8th position because Vic van Kampenhout has been passed by, Vic van Kampenhout for 6th place, which is 9 points, has now been passed by Max Gilman. Then Lindemann has been repassed by Maxime Becker. And if Vic van Kampenhout and Jack Freeman stay exactly where they are right now, they will become 2nd and 3rd in the championship standings. Adjustment on the radiator flap courtesy of Maxime Becker there. Points his elbow round the top, over the top of the radiator, and just did. I still remember when Milan Koppens' dad Christian was gesturing that to his boy at Marienborg, I think last year. Very, very animated on. Yep, open up the flap, open up the radiator flap. Come on, just open it up. There you go. Now Becker is challenging Babacek. This could be interesting here from that perspective. Because Becker has been reeling Babacek in, hook, line and sinker. And now is really hustling the number 30 through turn 4, through into turn 5. Under 5.5 minutes left to go. Now there's the move. Becker goes through. Babacek gets the undercut and powers past. Neatly done there by Denny. A little bit further back, Vic van Kampenhout has got himself back into 6th position. And he's battling away with the other 2 Brits on the grid, which is Max Gilman and Jack Freeman. And Freeman now trying to get through on Gilman. I'm not too sure if he's made the move. And Jack Freeman hasn't done so. Gilman looking up the inside of Van Kampenhout. That's going through into turn number 5. 69 Tony Cart now bumps onto the curbing. Still keeps it pinned. Throttle in. And now is going for the opportunity. Can he late brake up the inside of Vic van Kampenhout? No, he couldn't on that particular occasion. He thought, well, I'll stick my nose in, let him know that I'm there, just to say, hello. Just let you know I'm here. With 3 minutes and 40 seconds still to go on the clock. And now Babacek still ahead of Maxime Becker. The tune of just over a 10th and a half as we're on to lap number 10 of the race. Becker swings to the outside, looks for the over-under on Babacek. Can't get through. But he pulls alongside, halfway along. Now Becker slams on the anchors. Gets the job done. Babacek still keeps pace. Would have anticipated that Becker would have gone up the inside of him. So 2 minutes and 45 seconds remain, plus an additional lap of the 2022 BNL Karting Series Micromax season. And it's a return of favour there from Denny Babacek. But look who's behind. Zen Lindemann is closing very, very quickly indeed. Maxime Becker's last lap, a 1 minute 2.192. Denny Babacek's a 1 minute 2.538. Sven Lindemann into the 1 minute 1.9s. So even though he's won the title, as I said earlier, the pressure is off the youngster from the Netherlands. Thank you very much, Dave Ritson, for reminding me. Yeah, opening the flap. See, it's good to have a memory, isn't it? But whilst Babacek and Becker are battling away, Lindemann is closing. Becker is staying in the slipstream of Babacek going into turns 1 and 2. Babacek still keeps the lead. And Lindemann was actually a lot quicker than Becker by the tune of about 0.3 of a second. And it was less than 4.5 tenths between this top three as they crossed the line after 11 laps. Now Lindemann in the hunt for what would be, well, look at it this way. He's got 7 victories. Could he cap it off with victory number 8? That would be 3/4 of the races so far this season. And then Lindemann would have picked up a victory. But Becker and Babacek once again now heading on to the penultimate lap of this race. And what's more, the penultimate race lap of this 2022 BNL Karting Series Micromax season as Becker looks up the inside of Babacek through turn 4. And the 55 from Germany sneaks through. Babacek returns the favour through turn 6. Closes the door. Lindemann's right with them now. Oh, this could be a grandstand finale for the Micromax division. Babacek's won 3 races so far this weekend. He's on course to win number 4 in a row. But the timer strikes 0. Here we go. Final lap of the Micromax season in 2022 here at the home of champions. Babacek continues to lead. Becker in second. Lindemann in third. Covered by just over 3.5 tenths into turns 1 and 2 for the final time. And Becker gives a little bit of an assist to Babacek, meaning that the number 30 ends up inadvertently getting pushed slightly forward. Babacek goes defensive into T6, and down the long old Europalan they go. Becker looking one way, then the other. Babacek not wanting to let him through. Lindemann waiting for an opportunity to strike because the number 4 from the Netherlands is within lunge range. Down into turn 10, switch back. Here we go. Becker through on Babacek. What does Lindemann have in the tank? Is it going to be a run to the line on the final race of the season? Lindemann is winding up to go towards the inside. Babacek up the inside of Becker. Lindemann line astern with the 2 in front. It's going to be a run to the line. Babacek gets the clean sweep by 54 thousandths of a second ahead of Maxime Becker, with Sven Lindemann rounding out the top 3 and thereby winning, by my calculations, pending on provision, well, based on what may be confirmed results, that he wins the BNL Karting Series title with 1 round to spare, and with it has not placed outside of the top 3 all season long. And by my calculations, I think that might put him on around about 230 plus points. So Denny Babacek wins by 54 thousandths, capping off what's been a great double header for the young man from the Czech Republic, ahead of Maxime Becker from Germany, who started stone dead last and came flying his way back to nearly take the win. Sven Lindemann, your 2022 BNL Karting Series champion, picks up another 3rd place finish, his 3rd of the season, to round out the top 3. Ryan Rivers, Jensen Chalk, Fit van Kampenhout, Jack Freeman, Max Gilman, Seis Moyes, Mikael Kumas, Jefford Becker and James van der Poel round out the 12 strong that finished. with Vic van Kampen out and Jack Freeman provisionally second and third in the championship. So after a little bit of a interesting start there off of the green flag waving, here is your grid for our last Minimax race of the season. And what's more, it comes down to this final race to decide the title. Here is your starting grid after an impressive display, winning the pre-final by nearly 9.7 seconds. It's Great Britain's Jacob Ashcroft that leads from pole position. Max Swiderski, who's leading in the way of the championship standings but considering drop scores, is lining up on the front row. His title protagonist, Boris Maximov, is on the inside of row 2 with Mats van Rooyen alongside. Albert Friend and Jente Moonen ran at row 3 with Felipe Reyes and Glenn Schwillens row 4. Denny Babacek back in action for the final time this weekend. He starts 9th, ahead of Alexander Van Meeuwen. They ran out the top 10. Lieke van Berkel, Thomas van Vliet, Len Abbas, Victor Reutz, Zege Fransens, Bran van der Weken, Thomas Verheyen, Rory Armstrong, Malon Di Salvo. So we're going to have 19 drivers. Carlos Nees not starting after the incident in the opening race. And we've got someone pulling into the pits. That was a GKS kart. I've got a feeling, I hope that's not Alexander Van Meeuwen. And someone else has gone off. And that is the 180. Thomas Verheyen trying to pull the car off of the grass. Jumps in the cart, hits the starter button, and away he goes. So, in this race, if Swiderski finishes ahead of Maximov, he's pretty much wrapped up the title. And that's based on the account of Swiderski having a higher finish in pre-final on day 2 earlier on today, and Maximov finishing in 3rd place. Red lights on the starting gantry for the final time for the Minimax drivers in 2022. 13 minutes set to count down the minute the red lights go out on the starting gantry as Ashcroft and Swiderski line up on the front row. They are controlling the pace. So the drivers make their way out of turn number 12. They head into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? We're lights out and racing. Good start by Ashcroft as he leads the field into turns 1 and 2 for the first time. Swiderski is trying to keep it pinned round the outside to keep the hold of that second position. And now he's gone through on Ashcroft because he can use the runoff area on the opening lap. And now Boris Maximov finds himself behind Mats van Rooyen and Albert Friend. Ashcroft retakes the lead through turn number 6. Switchback attempt by Swiderski, and that does not happen. Drivers now, it's 3 abreast, and they're getting a bit too close for comfort. I thought it was Alexander Van Meeuwen, but he is actually out there. So, and now Maximov is really being pressurized by those in front, and now he's dropped behind. Denny Babacek, and Maximov finds himself in 6th position. But Swiderski keeping with Ashcroft as they cross the line, 6 100ths apart with a pair after just the opening lap. Now, but Friend has got through on Mats van Rooyen. So is the 1-1-2 of Denny Babacek. Not too far behind is Felipe Reyes. So Van Rooyen really up against it at the moment as the top 2 have really broken away quite early. Now Van Rooyen's going to lose out 4th position to Denny Babacek. Drops down into 5th place. And now Boris Maximov gets past. So Maximov trying to do all he can. There's Felipe Reyes quickly looking up the inside. And Mats van Rooyen. Oh, and there's a little bit of a touch between Jente Moonen as Alexander Van Meeuwen went up the inside through into turn 2. Might have been a little bit of a robust manoeuvre, but the 127 now through. Maximov loses a position, threads the eye of the needle, gets the switch back on Van Rooyen, and then gets back through. Felipe Reyes nearly got compromised in the process through turn 6. But Swiderski is exactly where he needs to be. He doesn't need to win the race. And there's the 161 that's out. That is Len Abbas from Germany. And that was actually in the pit lane about halfway down, so whether there was a technical issue. Albert Friend, in the meantime, has just lost out third position to Denny Babacek. But it's the Ashcroft and Swiderski show at the moment, with Ashcroft now starting to try and pull a slender gap over the 119 from the Netherlands. So Ashcroft and Swiderski just over half a second apart. Babacek third, Friend in fourth. Maximov rounds out the top 5 places. So behind, I think that is Boris Maximov in the... Well, that's actually Rory Armstrong. Armstrong's made some great moves up the order. As the youngster from County Down, Northern Ireland, finds himself in what is 12th position. But it is all kicking off at the back, well, a little bit further back behind Alexander Van Meeuwen, because he's got the likes of Felipe Reyes, Jente Moonen and Thomas Verheyen. Rory Armstrong's trying to close on in. See if he can get into the top 10. And Jente Moonen with a second and a half up the inside of Felipe Reyes through turn number 12. Felipe Reyes as Jente Moonen back up the inside again. They have got the 180 of Thomas Verheyen, not too far behind, well, literally within a cart length or two, as we hit the halfway point. And, oh, right, Jente Moonen. I'm not too sure if the 110 from Belgium has just had a drama. And now, at the moment, Albert Friend has got past Denny Babacek. So these two swap positions. Rory Armstrong now making his way through. I think he's just got past Glenn Schwillens. That'll be for 10th on the road as Jacob Ashcroft has started moving away from Max Swiderski. Swiderski is now 1.2 seconds behind. So 8 minutes down, 5 to go. And Swiderski is exactly where he needs to be. But he's got 3 other drivers behind, one of which at the end of that train is his closest rival. So he's got Albert Friend, Denny Babacek, and at the rear end of the train is Boris Maximov. So 4 minutes and 20 seconds still remaining on the clock. Thomas van Vliet has got past Lieke van Berkel. That is for 12th position on the road, which is effectively 4 points. Still a bit close for comfort, I think, for Swiderski. But he knows for a fact that there's an opportunity for those. But he has now dropped down into what was 4th. Denny Babacek slingshots past Albert Friend. And then Swiderski manages to get back up into 3rd position as a result of that. So 3 minutes to go of the season, plus an additional lap. Swiderski is now having to fight, and he finds himself down. In effectively what is 4th position. Looks like Bran van der Weken is going to be the next retiree on lap 7. But Ashcroft has pulled away to the tune of nearly 2.9 seconds. But Denny Babacek and Albert Friend. Oh, right, there's been a further change because Boris Maximov is managing to get past Max Swiderski. But at the moment as things stand, that is not going to get in the way of Swiderski actually being ahead in terms of the title permutations. So Maximov will want to try and do his level best, but with 1 minute and 20 on the clock to go, plus an additional lap, that's never easy, considering the distance that Jacob Ashcroft has got on the rest of the opposition. It's effectively 3.1 seconds. So 3/4 of a minute plus an additional lap of this season still to go for these drivers. And the way things that things are looking now is the driver in fifth position, Max Swiderski, is on the fringes of picking up another BNL Karting Series title, the previous one of which he actually secured as a Micromax driver 2 years ago. So it's going to be close between... Oh, right. Felipe Reyes has now got a 5-second time penalty. It looks like coming his way. The timer hit 0. Last lap board of the season is out. And Ashcroft is nearly 2.9 seconds ahead. Glenn Schwillens and Rory Armstrong battling over P10 as they go into turns 1 and 2 for the final time of asking. Albert Friend trying to do his level best to see if he can get past Denny Babacek for what is second position on the road, but that's easier said than done. It's one thing to catch somebody, it's something completely different to pass them. But our race leader, it's going to be a double victory for Jacob Ashcroft. But keep your eyes on the driver coming through the final corner, because by my calculations, Max Swiderski, I think, might have just picked up a second title because he finished in 5th position. Boris Maximov will miss out by probably just over 10 points. Jens Moonen a bit frustrated coming across the line and waggles the steering wheel left and right. But by my calculations, your 2022 BNL Karting Series Minimax champion is the driver that finishes 5th on the road here in the final. And provisionally, that driver is the 119 of Max Swiderski. So Jacob Ashcroft wins by nearly 3.4 seconds at the end of 14 laps of racing with Denny Babacek. Boris Maximov, our runner-up this season, in 3rd, ahead of Albie Friend, Max Swiderski, Felipe Reyes, Alexander Van Meeuwen, Mats van Rooyen, Thomas Verheyen, Glenn Schwillens running at the top 10. Rory Armstrong just literally less than a 10th away from pipping, getting into the top 10. Finishes 11th ahead of Thomas van Vliet, Lieke van Berkel, Victor Reutz, Jens Moonen, Zeger Fransens and Marlon Di Salvo, who rounded out the 17 but finished all 14 laps of racing, with Bram van der Weken and Len Abbas retiring on laps 7 and 2 with Carlos Nees a non-starter. So we're just seconds away from the last junior road tax race of the BNL karting series for 2022. Drivers were having a briefing with our race director Thomas, just ahead of what he expects at the start. This is the final race of the season. We will have two drivers not starting, Sebastian Koch and Ralph van der Pevert. Due to their earlier incident, will be out due to injury. So we'll have a total of 34 drivers going onto the grid. So the green flag now waves on the start-finish line. And here is your starting grid for the last junior road tax final of the season. And it comes down to this to decide our champion. Tommy van der Stoys and Mateo Denkovic on the front row. And van der Stoys has a chance of picking up his first title since 2019 as he starts on pole position. Casper Schormans in third place will be joined by Belgium's Laurens Herbols. Mika van der Pevert and Julian Klausman ran out the top three rows with Krik Knoren, Jasper Leenerts, Scott Marsh and Enzo Bold completing the top 10. Lewis Detley, Frederik Xavier Christensen, Max Cuthbert, Siem van Vliet, Dion van Velden, Benjamin van Hees, Thijs van Dijk, William Murtaugh, Mikkel Pedersen and Olivier Jonkers ran at the top 20. Dave Stevenson, Vic Stevens, row 11. Ahead of Kaz Boshaus, Ryan Bourguignon, Archie Buttle, Ruben Verheyen, Maximilian Schreier, Mitchell van Dijk, Armand Hamilton, Luca Prima, Kian de Brandt, Tonis Johannes Tumingas, Boluet and Austin Lee, with the latter actually being excluded post-race for causing a collision. That was a steward's decision. So to have a chance at winning this championship, Tommy van der Stoys, if he wins and Mikkel Pedersen does not score, van der Stoys takes the title, but not by much, by around about 5 points. So it means that Mikkel Pedersen will need to finish 10th or above, and he starts in 19th. As the 2:45 has ended off on the circuit, that's Ruben Verheyen, due to start on the outside of row number 13, 26th position. Red lights on the starting gantry for the last junior road tax race of the season. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. We're underway. Good start by Tommy van der Stoys. Casper Schormans follows behind him into turns 1 and 2. Radenkovic will have to relinquish second place and stay in third. Great start by Julian Klausman, who gets up the inside of Laurens Herbols, and so does Mika van der Pevert, who goes off, being followed by Jasper Leenerts. But there's more changes afoot. 3 wide coming out of turn 6. Everyone's scrabbling for traction. Austin Lee trying to thread the eye of the needle in the back row of the grid. Mikkel Pedersen already up 1 place. How many more can he make up over the next 12 and a quarter minutes? A battle between 2 CRGs and another driver. That was the 251. And that, I think, was the 251. But they're all making their way through. Radenkovic pressurising Kasper Schurmans for that second position. Now he looks to lunge up the inside. Schurman's trying to wrestle with the steering wheel and try and get back through on the undercut. And it's 2x2, 2x2, hurrah. 2-3-4, that's Max Cuthbert. I think I saw the 282. Lining up alongside, that was Dave Stevens. Tommy van der Soys has an advantage. But Mikkel Pedersen, well, hold the phone, folks. If Mikkel Pedersen gets any further up the order, it could be a fight for the title. Pedersen now up into 9th place. That's 7 points. But if that goes to count back and Pedersen can't get any further, Van der Stoys will win the title on count back, based on the amount of wins that he's had so far this season. Will Murtaugh's in the middle of a dogfight through turn 4. As Scott Marsh has made his way past Lawrence Herboz and now starts to close on Julian Klausmann. Van der Stoys is just keeping his head down, just keeping on going, and he's out of the final corner. Radenkovic trying to be closed in on. Scott Marsh has just been repassed by Julian Klausmann for 4th position, which is 13 points. However, Jasper Leenitz, who's in 10th at the moment, has just set the fastest lap of the race. 56.756 seconds, as we're over 3 minutes into this last race of the junior Rotax season. Mikkel Pedersen now making moves. He's got past Enzo Boll. That now puts him in 7th position. And he's climbing even further. It might not even need to get into count back, because the way that Mikkel Pedersen is trying to drive the wheels off the Sodi kart, Van der Stoys, all he can do is stay ahead, and Enzo Boll is going into the pit lane. The Dutchman's season here in the BNL Karting Series takes a dramatic twist, and the 204 is out. So we're basically 4 minutes down, 9 to go, and Van der Stoy is keeping about an 8/10 of a second gap between himself and Mateo Radenkovic. Kasper Schurmans, and there's another move. That was important. That was very important indeed, because Mikkel Pedersen got past Lawrence Herboz. Now that is for 5th position. I think that's for 5th position, but I'll wait to see when they come down. So I see Van der Stoys, Radenkovic, it's 6th place. So Mikkel Pedersen knew he had a stinker in the first race after that incident with Vic Stevens going through turn 6. But now the Dane is going to drive his way forward. And let's see how many points, because by my calculations, with Mikkel Pedersen in 6th, that's 10 points. He's had a 0 and an 8. Well, I'm just going to have a look here, actually. Mikkel Pedersen, he's got to do a lot more, actually, because the way things stand, Mikkel Pedersen, so Mitchell van Dijk is out, Enzo Boll is out, we're down to 32. As Will Murtaugh goes into battle with Dams Racing's Bollouat, who's given him a bit of a gesticulation saying, what are you doing? But at the moment, Van der Stoys has lower drop scores than Mikkel Pedersen. Mikkel Pedersen has a 0 and an 8. And currently is in 6th place, which nets the Dane 10 points. So Mikkel Pedersen has to finish 3rd in order to win the title. And that would be by 3 points. And with 6 minutes to go, anything's possible. Austin Lee, now up to 23rd from the back of the grid, has set the fastest lap of the race, 55.945. From the youngster based out of Weisendorf in Germany, originally from Portland, Oregon in the United States. And family are now German transplants. His dad works for one of the major German shoe companies in the world. Only the one with the 3 stripes. 6 minutes and 20 still to go on the clock. Pedersen is trying to close in on Herboz. And Pedersen is waiting in the wings. I can see him through turn 6. And now he's going to try and see if he can slingshot past an outbreak. That's going to happen. Pedersen up the inside. That's another position gained. The Dane now has to get past the following 2 people. And they're not too far in front. He's first off got to get past Scott Marsh in the 222 from Dan Holland Racing. And then it's also the young Dutchman who was one of his chief rivals coming into this race weekend, Kasper Schormans. And Schormans now looks over his right shoulder and has probably just seen a glimpse of saying, Mikkel's up into 5th? Or Mikkel's up into 5th, I better get my skates on. Well, Van der Stroys is doing exactly what he needs to do. So Van der Stroys has already got his ticket. Schorman's now up the inside of the 296 and they have a little bit of a tangle. That's going to allow Scott Marsh to pull alongside and get through. So Scott Marsh now up into 3rd place. And Scott Marsh on the last lap, lap number 8, put in the fastest lap of anybody, 55.878 seconds. Now Van der Stroys has moved away into the distance, and the reason being is that he was the quickest out of the top 4. Schormans and Marsh go into battle, and they both are going to be effectively battling for 3rd in the title standings. And here comes Mikkel Pedersen. That's now 4th position. And this is where the countback happens. Oh, Pedersen runs wide, and he's dropped a couple of places. He nearly comes into the side pod of Julian Klausmann in the 273. So Pedersen having more dramas, and he's just dropped behind Krik Knoren. And now Jasper Leinitz is going to try and slingshot past the Dane. Pedersen now finds himself down in 8th position. All that hard work, for some reason, probably when he went through turn number 10, that has put him on a downward spiral, and it's 3 abreast. Jasper Leinitz is there. So is Dave Stevens. So is Dion van Verven, I believe, in the number 270 on the CRG. Leinitz trying to get through on the 270 as Mikkel Pedersen manages to get his way back past Dave Stevens. Oh, that was a bit close for comfort there for Dave Stevens. Coming out of turn number 9. So Van der Stroys leading comfortably. Scott Marsh now in 2nd position. Kasper Schormans rounding out the top 3. 4th, it's Lawrence Herboz. Mateo Radenkovic down in 5th. Julian Klausmann in 6th. Krik Knoren in 7th. Mikkel Pedersen now in 8th place. Dave Stevens and Jasper Leinitz complete the top 10. as right. I did see a couple of carts just off of turn number 12 being escorted back into the sort of like the exit area. But Tommy van der Stroys, who could have seen this one coming? He was a significant way behind everybody else. And from Marienburg round 2, when he was racing with quite a few drivers, including the likes of Scott Marsh, Ethan Jeff Hall, and those three have become bosom buddies. They're very good friends off track, but they also have a lot of respect for each other. And with what happened with Mikkel Pedersen just a few moments ago, it changed things dramatically, because Tommy van der Stroys, since the final 2 at Marienburg on day 2, has been the tour de force, the one to watch, as Schurmans and Lawrence Herbeaux go into battle over 3rd place. We've got just over 20 seconds remaining on the clock as van der Stroys powers his way over the halfway point, past the first intermediate here at the circuit, into turn number 7. And a little move from Radankovic up the inside of Herbeaux as the timer has hit 0. One more lap to go. 1,360 metres. And there's the good old Ben Barnacote trick from Tommy van der Stroys. Looks over his right shoulder to see where Pedersen might be. And where is Pedersen? He's still down in 8th position. And Scott Marsh rounding out the top 2 at the moment. But the final lap very much underway. Schurmans now down into what is 4th position, but a handful of corners remain. And who thought this one was going to come out of the woodwork? Because I definitely didn't see it coming. Van der Stroys has really come alive in this final part of the season. His 3rd season as a junior. Turn 11, turn 12. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been an apple cart upset, because out of the final corner, he's not going to win the race. He's also going to become the BNL Karting Series Junior Rotax Champion, Vice Champion of Europe, and now the BNL Champion himself provisionally. That man is Mr. Domination, Tommy van der Stroys. I hope Martin likes that one. And he wins by just over 0.4 of a second. It was a matter of points, 5 points separated both Mikkel Pedersen and Tommy van der Stroys, but van der Stroys takes the win and provisionally the championship ahead of Scott Marsh, with Matej Radankovic rounding out the top 3. I think Scott Marsh has done enough to secure himself 3rd in the standings after that one. Kasper Schurmans will finish 4th in the championship standings, placing 4th in the race ahead of Julian Klausmann, Krik Knoren, Lawrence Herbeaux and Mikkel Pedersen, who will not have won. He knows that he's lost the title, but by my calculations, if van der Stroys wins it, he's already got a ticket, and Mikkel Pedersen will represent the Dane train in Portimao later on this year. Dion van Verven and Frederik Zebis ran at the top 10. Dave Stevens, Benjamin Van Hees, Jasper Leinitz and Boluet, with Vic Stevens running at the top 15. Olivier Jonkers and Austin Lee ran at the top 17, with William Murtaugh, Ryan Bourguignon, Sian Van Vliet, Mika van der Pavert, Armand Hamilton. Then we've got Tonis Johannes Tomingus, Max Cuthbert and Archie Buttle running at the top 25, with Ruben Verheyen, Luca Bremer, Kaz Boshaus, Thiers van Wijk and Kian de Brandt running at the 30th that finished. Lewis Tetling, Maximilian Schreier out on lap 10, with Enzo Boll and Mitchell van Dijk on laps 3 and 2 respectively.
Let's leave it. je begint pas echt te leven. Ja. We starten op de grid. Feestje bouwen straks. Weer al. Voor mij is het al met Timetable, hè. Ja. Feestjes, joh. 2 wedstrijden dit jaar. Ja, de BNC, ja, de Golden Trophy is er ook nog, hè. Ja. We hebben nog een NK. Weet je nog wat we moeten doen? Dat is zo'n beetje aan te staan. Maar de EK staat ook. Ja, dat kan geen Belg doen. Dat kan alleen in België wel. Omgekeerd kan dat niet. Ik denk dat het gewoon vooral de eer is die pakken. Of goed zo, misschien als er iemand is van het team, dan kan je misschien daar dat zou een heel normale zijn. Ja, juist. Ja. Werk je aan de man.
So 3 more races to go, including this one. Let's take you through your grid for the final on the last day of the season for the Senior Rotax division. So our 4-time BNL Karting Series champion, Kai Rilets, starts from pole position, and he's got his countryman, Luca Lystra, alongside. Sean Butcher will be on the inside of row number 2, ahead of Jaden Thien, with Erhard Turker, Paul Fokkema, Dylan LaHaye, Lewis Gilbert, Lachlan Robinson, and Aaron Valster rounding out the top 10. Janis Diak, Farin Mega, Job Briefeld, Aliska Babichkova, Days Dams, Petra Babichkova, Devian Horst, Gussie van Gogh, Nikita Genza, and Scott Westhovens round out the top 20. With Martin Geiskens, Enzo van den Dickenberg, then we've got Jort van Wijk, Alec Verbout, Paul Christian Hamburg, Sam van Thiel, Rune de Broeke, Loris Koisman, Zekai Ozen, Luciano Schneider, and Sam Bergstein, Jori Schoens completing the grid. So both Sam Bergstein and Jori Schoens were excluded post the pre-final. And it was found to be that both karts were excluded for being underweight post the pre-final earlier on. So the drivers now starting to tighten up in formation ahead of their final 13-minute race plus an additional lap of the season. Rilets has already been confirmed as champion, but it's the battle for second and third. Who's going to get there first? Into the tramlines, revs rise. We are lights out and underway. Good start by Kai Rilets as he leads the field into turns 1 and 2. Butcher trying to get through on the inside of Luca Lystra and does so. Erhard Turker looking to try and get up into the top 3. Jaden Thien, who is battling for 4th in the championship with the likes of Paul Fokkema, hoping, and Rilets and Butcher swap places. Rilets then gets through to retake the lead through turn 7. So the pressure is off Rilets for this final race of the championship season. Farin Mega getting into battle lines, and that is with Eliska Babichkova. And Farin Mega is ahead. Then decides to send it up the inside, more than likely going to be on Janis Diak, and that was through turn 10. Rilets retakes the lead. Jaden Thien gets passed by Dylan LaHaye going through into turn 12. Lewis Gilbert gets, Lachlan Robinson went out the... Lachlan Robinson just took a page out of Joe Turney's work, ran the outside at turn number 12. So he managed to get past, I think, Gilbert, Fokkema and Stiak all at the same roll of the dice. And now Jaden Thien trying to go side pod to side pod with Dylan LaHaye. Oh, and Fokkema has dropped the ball. I think he outbraked himself going through into turn number 7 and went very, very wide indeed. So that has possibly denied him a chance at P4 in the championship. So leading the way, and now it's a fight. Now it's a fight. Butcher deciding, right, let's go for it. And Lystra goes through, and Erhard Turker makes it 3 wide, tries to get through on Lystra and Rilets. Rilets now down to 4th place. But sure, Butcher with an inspired, just like, right, Let's go for it. There is a noisy exhaust out on track, which I've just heard. So I think someone will be pulling it into the pit lane very, very shortly, because otherwise that will be pinged with a mechanical black flag. And Paul Fokema, as a result of that off-track moment, has dropped out of the points. So Sean Butcher now leads the way. And that sounds possibly like that might have been Enzo. Well, it might be Enzo van der Dickenberg in the number 352. Oh yeah, that definitely is. That definitely is. That Sodi Carter's got no baffles on it, it sounds like. If you had a decibel meter at the end of that exhaust, I think they probably would have said no, that's going to fail. So there might have been a little bit of an incident maybe with Sam Bergstein in the 319. He's all the way down the order. And now there's a squabble here. Oh, here we go. So 9 minutes and 15 seconds still to go. Butcher now leads by nearly 5.5 tenths of a second ahead of Lystra. Erhard Turker in third. Kai Gillis running at the top four, now trying to get through. Oh, and Turker's countryman Zekai Olsen is off the circuit. And it is a confirmed mechanical black flag for Enzo van den Dickenberg with that noisy exhaust. That's now flashing like a good one on the digi flag. Jaden Thien has got a tap from behind courtesy of Dylan LaHaye. With Lewis Gilbert. Now there is a bit of a train forming behind the Pride of Scotland. Nikita Genzi, Janis Stiak, Lachlan Robinson, Adam Falster. Bit of a send there from Farin Mega up the inside. This will be more like either Devian Rost or Taze Dams. Jaden Thien gets back past on Dylan LaHaye. So does Lewis Gilbert through turn 12. So Jaden Thien makes good his intentions and now goes up into 5th place. So with 5 minutes completed, we've got just 8 to go. Now Lewis Gilbert trying to pull alongside. That is Nikita Genza. They're battling for 6th place behind Jaden Thien. They get through. Robinson's got Janis Stiak just behind, but he's also got Dylan LaHaye in front. So with 7.5 minutes to go, there's a move there, up the inside through turn 12. Gillet's now back through on Erhard Turker for 3rd place. As a little bit further back, we turn our attention to the likes of Devenir Ross, Farin Mega, who ran at the top 15. Iska Babichkova in the meantime, she's now moved up into 11th position. So wherever she finishes now, she finishes 3rd in the championship. And what's more, along with the fact that Sean Butcher and Kaya Gillet's qualified for this year's grand finals in Portimao through the Euro Trophy, Eliska will be handed the ticket to represent the Czech Republic at Portimao this year. Now, right. Got some interesting moves up and down the order. Lewis Gilbert trying to get through on Jaden Thien. And now here comes the Hornet's Nest. One of which was, looks like Scott Westhoven's. He's being assisted from behind by the 398 of Taze Dams. And then through, I think might have gotten possibly Yuri Schoens. That was the case. Adam Valster gets through. Then the 343. And that's Gustav van Gogh from GKS. Oh, I've just noticed that someone has got a front Nassau that is a bit askew to the right-hand side. Possibly might be a Bouvin power cart. That is the one. That was probably Alec Verbergs, who's behind Gussie van Gorp at the moment. That is the... Oh, yes, it's definitely askew to the left-hand side. Oh, and a touch between Gussie van Gorp and the 370 of Sam van Tiel. Scott Westovens tries to avoid. And that front Nassau panel of Alec Verbergs is flapping all over the place. It's definitely gone to the left-hand side. So whether a washer or a bolt or a nut has come loose. And now Kai Gilletz makes his way back past the likes of Ehad Turka. As Robinson gets a good run coming out of turn number 6. I think he's just gotten past Nikita Genza. That'll be for possibly more than likely 7th position. And Lachlan Robinson looks like he's piggy in the middle at the moment. Oh, Lewis Gilbert off and in touch with the barriers, turned it in, back end stepped out to the right hand side, and the Scotsman has hit the starter button, and that's his weekend over, I'm afraid. So there is a train forming, and Jaden Thien is in part of it. Looks like Lachlan Robinson. Well, Robinson now up into P5 and getting away. Oh, bit of a touch there. Now that was between possibly Janis Diak and maybe Eliska Babičková. So just under 4 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. The drivers making their way through turn 9. Jaden Thien now back ahead of Dylan. Well, it looks like Dylan LaHaye. LaHaye's had a bit of a shocker. He calls himself Mr. Genk from time to time if he's fighting at the sharp end of the field. But Lachlan Robinson finished 9th in the pre-final, and he's taken another... Well, he's going to take effectively another 11 points here. Oh, and the most coveted rule of being a teammate is just been broken, unfortunately, between two of the Dams racing carts, because Adam Valster out after an incident with teammate Jori Schoens in the 365. So Valster out on the spot, bringing his weekend to a premature end. And Sean Butcher still leading, but Gilletz is closing in. Fastest lap of the race, however, goes to the 3:45 of the Netherlands' Devian Horst with a 54.379. There's quite a few drivers trying to make their way through turns 3, 4 and 5 as we speak, or as I speak. The likes of Janis Diak, Nikita Genza, and I've got someone in the middle of them. Possibly might be Des Dams in the number 398. I think Martin Geiskens and René de Bruyker need to not have so much close proximity to each other. Remember what happened yesterday afternoon, guys. But now, Kai Gilletz, who this season 4 wins at the opening round, and he's had 2 this weekend. And he's now trying to make the switch back on Sean Butcher. Butcher looks over his right shoulder. Gilletz decides to back out of it, and he goes to the outside through turn 7. And Zekai Ozen is just about, well, Adam Valster is out. Zekai Ozen, the last of the drivers on the circuit at the moment, as we're going to head into 3 more laps to go. Gilletz swings to the outside. Butcher shuts the door through turn 12. Across the line they go. 3 more laps remaining. Gilletz now trying to look to see if he can go one way or the other up the inside. Not through turn 2. This is bringing both Lystra and Turka through. Now Rillerts, gets a little bit... I think, he was trying to make the move up the inside of Sean Butcher. And now who is that round the outside? That's Luca Lystra. Rillerts decides, I'm going to send it up the inside of you there. Has to back out of it through T7. As we've got just over 20 seconds to go. So through turn number 12, once again. He literally crossed, Sean Butcher crossed the line with next to nothing on the timer remaining. Luca Lystra now makes it through to take the lead. Rillerts now drops behind Ehad Turka. And the 374 remains in 4th position, swings to the outside. Butcher now makes his way through on Lystra. Ehad Turka trying to get through there as well, so it doesn't give an opportunity for Lystra unless he tries to hang around the outside. It's a bit brave and he manages to do it. And Rillerts just holds station. So the timer has run out. After this, we'll have one more lap to go. So the last lap board out for the senior Rotax season here in the BNL karting series. And Sean Butcher from KR Sport leads the way. Second is Luca Lystra. Third is Ehad Turka. Fourth is confirmed champion Kai Rillerts from Belgium. Devin Rost rounds out the top 5 ahead of Lachlan Robinson, Dylan LaHaye, Eliska Babichkova now up into a genuine 8th position. Which pretty much assures her that when she comes across the line, no matter where she finishes in this race, she will be 3rd on the rostrum. But more importantly, will get that ticket to the Grand Finals in Portimao. As we are coming to the conclusion of what's been an interesting and exciting senior Rotax season once again. One more corner remains, and out of it comes the outgoing champion, the 301, Sean Butcher, who can hold his head up high and takes the win, and he said it's about time. And Kai Rillerts celebrating because he knows that's it. He's done the job he's needed to do, and he's won a 4th title. And there he is. Youngster based not too far outside of these hallowed circuit walls. But Sean Butcher takes the final race win of the season by just over 4.5 tenths of a second ahead of Luca Lystra, with Ehad Turka taking his best finish of the season in 3rd. And there is your 4th place finisher and your 2022 Senior Rotax champion, Kai Rillerts. Devian Hurst, Lachlan Robinson, Dylan LaHaye, Eliska Babichkova will take 3rd in the championship, and with it comes a ticket to the Grand Finals, as Butcher and Rillerts have already qualified. Jaden Thien rounds out the top 9 ahead of Paul Fokkema, with Janis Diak, Nikita Genza, Thijs Dams, Farin Mega, Jori Schoens, Job Bliedveld, Petra Babichkova, Gussie van Gop, Scott Westhovens, Martin Geiskens running at the top 20. Jort van Wijk, Rune de Broeke, Alec Verbergt, Sam van Til, Loris Koisman, Paul Christian Hamburg, Luciano Schneider, and Zekai Ozen running at the 28 that made it to the flag, with Anna Valster out on lap 10, Lewis Gilbert out on lap 8, Enzo van den Dickenberg with a noisy exhaust on lap 4, and Sam Bergstein out on the 2nd lap. So we go to our penultimate race of the 2022 BNL Karting Series season. This time it's DD2. Let's have a look at your final starting grid of the season. So it's Advantage Glenn van Parijs, who starts from pole position and looks to not only be one of a handful of drivers that have secured 3 titles, but he could also join Kai Gillet's this weekend in BNL Karting Series history. Chris Harnan from the Netherlands will line up alongside him on the front row, with Mark Kimber from the Great Britain, Van Parijs' closest challenger, in 3rd place. Patrick Knowles Lockmellis will be alongside the Briton in place 4. Lawrence Seyfried and Matthias Jere Jacobsen will line up on row number 3 with Kilian Gerhardt and Devin Segardi. Maxim Dirks and Yannick Jacobs round at the top 10, with Fabien Bock, Jules Cousin, Ragnar Veres, Hugo Schwarzer, Jaro Dekkers, Matis Malinovskis and Anthony Millet, the latter 2 who were out of the previous race due to an incident early doors. So what Glenn van Parijs needs to do is to win, and he needs Mark Kimber to finish 3rd or lower to pick up the title. And a very good afternoon to Road Tax Racing's very own Jen Wade, who has been watching all day. Good afternoon, Jen, to you and Daryl. Hope you're both keeping well. So very much a repeat of what we had yesterday, where qualifying was under wet weather conditions and the track evolved to such a point where we've had fantastic flat-out dry weather racing all weekend over the course of the 27 races that we've had all the way through. We're at race number 26, 27th still to come. So the red lights are on the starting gantry for the last time for DD2 this season. Who's going to take the title? Van Parijs or Kimber? They now head into the tram lines. The revs start to build. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. We're underway. Van Parijs leads the field into turn 1 and 2. Harnan trying to keep it all around the outside. And he's doing so. And that's a great little bit of defending there from Chris Harnan. So keeping Mark Kimber in 3rd position. Good start by Lawrence Seyfried, I might add, who's now up to 4th. As drama for Kimber going through into turn number 7, and he's dropped out of the top 5. Well, I'm not too sure what happened there, whether it was a possible little assist or it just got a bit too close for comfort. Everyone got squeezed and Kimber was on the inside. If that had happened later on in the race. The robust manoeuvre there from Devin Segardi from Estonia through turn 12. But Van Parijs now leads the way. Chris Harnan. Kimber has dropped all the way down to 8th position. If he finishes 2nd, he will take the title, but he's having to fight for it. A DNF in the first final yesterday put him at the mercy of Glenn van Parijs, who is leading, but by just 0.4 of a second ahead of Chris Harnan. Matthias Jere Jacobsen now rounds out the top 3 positions, with Seyfried currently in 4th. So Kimber has got to start getting a move on. Looks like he's got Kilian Gerhardt just ahead of him. Kimber again sideways. I don't think Kimber's going to have he's not going to have an easy ride at all. Not at all. Sideways, that's uncharacteristic of Mark Kimber. And now he's getting pressure from the side and behind. And Kimber's having to look over his right shoulder. And Fabien Bock nearly sent it up the inside of Kilian Gerhardt. A double title on the cards in his rookie season as a DD2 driver is far slipping away from Mark Kimber. Matthias Jere Jacobsen now up into P2. So Glenn van Parijs is going to concentrate on what he needs to do and what he wants to do. What he wants to prove to do is to win 4 titles in the BNL Karting Series and become one of 3 people to have done it. And one has already done that this weekend. And what a way that would close out the 15th anniversary season of the championship. Ragnar Veres makes his way past Devin Sigardi. That's a good pass there for 9th position. So Ragnar Veres is hoping to solidify a possibility of third in the championship. And it could be close between him and Matthias Jette Jakobsen. Well, it might not be in his hands anymore because the Dane has now hit the front of the field. The only thing with regards to Jette Jakobsen is the fact that he's already had a couple of front fairing penalties, and that was yesterday. Today, however, his front fairing, the clips have not been in. So Mark Kimber now gets himself back up into what is 6th position as, right, another change. This time, Chris Harnen decides to go up the inside of Glenn van Parijs for that position. Which means, folks, it's now countback time. At this moment, Glenn van Parijs and Mark Kimber with 2 drop scores. It's 196 points apiece. I did say it was going to come down to the wire. I meant it. And the proof is in the pudding right now. So Mark Kimber now into 6th place. If he takes 5th, he takes the title. Glenn's got to get himself back up into 2nd position. I mean, it's too close to call. It's so close to call. I'm doing these calculations on the fly, folks. Because even if Mark Kimber gets to 5th and Glenn van Parijs gets 2nd, he wins by 3 points. That's how close these titles come down to. Now Ragnar Veres now overtakes Kilian Gerha. So, and Matthias Jette Jakobsen, who leads the field by just over 5.5 tenths of a second, is leading Chris Harnen. Now Van Parijs is trying to pick up the pace and actually nigh on equalled Chris Harnen on his previous lap time. Just under 5 minutes to go. And it's so, so close. But you know what's even funnier? If it does stay as it is, that Kimber stays in 6th and Glenn van Parijs takes 3rd. Right, Kimber, a win at pre-final 1 at Genk, round 1. A win in both finals at Marienborg. He hasn't won a race since. Glenn, however, at the moment has 4 race victories to his credit. So if it goes to a tiebreaker, Van Parijs takes a 4th respective title. But I know the man way too well for him to settle for 3rd. He wants to be at the front of the field and winning to secure that title. He's still got 7.25 minutes to do, plus an additional lap. So there's plenty of time for him to conserve those tyres, wait for the moment, and then send it up the inside when Chris Harnen is napping. And he's definitely keeping pace with the 4:07 from the Netherlands. Chris Harnen in his own right, a previous champion. Well, funny enough, when did... I'm just trying to remember now. Chris Harnen, if I remember correctly, was in the fight for multiple titles, but hasn't won a BNL Karting Series title. But he's been there or thereabouts, you know, when he's raced against Mike van Vugt, Luca Leistra, a whole host of other drivers. And his dad, Paul, is still as crazy as ever whenever I see him. So it's just dependent on how quickly, well, when does Glenn van Parijs pull the pin on the grenade, throws it in the general direction of one Chris Harnen and get past. But Mark Kimber, the gap between him and Lawrence Seifried is around about 3.17 seconds. Now, the biggest thing that is determining this championship is how much in this last race of the season that Kimber has struggled. 2 major moments in the opening 90 seconds of the race. That's what is interesting. But he is European champion. He's a 2-time Grand Finals winner, 2016 and 2021, junior and senior respectively. And I knew for a fact that if Mark Kimber got in a gearbox kart, he would be able to do it. But now it changes. Well, Ragnar Virus has appeared from the shadows. Yep, so Ragnar Virus bumps down Mark Kimber to 7th position. It's all about these, and people think, how easy is it to keep a track of the scores? It's even more difficult than you might think. So with Kimber now in 7th, he could be at the mercy of Kylian Guérin, who's not too far behind in the 425. But Glenn is just keeping it nice and consistent. He's just putting in his laps. Last 3 laps, well, he's just put in a personal best. 54.416, less than 3/10 behind Chris Harnan, actually went quicker. So the last 3 laps, it's been a 54.4, a 54.6, a 54.6. That's the amount of consistency that Glenn Van Parijs has got from the amount of times he's put laps in at this circuit. And I hate to, if I asked him, he'll probably say, I've probably lost count by now, but probably in 5 figures at the very, very least. When you know a circuit as well as that, then you have the opportunity just to showcase that you can be consistent. So we are, right, so I'm just keeping an eye on what's happening with Mark Kimber at the moment. So he has been passed by Ragnar Virus. So that puts Glenn Van Parijs on 16 points for this race. Mark Kimber on 9 points. But it comes back to the count back. If Kimber had more races in his pocket and it was tied, he'd win. But 2 wins at the opening round, 2 wins at this round, a 2nd, and now currently in 3rd. And that's mirrored Glenn Van Parijs' performance from earlier on this season. And with 3.5 minutes plus an additional lap, as the sun is starting to lower over the trees, the shadows you can actually see on the circuit, including the drivers and their karts. 3 minutes and 12 seconds still to go. And Van Parijs is just calmly getting on with the business that he knows he needs to do. But the biggest development would be if a driver by the name of Kylian Guérin gets past Mark Kimber, that's it. The title goes to Glenn on the final race of the season. And it will mean a hell of a lot, not just to Glenn, but I think the Belgian racing community, because there's a lot of talent in this country. Having been to this circuit and commentated probably the best part of nearly 1,000 races, I have an appreciation for the Belgian culture and also the passion for motorsport, with so many great talents having come from this particular part of the world. But Matthias Jette Jacobsen leading by about a second. There's Lawrence Seifried going through turn number 10, followed by Ragnar Virus and Mark Kimber. Mark Kimber started to improve his pace. Chris Harnon's got the fastest lap, 54.333. That was on lap number 10 as we head into the final 2 minutes of the season. And this Dane has been very impressive. Didn't have the luck with the front fairings, unfortunately, yesterday. But today's been a different story. Going through down the Europlan for what's going to be lap number 13. So probably get maybe 16 laps at a push. I would imagine, I'm not too sure if Glenn might have calculated the points coming into this final round, but he's looking a bit closer to Chris Harnan. He's only 3/10 away. He can go for second if he wants to, but he might hold station and just bring it home. Sometimes being safer is a little bit easier than going for a move. Ian Gap's final on day 1 for DD2 Masters, and that title battle still to come. 45 seconds to go, and Glenn Van Parijs sets his fastest lap, 54.368 seconds. I've just seen Maxime Dedix trying to close in Oh, he needs to make a clean pass on Matis Malinowskis. He doesn't want the 4-1-4 clattering into him like yesterday. They've got Devin Sigardi just up ahead. But we're going to go on to our 15th and penultimate lap of this season. And the timer will count down to 0 as Matthias Jette Jakobsen now moves out of turn number 4. That is it. Time has expired. One more lap to go. And Glenn van Parijs is poised to make it another history-making moment in the 15th anniversary of the BNL karting series. Battle still going on between Maxim Didix, Matis Malinowskis and Devin Sigardi for 9th as they hurtle their way down the Europalan. Send from Didix, backs out of it. Very wise to do so. He didn't want to end up retiring from the race on the last day of the season. But now the penultimate final lap board of the season is being shown. Denmark's Matthias Jette Jakobsen sees it first. Then Chris Harnen, and looking over his right shoulder, the man in 3rd position. Glenn van Parijs waiting until the checkered flag falls. He came into this race weekend with a 51-point disadvantage to Mark Gimber, and then the comeback of ages has come into fruition. And it's not just happened with one driver this weekend, it's happened with another. So, ladies and gentlemen, Matthias Jette Jakobsen will very shortly come out of the final corner. He will take the victory. But by my provisional calculations, it's 2 from Belgium that make it 4 titles, because Glenn van Parijs on sheer countback is a 4-time BNL Karting Series champion. I don't think he knows it yet. But once everything's confirmed, I think that Glenn van Parijs and Kai Gilles will make Belgium very, very proud right now. It's going to be a slow in-lap. I don't think there's much celebration because he probably doesn't know. But by my calculations, Glenn van Parijs joins Kai Gilles as 2 Belgians on home soil at the Home of Champions, taking 4 titles. Wow, what a moment. Matthias Jette Jakobsen takes the victory ahead of Chris Harnen. Glenn van Parijs, Patrick Knowles, Lockham Ellis, Lawrence Seyfried rounds out the top 5 with Ragnar Virus, Mark Kimber, Clean Guerra, Devin Sigardi, Matis Malinowskis rounding out the top 10. Maxime Didix, Anthony Millet, Yannick Jacobs, Fabien Bock, Jules Cousin and Hugo Schwarzer round out the top 16, with Jaro Dekkers, unfortunately, not taking the start. We get underway with our final race of the 2022 BNL Karting Series. And to close the show, it's going to be DD2 Masters. This is a bit of a slow start from Christoph Adams off of the start-finish straight. But here is your starting grid. Paul Louveau will start from pole position and has an advantage going into the final race of the championship. Thomas Piet from Germany will be alongside, with Ian Getz and Karl Klibor on row number 2, with Ian Getz looking to try and take the title fight right down to the wire. Dominic Hummels and Michael Becker ran at the top 6, with Prit Sai and Christoph Adams completing the 8-strong grid. So the drivers make their way out of the final corner into the tramlines. Lights are out. We are underway, and Paul Louveau leading the field into turns 1 and 2. Ian Getz trying to get through, and the two SP Motorsport karts tangle, not just with each other, but also with Thomas Piet, as Karl Klibor makes his way up into 3rd position, past the 550 from Germany. And now Piet decides to send it up the inside of Karl Klibor through turn number 7. Gets through, makes a move stick. And Christoph Adams this time makes his way towards the back end of the field. So the drivers making their way through onto the Europlan, but Paul Louveau is leading, but it's fractional at best, as the 519 of Prit Sai has ended up behind Christoph Adams in the 555 in the 577 of Dominic Hummels. And looks like there's an issue. Oh, Prit Sai's got a problem. Looks like it might be an issue with the engine, and he's going to try and see what the issue is, but that's going to drop him a little bit further back. Then Michael Becker decides to send it up the inside. Oh, that was a nice lunge from the driver based out of Hagen in Germany. Just throwing it up the inside of Ian Getz, who now drops to 3rd place. So what Paul Louveau just needs to do is finish ahead of Ian Getz, and he basically has secured it all. Now, Michael Becker decides to go up the inside of Paul Louveau and decides for a change that he wants to lead. Now, Thomas Piet has gotten in between Louveau and also Ian Getz. So Paul Louveau running 2nd, Getz running in 4th place. So now Louveau finds himself in 3rd position. So a change by Thomas Piet to get himself up into 2nd place. We're 7 minutes and 54 seconds still to go on the clock. There's still plenty of change that could happen. But now Thomas Piet has ended up being passed by both Paul Louveau and Ian Getz in the last couple of moments or so. So at the moment with things as they stand, Michael Becker has scarpered away into the distance, and his lead last time was just over 1.8 seconds. So Christoph Adams called it a day after lap 3. Plitzai, the technical issues for the Estonian in the 519, unfortunately, meaning that he would retire on lap number 5. So we still have 6 drivers. There has been a further change. And the fact that Ian Getz is now ahead of Paul Louveau. But Michael Becker has gone on a bit of a binge of speed at the moment as the number 526 running on the comp kart chassis. They go into the right-hander at turn number 7. Gep's leading Louvol. Louvol was actually quicker than the 502 in front. And was the best part of nearly 4 seconds adrift, or 4/10 of a second behind the fastest driver out on track, Michael Becker, who has been setting qualifying style laps right now. He nearly put in another one right then. The gap between him and Ian Gepps now stretches to 3.7 seconds, as everyone, apart from Dominic Hummels and Michael Becker, have just set a personal best. But with just around 5 minutes of the season to go, Michael Becker finally has the opportunity to get in another solid performance. His best finishes so far were actually at the last 2 races on the Sunday back in April of this year. Now the 526 makes his way through into turn number 8. So we're heading into the dying moments of the season, folks. The drivers have been providing plenty of entertainment over the so in total we had effectively 26 races over the course of the weekend, an hour's worth of qualifying, with the best part of, I think by my count, around about 130 drivers from 12 different nations, with 340 plus drivers over 6 classes having competed all the way through the 2022 season. But a journey that has been over 6 months. And we started on the 16th of April. It's about to come towards an end. Michael Becker keeps on his merry way on the brightly fluorescent comp kart chassis. But Ian Gepps has been closed in on by Paul Louvol, who's just gone quicker than him, but it was fractional at best. So they're all flooding their way down the Europalan, but Becker's comfortably ahead. He's probably halfway on his way back to Hagen right now, with the distance that he's got. So very shortly we'll head into the dying 60 seconds of the race meeting, and what's more, the conclusion of the 15th anniversary season of the BNL karting series, inaugurated back in 2008. And now Louvol decides this is the opportunity to fire one up the inside of Ian Gepps, and gets through. That could be, well, even if he had made the move, I don't think it would have done much. Well, Ian Gepps might not have been able to have decided to get back past him because we're into the final 35 seconds, and now he loses another position. This time to Thomas Piert from Germany. Paul Klebor at the moment, currently running in 5th place, which is 11 points. And Plitzai would be, well, pretty much be level on points with Carl at the end of this race meeting and also the season. As the timer hits 0, the final countdown has concluded, and we have this and one more additional lap still to go, and Paul Louvaux puts the hammer down. The Frenchman now moving away from Thomas Piert, and in 2nd position. That could pretty much end the season in the right way for Paul Louvaux. A dominant display from Ian Gepps in Genk, and then in Marienburg it was the Paul Louvaux show. So Michael Becker now will exit turn 11. Louvaux makes his way into turn 10 for the penultimate time. Ian Gepps gets through for what is going to be 3rd place as the final lap board of the season is shown, and Becker flies his way through turns 1 and 2. And Paul Louvaux is just under a lap away from making a little bit of history of his own. Becker down the Europalan for one final time through into turn 7. As Plitzai has actually made a return to the circuit. So 3 more corners to conclude the season as Michael Becker out of turn 11 now turns in, hits the apex at turn 12. He'll come out of the final corner, he'll win the final race of the season, but I think provisionally your 2022 champion in the BNL karting series is going to be Paul Louvaux, the 2nd ever Frenchman to win the title in this class. The first one being Rue du Champion a couple of years ago, but I think that Paul Louvaux will have done enough with another top 3 finish. He's not been out of the top 3 all season long. But there you go, Michael Becker and Paul Louvaux ran at the top 2. Ian Gepps in 3rd, Thomas Piert in 4th, despite trying to lead the race early doors. Carl Klebor, the outgoing champion, finishes in 5th place, ahead of Dominic Hummels, with Plitzai 4 laps down, and Christoph Adams calling time on the race season in the BNL after 3 laps. So, ladies and gentlemen, watching at home, just to let you know that we will be live streaming the official weekend podium and also the championship presentation this afternoon, just off of the inside of turn number 11, which will probably happen at around about 5:30 this afternoon, local time, where we'll crown our weekend winners, we'll give away our championship titles for 2022, and with it, we'll give away 5 tickets for the prestigious Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, taking place at the Cartódromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimão, Portugal, between November the 19th and the 26th. So please stay with us. We'll be with you in around about 20 or so minutes' time when we go to our podium presentation.
estás? ¿Tú estás? ¿Ya estás? ¿Estás? ¿Estás? Max Sadowski is eerste. Max Sadowski is eerste, want de punten zijn eerlijk. En de tweede heeft fucking veel van de bal geduwd. Dus Max Sadowski is eerste. En dan ga je nog even zo eerst. En Sadowski is homo.
Ja, Sarah beslist wat. Als jij zegt, daar is een ticket verkopen, dan is 10 mensen die zeggen voor mij. Maar als ik in Zweden ben ik, heb ik een prioriteit of niet? Dat weet ik niet, dat wil ik graag.
Nee, daarom wie gaat Sarah bellen? Gaat Sarah Genk bellen?
Sarah, de nieuwe vrouw van DD2.
Ja, gaat die met Genk bellen, luister, ik heb hier nog een beetje over. Ken jij iemand?
Ja, maar zij misschien zo.
Ja,
Engelsman,
ja, dat kan.
Ze bellen overal, daar is iemand. Nee. Maar als ze zeggen, ja, ik heb iemand, ik ga niet vragen, weet je betaald hadden? Mag komen? Dat weet ik niet.
Nee,
Want waarom vraag je dat? Want ik ben tegen die kampioen en maar ja, maar in het tegelijkertijd met zo die kaart, ik heb brandschap. Dus als hij niet gaat, en ik ben niet tweede maar derde, want
dat maakt niet uit.
Maakt niet uit. Voor de afzet.
Weet je hoe dat denk ik ook zijn? Dan tweede moeten we dan Genk bellen. Dat is echt goed, dan krijg je het geld niet op. We hebben de distributeuren gebeld. Dan kan ik Genk bellen, dat wil ik iemand. Dan kan zij contacteren met jou.
Het is de beste. Als je akkoord de beste is naar Sarah te sturen. Voilà. Ik ben de man die heeft de meer ervaring 15 keer. Voor eens, de eerste keer ben ik niet gekwalificeerd. Als een ticket valt, dan is het voor mij.
Ja, dat ben ik.
Dat is de beste.
De beste dat ken ik niet, dat ken je allemaal van.
Ja, maar dat doe ik.
Gaan we allemaal doen, hè?
Ja, alles is mogelijk, maar...
Nee, natuurlijk.
Ja, maar het is ook Portimao. Ik ben niet... ik ga niet huilen. Ik heb al 2 keer de Portimao gedaan, Als het Brazil was, was iets anders. Hè. Dus ik heb nog mijn pruik en alles. Hè.
De frietzak.
Ja, dat was toch tof, hè?
Ja, zeker. En de frietzak.
En hoe is het met uw nieuwe baan? Veel beter?
Ja,
Maar ik hoop het voor jou.
geen stress.
Geen stress.
Nee. Ik ga dank naar huis en alles is goed.
Ja, maar meer geld ook, of niet?
Ik mag niet klagen.
Ja, beter, hè?
Ik stuur morgen de factuur en woensdag is die betaald. De groetjes, hè? Salut!
Hello? Danny is last place and Ryan is first place. And, and Boss Maximov is first.
Babicek is first and don't we the fuck Ryan de Bruin.
Championship? Yeah, it's a championship.
Have you won the championship?
No.
Where, did you drive the whole championship?
Test.
Hallo!
Oh, nee, too, mate.
Nee, doe niet. Mijn slurpen.
Since when do you drive road taxi? Get back to my Bro,
I used to try. Dat zijn echt hele sneuwe bekers.
I used to drive it for like
Die zijn beter dan je chrono.
Ja, dat is waar.
Die nieuwere van de chrono zijn best goed hoor. Ik heb alleen van die standaard bekers.
When you turn
Ja, terminale komt eens bekers. Niet goed? Ja. Het is eigenlijk bal.
forward.
Ja, ik kan bal.
Forward.
I cannot see it.
Should I steal it? Should I steal the DD2 Master?
What did you do in the last race?
The happiest? I'll steal this one.
Bro.
Senior.
Give me my own. Ja joh. Normaal heb ik deze. Deze. Heb je die?
Nee, normaal.
Dat is wat heeft die pik.
Oh,
Die zijn wel leuk op alle banden. Waarom moesten meer geesten?
Oké, let's go.
Afleven. Wat? Afleven.
Maxime, wat?
Nu wil geen hebben gegeten. Dat is niet cool. Die is lekker. Nu wil die.
Ah, schade.
Hij wordt een klein beetje vast aan.
Maar jongen, je bent op mijn handje staan.
Hey, bedankt aan DD2.
Ja.
Dat is goed. Hey, ik wil die allemaal van de eerste. Ja, die is niet gewoon zo. Ik wil dit hebben.
Kijk wat er ook op staat.
Er staat fucking Genk 2 keer op. Echt wel wat losers. Dan mag je niet kijken. Die eerste baan hier, hè.
Die kan je ook gewoon op peil zetten.
Maar nee, die eerste baan hier, die moest gewoon een andere baan zijn. Stel je wel dat bijvoorbeeld nog een andere baan hier.
Ik heb zieke koppijn.
Nee, nou, wacht, ja, 13 of zo.
Nee.
Of niet? Nee, ja, het is de BNL, hè. Ik bedoel, we moeten normaal gezien ook in Nederland gaan rijden, hè. Maar we hebben niks in Nederland gedaan. Ik wou nog met een paard op Welke? Ja, die moet zeggen. Oh, echt? Die onderste. Ja, kijk, klik mixer. Nee, die onderste. Wat is af? No, don't take it off. No, don't take this. What? The wheelie microphone. Yeah. Okay, let's go. This. Oh ja, wat is
Danny bedankt. Shout out to Riding the Bride.
Ja, kijk maar een race te baan. Let's go. Maar hij gaat dat ook niet. Hij doet er wat voor. Nee, dat is een fotovlogger. Wat zijn dat voor een fotovlogger? Ja, nu moet jij dat zeggen. Daar is nog iets in de steun van paarden. Hé, stop. Hé, wacht, stop. Mag die foto? Wij glaube ich, welche dir dann gehört. Wieder. Also erst einmal.
Are we ready or steady? Shout out to Bobby Chuck. Okay, lass uns beginnen.
Wieso sagst du das auf Deutsch? Das versteht keiner. Du verstehst was Deutsch. Jacob! Engländer versteht Deutsch? Ja! Hey, mach mal! Jetzt sind alle da. Ryan the Brian.
Hallo. Okay, let's go.
Ik heb hem hier. Wer war das? Das war richtig krass. Das gleich der Weg. Wie was diegene die wat gestuurd?
Right, own up. Who was it? Who was the microphone thief?
Jenny. It was not me. Jenny.
Oh,
It was Jenny.
I'm just gonna
It was everyone.
everybody. Who did the Cristiano Ronaldo impersonation? Again? Right, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the official presentation for the final round and also for the 2022 BNL Karting Series season. A big thank you to everyone behind the scenes, including the assistance of the Royal Automobile Club of Belgium, Karting Genk and its infrastructure, and everyone from timekeeping, organisation, scrutineering, race control, stewards, and everyone behind the scenes. It's been one hell of a 15th anniversary season. But we are first of all going to kickstart with our weekend results. And first of all, we're going to go to our Micromax competitors, where the top 5 get a very, very lovely trophy. I had an eagle eye. Thank you to Esmed Osman, our series organizer. Big thank you to her after her first year being in charge of the series. So, the weekend result. In 5th position, with a total of 45 points, driver number 64, Jensen Chalk. In 4th position, with a total of 48 points, driver number 24, Vic van Kampenhout. In 3rd position, with a total of 57 points, driver number 3, Ryan Rivers. And your runner-up in the weekend results, with a total of 77 points, driver number 4, Zen Lindemann. With 1, not 2 ends. Thank you to his dad, Nick, for WhatsApping me earlier. And your weekend winner in the 3rd and final round of the championship in Micromax, total of 88 points, driver number 30, Stanek Babicek. So, ladies and gentlemen, get your pictures whilst they can, and please give your appreciation for our top 5 for the weekend results in Micromax. Sorry? What we do need to do is we're going to have a big group photo that everyone has taken a trophy or a grand finals ticket at the end of this weekend. So, Micromax drivers, thank you very much. We'll call on you a little bit later on. No, we know you don't need a ticket, Denny. I think you've already got one, haven't you? Now we go to the top 5 in Minimax. And one of the standout races was the Minimax pre-final early yesterday afternoon. So great racing by all the drivers, but we turn to our top 5. In 5th position, with a total of 45 points, driver number 103, Mats van Rooyen. In 4th position, with a total of 56 points, driver number 130, Boris Maximov. And finishing in 3rd in the weekend results, went to countback on this one, driver number 119, Max Sidursky. Wake up, Max. I know it's been a long day. Well, there was only one driver doing double duty this weekend and picks up another trophy. So, and also with 72 points, he's already started to get a jump start there, but let's get it out of the way. Denny Babicek, 112. Well done, Denny. Great driving this weekend. And your weekend winner with a total of 83 points, driver number 142, Jacob Ashcroft. So, ladies and gentlemen, please get your pictures whilst you can. So, a big round of applause and appreciation for our Minimax weekend podium. Thank you very much, drivers. We do need for you to stay behind, of course. We want to get everyone that's got a trophy this weekend. This goes to everybody else. So, juniors, seniors, DD2, DD2 Masters, you have been warned. Now we go to Junior Rotax for the weekend result in third position. And the event result is based on today's 2 races only, with a total of 27 points. Scott Marsh. Hiding right at the back. No surprise there then. Hello, Scott. Sorry. Your runner-up in Junior Rotax for the weekend result itself, total of 32 points. Driver number 240, Casper Schormans. And your weekend winner, and there's going to be a nickname I'm going to use again. You might remember this vintage one from 2019, Martin. Well, he's, of course, Mr. Domination, driver number 254. Your winner this weekend in Junior Rotax, Tommy van der Stroys. God, that top step makes Tommy even taller. I'm worried just looking up at him. But ladies and gentlemen, please give your appreciation for our Junior Rotax weekend podium. Thank you very much, guys. Don't forget, you need to stay behind because we are doing a group picture with all the drivers. That was a little smirk there, Scott. Cheeky. Right, turn our attention now to Senior Rotax. In third position, now this is based on all 4 races over the course of the weekend. With a total of 49 points, your driver in third position, driver number 357, Eliska Babichkova. Your runner-up on the Senior Rotax event result with a total of 65 points. Driver number 301, Sean Butcher. But for the final round of the season, your event result winner in Senior Rotax with a total of 86 points. Driver number 374, Kai Gillerts. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause and your appreciation for our Senior Rotax weekend podium. Now we go to our penultimate event result trophy presentation. This time we go to DD2. So your driver in third position with a total of 59 points. driver number 442, Matthias Jere Jakobsen. And your runner-up, I know we're going to get a particular cheer for one particular dad for this one, who I haven't seen in ages. So with a total of 81 points, your DD2 runner-up this weekend, driver number 407, Chris Harnan. Paul, where are you? Oh, he's at home. Typical. But your event result winner with a total of 86 points, driver number 401, Glenn Van Perez. You still got it, buddy. You still got it. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause and your appreciation for our top 3 podium for DD2. Okay, our last event result podium of the season, and it's DD2 Masters. In third position with a total of 58 points, driver number 502, Ian Getz. In second position with a total of 81 points, driver number 564, Paul Louveau. And your DD2 Masters event result winner for the weekend with a total of 83 points, driver number 550, Thomas Piet. So, ladies and gentlemen, your appreciation for our top 3 podium for the weekend for DD2 Masters. Okay, now we get to the championship results. So, for each class, we're going to hand out these wonderful trophies here for the top 3 in the respective standings. First of all, we're going to go to Micromax. So, your driver in third position with a total of 154 points, taking into consideration dropped scores. Driver number 93, Jack Freeman. Your runner-up fought until the bitter end, but with a total of 176 points. Your runner-up this season in Micromax, driver number 24, Vic van Kampenhout. But with a total of 240 points, your new BNL Karting Series 2022 Micromax champion, Zen Lindemann. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give your appreciation for our top 3 overall in Micromax. Jack Freeman, Vic van Kampenhout, and your new champion, Zen Lindemann. Thank you very much, guys. Please don't forget we are going to have a group photo of the people that have won trophies, both on the weekend and the championship. We'll also do something separate for the grand final tickets winners. So we go to third position in Minimax. After drop scores for all three competitors, in third position with a total of 133 points, driver number 103, Mats van Rooyen. Your runner-up in 2022 in Minimax with a total of 184 points, driver number 130, Boaz Maximov. And your 2022 BNL Karting Series Minimax champion. He becomes a two-time champion. It's Max Sadursky. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give your appreciation for Mats van Rooyen, Boaz Maximov, and your 2022 Minimax champion, Max Sadursky. Oh dear, the Ronaldo impersonations are happening again. Thank goodness it's without a microphone. Yeah, all good. Careful with that trophy, Max. They're a lot more delicate than they look. Right, we go to our top three in Junior Rotax. Again, the scores are incorporating 10 results with 2 drop scores over the course of the season. So in third position, with a total of 134 points, it's driver 222, Scott Marsh. Third in the Euro Trophy, now third in BNL. How's about that for a season? Well done, Scott. Your runner-up for 2022, and it was just a handful of points in it with a total of 150 points. It's driver number 255, Mikkel Pedersen. But there's someone else who's become a 2-time champion this weekend. I remember this young man back in 2019, then making the move up to junior the season after. 3 years, it's bore some fruit. Vice champion in Europe, and now the champion of the BNL Karting Series, Tommy van der Stroys. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give your appreciation for our top three in Junior Rotax this season. Scott Marsh, Mikkel Pedersen, and your 2022 Junior Rotax champion, Tommy van der Stroys. Right, we now go into our top three in senior Rotax. So with a total of 152 points, your third place driver in the standings this season, driver number 357, Eliska Babišková. Your runner-up with a total of 178 points. He's the outgoing two-time champion. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your appreciation for 301, Sean Butcher. But we have had a history-making moment here this weekend, folks, because this driver, who has a total of 210 points, took his first title 5 years ago. He came back over the last 2 seasons as a junior and has impressed now in his senior rookie season. He officially is a 4-time BNL Karting Series champion, Kai Gillerts. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give your appreciation for your senior Rotax podium for the standings for 2022. Eliska Babišková, Sean Butcher, and your new senior Rotax champion, Kai Gillerts. Right, so we go to our penultimate championship podium, and there was a little bit of a development after the race itself. So, in third position, based on based on drop scores, third position, driver number 491, Ragnar Virus. And there was a significant development because 2 bits of history weren't made, but we can be proud of this man. He's a 3-time BNL Karting Series champion. He's a runner-up this season, but we know he's going to be back. Mr. Glenn van Parijs is your runner-up this season. Well done, Glenn. Fought right to the end. But the changing of the guard has happened again, because with a total of 203 points, he's not just the European champion, he's now the BNL Karting Series champion. Driver number 410, Mark Kimber. So, ladies and gentlemen, your appreciation for our top 3 overall this season. For DD2 in 2022, Ragnar Virus, Glenn van Parijs, and your new DD2 champion, Mark Kimber. Right, one final podium before we get underway with the Grand Finals ticket presentation, which we are going to do separately. So in DD2 Masters, in third position, you need to get your backside up the order a bit more, Mr. Michael Becker, because he's third in the championship this year. But good to see you round off the season with a victory. So, Glückwunsch, Michael. Your runner-up in 2022. It went down to the wire this weekend with a total of 201 points. Driver number 502, Ian Gapts. And now on the official roll of honour for the BNL Karting Series, we now have a new French champion. And with a total of 217 points, driver number 564, Paul Louveau. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give your appreciation for our DD2 Masters overall podium for 2022, Michael Becker, Ian Gapts, and your new champion, Paul Louveau. Okay, now the real order of business, because I know some drivers have been waiting for this. So we have 5 tickets to give out for this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, which for the 5th year out of 22 will go to Portimao between the 19th and the 26th of November. So when I call your name, can you please come forward and collect your ticket? So, Mini-Max, Max Sadursky, you're going to Portimao. Congratulations. Junior Rotax, Mikkel Pedersen. You're representing Denmark at the Grand Finals, young man. Well done. And in Senior Rotax, Eliska Babičková, come forward, please. You'll be representing the Czech Republic again. Well, the Red Devils wouldn't be the same without this man. Glenn Van Parijs, get your backside forward. You're going for Team Belgium. Well done, buddy. And Paul Louveau, s'il vous plaît, viens ici. Vous avez le ticket, hein? Paul Louveau gets a ticket for the Grand Finals, and for the 2nd year in succession, he will represent Team France. So, with your ticket winners here, can I ask that any other trophy winners that are here with us very shortly to come forward in front of the podium? So any drivers that have got, and I know that some of you have got more than one. If he's got a ticket, don't worry about that. If they've got the ticket, that's fine. That's not a problem. Right, so I've got a further favour to ask. Can all our ticket winners please hold those as high as you can in the air, please? So all ticket winners, tickets in the air above your heads. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your applause. And a big thank you to everyone that has taken part this weekend. But before you all depart, very soon the 2023 BNL Karting Series will be upon us. Don't forget, entries for Mini to DD2 Masters are available for the Golden Trophy in 4 weeks, 4th to the 6th of November. Entries are still open. We now have over 150 registered drivers. But for all of you, safe journey home. Thank you for taking part this season.